Well, it's a psychedelic, academic, flowery boom with the overweight bass lines moving your room. It's just a funky one I got from that funky one I pull just another rhyme from the rhyme with some bouncy dollar lyric track. With stacks of mat like you're paying $20 for a $60 sack. It's time to get up and move your ass, cause giving you what you need, that is the task of the darker but the budgie right to lyrical gangsta. For the group and vibe with pieces from the danger. The DJ's name, let's go rockin' the chain, let's keep it eyelids peeled and dominating the game. Hitting hard with the new plan, swinging like a big band, make it do the groove thing, funky like the orange thing. Groove, delicious, go home and do the dishes. Beginning in the way you think will bring you all your wishes. To be like me, flow like me, move like me, but you can't entertain them, G. You're taking too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs are on or I got the game. Too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs. I'm coming home with the funk for that ass and the tracks that we can make you think with the shit. I got good reason to think that. Woo! My brothers rolling out and I'm running with the 8 tracks. When you listen to the funk, think the shit that is kicking and coming out your trunk when listening to music. That's good, right? Shit. Everybody's bouncing up and down when you keep the breaking. This is how we do it. This is how I'm not just spilling out into the ground like a stupid dog doing with the ultra black magic. Power of the earth, the sign across the head is saying please and not disturb a rest. You're bound to get dealt like a drum tight hand. Straight across the wall like a neuro baby grand. Your lyrical delivery is something kind of slippery. You're going through the motions like a freaking TV chimpanzee. You're taking too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs on the floor. I got the game. Too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs. Pomeroy, make it funky for the ass now. Yeah. Taking too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs on the floor. I got the game. Too long, so move on and let me turn the mic on so I can get my flow on and y'all can get your groove on. The process I talk about is not the same unless all the dogs on the floor. I got the game. And it don't quit. Oh yeah. Bring it back now.
I'm back. It's been about a week. Not nearly as insane as I was a week ago, but a lot has changed, and we're going to do things a little bit differently now that I have a lot more free time on my hands. So what I plan on doing is in the mornings I want to do this what I call the Rational Response Squad stream. So it's going to be an IRL stream of me basically sitting here yelling at my computer. Is it rational? No. Is it a response? Yes. So what I'm going to do though is my responses and my reactions to it and my passive aggressive tweets or retweets or whatever, they're going to at least try to put some rational thought behind it. And that's why it's called the Rational Response Squad. Because what we're going to do is we're basically going to sit here and troll the internet together. And we're going to make fun of Democrats on the left. Because why not? There's not nearly enough of that in the internet these days. There's not nearly enough people who are vocal about this. So I'm finally doing what I can to be active and just show the hypocrisy of people and how fucking insane they are. Because, well, let's be real here. We need it. So I'm gonna do everything I can to not get distracted by my phone. But again, I have a lot of stuff going on in my life, so. Okay. So anyway, let's go ahead and start this up because I didn't even like really set up my stream properly. So what I need to do is I need to see if I can get a window capture of Chrome. Actually, we'll just Chrome/Twitter. And then what we need to do is, oh no, this isn't gonna work, is it? Why? See, I probably should have thought about this, huh? Alright, well, not a big deal. What I can do is I can just move my OBS. Yo, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, new hemp, new beard. It's a little scary, right? So what now I'm gonna do is I'm going to move my OBS and hide it. Same with my stream manager. New time zone as well. No, I'm still in the same time zone. I just have a different time slot. So, alright, so now I can kind of see a preview. This is really botched. I gotta see if I can fix this eventually. But what I can do is, if I hit F4, you guys should now be able to see my screen. So, ta-da! This is basically what we're gonna do now. We're going to sit here and talk about what we see and the insanity. So first things first, I came across this website today. It's called the Cali Conservative, right? It's broadcasting from deep behind enemy lines. And what this is basically doing, let me turn this music down. What this is basically doing is, you know, just calling out the hypocrisy, not the hypocrisy, the sheer idiocy. Oh, what was that? Panda with the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so this is cool. So we got people from the UK and whatnot even watching this stream. So you're gonna get to see how insane America is right now, and hopefully you get to see a sane American showing how disgusted they are with the way other people are behaving. So anyway, this fucking moron, this complete tit of a person, live stream themselves committing like grand larceny. They're sitting there committing felonies. You are committing a felony. Not only are you on the security cameras, but you're filming it on, like, what, your Facebook? Okay. So that's what this whole entire article is basically about. I'm not really going to go through it and read it, but basically this kid's 21 years old, so he's going to be tried like an adult, even though maybe it's his first offense, which I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's probably not, and I'm not judging by race or anything like that. It's straight up because, I'm sorry, most people who are lawful, most people who follow the law aren't opportunistic criminals. Not saying that they're not. Most people, even given the opportunity of seeing a store being looted, they're probably going to go, no, that's a crime, and move on. So that's what you would hope would happen. But anyway, this fucking 21-year-old idiot from San Bernardino found him on Facebook. So now he's going to get tried like a fucking adult. And my favorite part about all of this, that people don't seem to understand is these crimes that you're committing, if they become felonies, you lose your right to vote, you dumb fucks. Like, you lose your right to vote if you get caught and do this. So there was actually something that I did the other day. Let me see if I can find it. It's like PDX. Yeah, the PDX. GDC.com. This is the Bail and Fees Fund. This is the transparency sheet that they have for all the protesters that they're bailing out. So remember, these are peaceful protests. Mind you, these people have not only tried to set up in an illegal country within the, you know, Seattle and shit like that, but that's besides the point. Then either way, this is about Portland. So what's happening is these gullible people who are just guilty about something that they had no control over, are donating funds to people that they don't know. They're just giving money because they think that these protesters, these peaceful protesters, need to get bailed out. I'm sorry, but in what fucking world does a protester bail cost $25,000? That's more than an annual salary at, like, McDonald's. What world would a peaceful protester be charged with that kind of bail? It's insane. So I'm sorry, when you're giving out $25,000 in bail, we better find out what those fucking charges are and who they're going towards. Because I'm pretty sure that whoever donated all of this money, because like what, for June, you know, because this was done today, they've raised over $700,000. So they've raised over $500,000 to release these fucking criminals back onto the streets just so they can keep committing crimes. And if anybody says otherwise, that's bullshit, man. Because like, here's the thing. I'll agree with maybe like a $274.25 citation and bail fund. I'll agree with that. Might be a little slap on the wrist of, hey, you were doing civil disobedience, you locked down a road, you know, it was an unsafe and unpeaceful protest, so we're going to charge you for that. That's fair. That's something I can see. Okay, whatever, not a problem. Those people deserve to be back on the streets, even though they're running, like, you know, interference for these fucking criminals. But again, like, these thousands of dollars for bail reimbursements and protester bails and $7,000, like, these are crimes. These are egregious crimes that people are committing, and they're literally just being bailed out. It's insane. This is socialism at work. This is absolutely insane. Because what's happening is basically, who's that panda with the unrelated but the beard situation throws me off. Yeah, no, I understand. I went through some crazy shit last week, and for some reason I thought that I needed to shave my beard because my breath tasted like shit. Couldn't tell you why. And my mom was sitting there laughing at me. She's like, then just brush your teeth. But nope, for some reason I shaved. So, alright, we can sit here and troll through Twitter and we can try to find what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of pro-Trump things because I am a conservative, I am a Republican, and thanks to the left and thanks to the Democrats, I do something that they don't. I actually now sit here and watch the president. I sit here and listen to him, and I hear what he has to say and how he's addressing the people. He's a fucking good leader. I don't care what anybody says. Don't care what anybody says. His track record speaks volumes for anybody who's currently going against him. Sorry. And you can try arguing that, that's fine. I will sit here and find you proof, and I will make you listen to the words he says and the things that he's done and show you that you're just flat wrong on this one. But most people don't want to be proven wrong. They don't want to be shown facts. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and check out some of my tweets and my replies to people because this is fun, right? So this is cool. There's a huge thing going on right now, right? So apparently Aunt Jemima is being under attack because it's a slave thing and it's all racist and all this other nonsense, which is just... Oh god, first you want to defund the police and now you're going after Aunt Jemima. Jesus Christ, like really? Come on, people. Breakfast is under attack now? You're really going to attack breakfast? Anyway, let's see what Patricia Dixon said. So Nancy Green, aka Aunt Jemima, was born into slavery. That's not cool, but hey, she was born into slavery. You know, unfortunate. She was a magnificent cook. When she was freed, she rolled her talent into a cooking brand that GM bought and used her likeness. She died in 1923 as one of America's first black millionaires. I'm sorry, man, but systemic racism doesn't make black millionaires, that's for fucking sure. But hey, what do I know? I'm just white, right? So, no, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. Oh, here we go. Because apparently people don't understand what racism actually is. Racism is the prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. That is the definition of racism. At what point does it talk about anything on power? I'll give you a huge fucking clue here. It doesn't. It just doesn't, okay? So, anyway, it's the definition of racism here, right? So this whole entire post of mine was started, and excuse me, I had to call. But this whole entire post of mine was started because, what is it, Bernice King, Be a King, goes, you know, the statement, let's invite more black people to the table, is apparently inherently racist because it implies ownership of the table and control of who is invited. So apparently racism is about power. No, to me that sounds like a diversity statement. Saying like, hey, you know what, we should probably get more black people on the table. Nobody's talking about ownership. Nobody says, I own this table and I want more black people here. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is, hey, maybe we should invite more people. You know, what's wrong about that? That's inclusionary. That's equality right there. They're literally saying, hey, we should bring more people in. And somehow now it's racist and about power? Like, come on. So this fucking person, let's go ahead and click on their account. Let's see. Oh, go fucking figure. Guarantee you, she's racist. She's essentially a black supremacist. End of fucking story. She believes that she's superior about anything because her race. You know, I mean, I guarantee you, if we go through her thread and, yo, who's that? Allersick with the follow, my man. Farm them EU viewers, large stream of being a thief. I hope you're okay. He's still a twat though. Yes, I am still a twat. Thank you so much for the 22-month sub in a row, man. Greatly appreciate it. So let's go ahead and thank Allersick for that one. It's kind of stupid that I gotta do the whole Pride thing, but it's Pride Month. Hey, we're gonna roll with it. You know what I mean? To me, that's sexist, and that's actually pushing agenda. I don't think that's right, but that's just me. So, let's see. Okay, so black women experience higher rates of diseases and suffer from stressors of systemic racism. Girl Trek is an organization team walks to foster health and healing. When women walk together, talk together, says co-founder Team Morgan. Everything changed. Yep, your walks do everything. You got it. I know those annual walks for breast cancer really cure breast cancer. They're really curing it. So I fully agree with those walks. I agree with raising awareness. I agree with raising funds for that shit, but I don't agree with where the funds go. Oh yeah, hey, do you guys want to see something fun? You know all those cities that are currently having riots and these massive protests, but yet everybody else is locked down? Yeah, look at who actually runs them. Oh, it's Democrats. So, I'm going to be everywhere today, by the way. Just trying thinking you'd be repeating bullshit that most others are, but thank fuck, you actually seem to make sense. I'm trying to do what I can. I'm going to be all over the place about this because, let's be real here, man. The mainstream media is all over the place. The fucking, the corrupt politicians are all over the place. They make no sense. They are specifically touting the doctrination of rules for thee, but not for me. So I have to sit here in a lockdown. My whole entire state is locked down. We're slowly opening back up, but somehow in Philadelphia, my major metropolitan area, there's allowed to be protests by the tens of thousands. But when I go to my local corner shop to go get fucking beer for the end of the night, we gotta be wearing masks. We gotta be 6 feet apart, man. Like, it's ridiculous. So how are you gonna tell me that needs to happen, but then protest by the tens of thousands, shoulder to shoulder, walking through the streets of Philadelphia is perfectly okay? It's fucking insane. It's failed Democrat policies, and it's absolutely insane. Speaking of failed Democrat policies, let's just go ahead and listen to fucking Sleepy Joe Biden, this fucking racist cunt. I don't know if my audio is working, by the way. Have your protest in your backyard with barbecue. Fucking right, man. Fucking right. From what I've been saying, oh shit, Democrat. Yeah, it's all Democrat-controlled areas, starving themselves, creating border walls, hiring private security. Yup. Everything they're against. Exactly, man. Exactly. It's so fucking stupid. All right, so. Okay, so this is going.
For 1 out of every 3 children born in America today is born into poverty, and whole generations are trapped in our inner cities, wasting away day by day without hope.
So that was, I'm sorry, what was that? May 5th, 1980. I wasn't even fucking born yet. This was a year before I was born. This dude has been running for fucking a Democrat senator, whatever the fuck he is. He's a Democrat, end of story. But he's been in politics for over 30 years. I'm 31. I'm turning 32 next month, guys. He's been in politics longer than I have. He's sitting here talking about impoverished areas and, you know, how people are wasting away in the cities. You control them. You're the one who signed the goddamn crime bill that puts black people in jail. And then Joe Biden has the audacity to sit here and say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. I'm sorry, people, but come on. You're really going to sit here with this insanity and vote Democrats again? When you want to talk about systemic racism, you want to talk about oppression and whatnot, how about we talk about this thing called insanity, where you're doing the same thing over and over and over and over, and what are you doing? Oh yeah, expecting different results, but because you're voting Democrat, the people who control these cities that are currently being overrun by, like, you know, little militant fascist groups of fucking literal college dropouts, you're not going to get change here. No, you're going to get more oppression. Not only that, like, have you seen Chaz, Chop, whatever the fuck these guys want to call it? Because they can't figure out a name. They can't. Because guess what? they don't want to have power, but somebody's gonna have to get power. Somebody's gonna have to control power and start enforcing rules. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. They don't want people to lick the boot unless it's their boot being licked. End of story. And not only that, anytime somebody tells you that you're a bootlicker because you support police or the military because they make us actually safe in our communities in our country, and they want to call you a bootlicker, just tell them, don't kink shame me, bro. Their heads will implode because they can't do that. Remember, they can't do that. That's intolerant, man. Now you're kink shaming. What? We're gonna make fun of you because you like being a fucking furry? Oh, excuse me. No, so Panda, you're actually more than welcome to make comments. Actually, let me see if I can find this interaction that I had with somebody yesterday, because somebody approached me and they sat here and tried talking shit to me, and they're from like the UK or whatever. And I immediately hit them with hostility, and they're like, "Whoa, dude, you don't need to be like that, man." I'm like, "Well, you're the one who's actually being disrespectful here. You're not even from my country. You don't know what actually happens in my country. And then on top of that, you're trying to tell me I'm wrong or what we're doing's wrong. Like, no, you don't get an opinion here. You don't live here. This isn't your country." Now, don't get me wrong. People can share their opinion. I don't disagree. But like, look at this. Migrant boats yesterday are landing by UK authorities in Dover and Ramsgate. You have fucking migrant boats docking in your countries, and people are just flooding into it. Like, I'm sorry. At least America doesn't have that shit happening just yet. I mean, we might. I don't know. But like, either way. You think mainstream media is going to fucking tell us? Fuck no. No way. Yeah, no, this affects everybody. This affects everybody because this is currently a global Marxist Stalinistic fucking movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, that's affecting every fucking goddamn country. And you're having Antifa literally sit here and harass your cops. The UK and London and all these people and whatnot, they are hands down, you are the most vulnerable people in the world right now because you can't even A, carry guns, and B, you live in a goddamn nanny state. Your police don't carry anything but batons. They can't stop anybody. They see people coming at them with weapons because guess what? Criminals don't give a shit about laws. They're gonna arm themselves. Yeah, the police are gonna fucking run away. You have no safety here. You have no recourse here, man. You try to defend yourself, people are going to try to get you on murder charges and shit like that. Like, I see justified shootings every day now. I call them, justice. Like, oh, this is cool. I saw this today. People are going to say this is racist, right?
Camera.
Some Chinese lady just fucking sitting there, blew her nose, wiping it right on the fucking bench.
And like has a little
I'm
thing
sorry?
that says it has a camera
Excuse me?
to take pictures and stuff.
Like, hello? When I saw that, I couldn't believe what I fucking saw. I literally could not believe what I saw. Like, it's basically the same as just walking into a corner of a grocery store and taking a fucking shit. Because I've seen that before. I've seen that on security footage. It was a woman, go figure. I don't know if she was of any Asian ethnicity or anything like that. And that's not racist. But it still comes down to, I don't know her ethnicity. But it was a fucking woman who literally just pulled her fucking skirt down, popped a shit, pulled everything back up, and continued walking in a goddamn grocery store. That's insane. Don't know what country it was. Fuck, man. Bro, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know what to say either, man. This shit's insane, man. This shit's insane. This shit is fucking insane. Oh, yeah, see, alright, so Panda, you actually... Oh, thank God. I knew I liked fucking Dalek for a reason. Yeah. That dude looked back and, like, I'm shocked he didn't just get up and knock her straight the fuck out. Oh, this is fun. This is actually fun. So... Raise your hand if you think Antifa's fascists. Raise your hand if you understand that when they say that they're anti-fascist, they actually mean anti-capitalism. Raise your hand that you understand that Antifa was actually used by Nazis in order to gain control back in the 30s. Okay, so now that I understand this, hopefully you guys do too. Watch this video.
Fascist. Antifa is the modern day brown shirt. You are the modern day brown shirt. Antifa, it's literally, there's nothing more hypocritical than the Antifa movement in America. Y'all are the modern day brown shirts. You beat people in the streets. You burn down churches. Okay, that's Antifa. You are burning down. Okay, back in the 30s and 40s, fascists, they burned down synagogues. What do y'all do today? Okay,
I'm
well, Antifa
Jewish.
is burning down churches in
I love that argument. I love that argument. You guys burned down synagogues. I'm Jewish. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that they burnt down synagogues. Just because you go with this anti-fascist ideology, that's the thing. They're getting these young, gullible kids to buy into this anti-fascist ideology, and they make it seem like, you know, the American government is fascist. Oh, there's my alarm. Hold on. Yeah, I still have my morning alarms going. So anyway, Antifa defines anti-fascism as anti-capitalism. America is capitalistic by nature. Capitalism solves oppression systemically. Capitalism solves racism systemically. Capitalism is one of the best systems to truly bring people out of poverty and make them into something. The only trick is you have to do it yourself. You can't get just help from everybody. Now you can get loans and you can do that. But a lot of people don't get this either. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean you can't start a business. Oh no. Like, everyone's like, well, I can't get a job, I'm a felon. So go fucking start mowing lawns, dude. You bang on somebody's door and say, hey, I'll mow your lawn for $20. Guess what? They'll be like, all right. Most likely, as long as you're not a prick about it. You know, as long as you're not trying to extort them about it. But if it's a service that they need and it's something that they're willing to pay for, boom, now you can start mowing lawns. You start mowing lawns, you do that for a block, man, yo, that's good money right there. That's maybe like a hard-earned day worth of money. You know, you could do that on a weekly basis. Now you can start making it into a landscaping business. Now you can start hiring people. Now you're an entrepreneur. Now you're fucking creating jobs. Oh my God, now you're helping your community. And what? You have a record? Who fucking cares, man? You're the one giving jobs out, and people don't get this. Like, this is how a capitalist society works, and this is how capitalism works. The only thing is they don't want to put the work in. Nobody does. They want the government to give it to them. Why? Because they're Democrats, and that's all Democrats ever do. Basically, and I learned this from the Hodge twins, because goddamn it, are they a great fucking, you know, duo. It's I want to say two mixed brothers or whatever, because they're very light skinned, but they're black, you know. But they basically say, like, you know, Democrats are basically like, hey, you want this fish? You want this fish? Well, you better go fucking get it. That's it. They dangle it in front of you every day, and then they make you go chase for it. Fucking insane. Anyway, let's go back to this video.
America.
Because that way I live here, and I don't want you here.
Right here. I live here. I don't want you here. I'm okay with hurting you. Fascism. They are willing to use force to shut down and stop different opinions. That is textbook fascism, man. That's fucking textbook fascism. And I'm sorry, it's illegal to do that, by the way. It's illegal to hurt people or to impose your will through force just because you don't agree with somebody. That's what Antifa does. The moment you say something they don't agree with, that's aggressing on them, and they feel that they can return with violence. It's fucking children. It's children. It's basically people who were never fucking spanked as they grew up. But anyway, this fucking prick.
I'm okay if they're here. I'm okay if they're here. I'm okay if they're here.
Like,
I'm telling
what's up,
you,
Fab? How you doing,
Antifa
man?
is a terrorist organization in the sense that... Okay.
It's not an organization. So first off, it actually is. So the thing is, it's not an actual organization. There's no Antifa, but there's Rose City Antifa. There's actual literal cells that have merchandise. You can go to their websites and buy hoodies and shit. They're little black block hoodies, so that way you can hide your identity and whatnot. Even though you got these little screeching weasels going like, it's not an organization. Sure, okay. That's why, like, what is it, the John Brown Gun Club or whatever that's currently in Seattle that's doing fucking, you know, the hired armed services or whatever of fucking Chaz Chop, this fucking stupid little commune. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Antifa itself is not an organization. Correct. It is an ideology. Correct. That is fascist. Again, correct. Factually true. And historically true. And there are independent cells in every city that literally calls themselves Antifa. Generally, like, it'll be like Philly Antifa or something like that. Like, you know, like LA Antifa or like Anti-LA or some shit like that. You know, they're really not creative with their names, man. It's normally anti-whatever or like, you know, whatever city they're in, Antifa. It's fucking stupid. But regardless, there's independent cells, there's legitimate organizations. This kid has no fucking idea what he's talking about because, again, he wants to just say, oh, no, it's an ideology. We're against fascism, not actually talking about, no, we're against capitalism. That's why we burn down fucking, you know, urban neighborhoods. I'll get on that one in a minute. We need to finish this video because I keep stopping it. Yeah, they're literally fucking... Exactly, dude. It's an organization. Oh, you didn't get hired. You didn't get fucking enlisted or whatever. You're still fucking... It's part of an organization. You have a handbook, for fuck's sake. Yeah, no, it's all... Everybody here, they have one thing in common. They're all fucking unemployed.
You burn down buildings. Okay. You beat people.
You burn down buildings. Okay.
You loot. You beat the out of people you disagree with.
Nazis, yep, and also looting is cool and good and you should do it. Looting is cool and good and you should do it. Looting is cool and good and you should do it.
Okay, so
What?
all of those things, that is fascist. Do you understand that you are a fascist?
What do you think fascism is?
Silencing the voice of people you disagree with. It's a yeah.
Does fascist mean anything? Who really gives a
Calling me a fascist. Do anything.
So, do you see that? Do you see that? First, he's fascist, he's a Nazi. Now he's racist. So first they're changing their tune the moment he actually starts calling them out on their bullshit. Mind you, I've seen the actual start of this video. I know what happened and how they got to this position. This dude, from my understanding, is a gay guy who walked into Chaz Chop. He was accompanied by a black man who was literally wearing a MAGA hat and wrapped up in the American flag. They got harassed the entire way through Chop, man. Chaz Chop, whatever you want to call it. They got harassed the entire way simply because they were wearing a MAGA hat and they had difference of opinions. And they saw some aggression, like the guy who's talking to him and trying to explain, you know, what Antifa is and how they're actually fascists. He was assaulted. The hat he was wearing was knocked off his head. I don't care how little of an assault that is, that's still fucking assault. You put your hands on another person, you now assaulted them. That is a criminal charge. Not only that, guess what? If this person truly thought that their life was in danger, well, by the law, they're now allowed to start shooting you, you fucking morons. Oh yeah, did you forget about the Bill of Rights and how Americans actually carry guns? Yeah, about that. Yeah. So I watched somebody in Albuquerque who got harassed and assaulted by one of these little Antifa weasels. They hit him with a skateboard, then the group chased him down. The group was literally yelling after him, "We're going to kill you." He eventually pulled out a gun and shot one of the kids. Justified shooting. And they're trying to charge him for murder, but guess what? When that goes to a jury of his peers, because that's how the judicial system works here in America, they're probably going to see the evidence because so many people are recording on their little iPhones. Thank you, capitalism. And they're going to say, no, that was justified. He's good. Because, fuck, man, I got a justice boner off that because that was 100% justified. Fuck these people. Did you notice how most of these people are white, too? Isn't that funny? I hope you don't have to deal with these in IRL. Luckily, no, I live in the suburbs. I generally don't deal with these. I go to local and small businesses who understand the importance of local and small businesses and their family run and everything like that. And, you know, like my local beer shop, they've been concerned about me and they're like, dude, like you're going crazy. You need to calm down, which is why I'm doing things like this to show you that I promise you I'm not crazy. The world is. So... And you really need to start hearing like a different opinion and voice, especially conservatives, because everybody else is liberal in this world. And look at me, not just because I'm white, but dude, I'm tattooed. I live an alternate lifestyle in a sense, you know, like I'm a stoner, like I'm a conservative. I'm a registered Republican. I've been since I was 18 because I understand that fuck, man, Democrats are insane and they're racist. They're inherently racist. Democrats voted against to free the slaves. Democrats voted against to give freed slaves their rights. Democrats voted against civil rights in the 60s. Who voted for all that? Oh yeah, Republicans. Oh, did you know that Antifa and the Black Lives Matter movement also wanted to fucking deface and tear down the Abraham Lincoln statue? Oh yeah, the president who, I don't know, abolished slavery. Jesus Christ, these people are fucking insane. You also play Albion? Yes, I do. I'll be playing Albion later tonight. The morning streams are going to be this rational response squad stuff to where I'm going to show you like what's currently going on and like my opinions of it and everything. It's going to get very repetitive, but it's still fun.
Young man, you know nothing about me. You know nothing about me. You're the one defending
There you go.
out of people. You're the one defending. Beating the
So yeah, as you can see, these guys defend just violence, and it's just absolutely insane because it's just that's a crime. That's a crime. End of story. That's a crime. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what somebody says. The moment you lay your hands on somebody, that's a fucking crime. Like that was in addition to your list. Oh, I'm white tattooed. All right. So anyway, that's. But where's? Here we go. Okay, here we go. So this is fun. Antifa movement. This is from Germany, right? This is also from Wikipedia. I have a lot of these cool little snippets because I've been doing this for like a month now. So the Antifa movement in Germany was composed of multiple far-left autonomous. Ooh, isn't that familiar? The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Oh, militant groups and individuals who describe themselves as anti-fascist, according to the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution and the Federal Agency for Civic Education. The use of the epithet fascist against opponents and the understanding of capitalism as a form of fascism are central to the movement. So basically, they're opponents against capitalism. Like, these people don't like capitalism. End of story. That's really what it comes down to. So anyway, modern Antifa has its roots from the West German. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but basically it was the German Antifa was used as the militant part of the Nazi Party to help get them established in power. And really what happened was, because Antifa doesn't care about anything other than their ideology and trying to inject socialism into any government, that's why they helped the Nazis, because the Nazis had socialists in their fucking party name. It was the National Republic Socialist Commie Party of Germany, or whatever the fuck it was. It doesn't matter. They're fucking Nazis. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know. So again, socialism, not National Socialism. Exactly. Like, it still comes down to they were socialists. So yeah, socialism is inherently evil. End of story. Actually, let's see if we can find. So here's Antifa. This is for the American stuff, right? So they're predominantly left-wing, anti-fascist political movement, United States, comprising of a diverse array of autonomous activist groups that aim to achieve their objectives through the use of direct action rather than policy reform. That's not what we do here in America. We don't do things through direct action. We don't use force to get what we want. We use policy reform. We go through the proper processes and channels to make adjustments to our Constitution and Bill of Rights, and that's how we make changes in this country. That's how we've done it since the fucking establishment of this country. That's how we've done it since fucking 1776, and that's how we will continue to do it. We do not bend to the will of fascists. We have a better track record of fighting fascism than these little fucking weasels, that's for sure. These guys literally put in Hitler. Like, they literally put in Hitler. It just blows my mind. So anybody who sits here and say, I'm an Antifa, it's like, you are basically a Nazi then. And you don't get it because you don't know your history, because instead of learning from your history, you'd rather tear down statues because you think it's so oppressive. No, the reason why people are tearing down these statues is because the Democrats don't want you to remember that these Confederate fucking people were Democrats. Yeah, these racist fucking pricks were Democrats. Why do you think they enjoy everybody tearing it down? So anyway, individuals involved in Antifa hold anti-authoritarian and anti-capitalist views. Authoritarian, but yet they don't really allow you to do whatever you want in their autonomous zone. They kind of use militant and authoritarian tactics to silence you. Kind of sounds like Nazi shit to me. Anyway, they subscribe to a wide range of left-wing ideologies such as anarchism. I'm kind of cool with that. I personally believe in anarchy, kind of. Like, I don't think that true law-abiding citizens really need a rule of law to live peacefully. That's me. But, from the riots have shown us, the masses and the idiots in this society, they need a rule of law and they need a police force to keep them in check because, well, they're just fucking retarded. But anyway, so anarchism, communism, Marxism, social democracy, and socialism. Social democracy is wrong. No. This is not a popularity contest. New York and California do not get to determine our elections. That's not how this works, because then you are ignoring the rest of the fucking goddamn country, and that's not what the country wants. That's why we are a republic that has democratically elected officials who represent us. So, learn how U.S. works before you try to just say, like, oh, we need to be the... Like, it's fucking insane. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. I just... and of course socialism. But anyway, both the name Antifa and the logo flags representing anarchism and communism derived from the German Antifa movement, and the German Antifa movement got the Nazis involved. It's just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I don't know enough about ANCAP and anarchy in general to really comment on it, so I'll have to look into it more. So basically, think about it this way. Left-wing anarchists, right? They're basically the hippies living on the communes, just living free, you know, eating whatever they want right off the land. They're the ones who live in hippie communes, right? So that's like left-wing anarchism. I don't necessarily disagree with it. That's fine. But they're also going to go like, well, capitalism's inherently bad, man. So like, fine, whatever. You want to do a hippie commune, man? Like, you guys can live in the woods. I don't care. Like, you're free to do that. You don't hurt people. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you think or believe in, because you pose no threat to people, and you're not going to impose your will because that goes against what you believe. Right-wing anarchists are basically ANCAPs. So like they're probably going to believe like rule of law is going to come down to like capitalist society or whatever. Like the businesses are going to decide. So like, just as an example, right? I'm allowed to carry a gun. I'm allowed to conceal carry a gun. I'm allowed to legally walk into any business regardless with my firearm on. Even if they have a sign that says no guns allowed, I'm still allowed to legally walk into that business. But the moment somebody finds out that I have a gun, whether it's I'm printing or I bend down and they see the butt of my gun and they alert somebody, and then they say, sir, you need to remove yourself. You're currently carrying a firearm and that goes against our policies. Please leave. Well, now I have a legal obligation to remove myself from the premises before the authorities are called. Because if I do not move and I do not leave, I am now breaking the law. See how this works? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, simple. So that's why, you know, companies and businesses are allowed to do essentially what they want within reason. So, you know, just as an example, does everybody remember that bakery that apparently wouldn't make the cake for the gay couple or whatever? Like, do you remember that whole entire outrage? Because that story was blown out of proportion, by the way. Essentially what happened was okay, so you remember Tyler. Do you know the YouTuber J-Rag? No. You would like him. All right, I'll have to look into him. If you want, like, PM me the link or something like that. And I'm trying to get to all the comments, guys. Like, you know, it's kind of hard to like keep everything going. But anyway, so really what that issue about the cake was, it wasn't about making the cake. The company was fine with that. The company was not okay with what they had to write for them. So they said, no, I'm not going to personalize and write, you know, like, you know, congratulations, like, just as an example, like Ben and Ben. Like, I'm not going to write that. That's within their legal right to say, no, I'm not going to do that. You know, you can't make somebody alter the way they think or their speech. Now, obviously, that's a bad way to handle it. You know, like me personally, even if it goes against my beliefs, I'm sorry, it's not worth my business. I'm just going to write whatever I need to do, maybe not do the best job because I don't care, and then, you know, hopefully get more business because I'm sorry, I'd rather get business from the gay community than get on their bad side because, sorry, capitalism, baby. Let's fucking make money off these people. If we can pry on their stupid emotions and benefit from that, it's capitalism. There's nothing wrong with it. What do you think the Black Lives Matter and the Democrat Party are currently doing? Like, what? Like, come on. All right, so what do we want to talk about now? Oh, do we want to talk about how this dude just fucking pushed a 92-year-old woman and she got hit in the head with she fell and hit her head on a fire hydrant? But don't worry, we're going to defund the police and call social workers, right? How about, you know, parents raising their kids to just beat up on little white kids because of racism? Yeah, no, that's actually racist, by the way. Having your kids beat on little white girls for no reason other than she's white. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. This is what I'm talking about. I need to stand 6 feet apart from somebody when I go pick up beer at my local store. This is Philadelphia. This is my major metropolitan city. I think this is Philadelphia. It doesn't matter if it's Philadelphia or not. It still comes down to the fact that this is basically every goddamn fucking city where the rest of the nation is currently locked down in their homes. Rules for thee, but not for me. As long as you're protesting police brutality, you know, you're good to do whatever you want, and COVID doesn't affect you. But if you go out to the bar, if you want to go to a Trump rally, if you want to do anything and go back to your life, well, you better fucking, you know, COVID's gonna get you. COVID's gonna get you. So, it's pretty fucking stupid. That's all I gotta say. What else can we... Yeah, it's exactly. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. Oh! This is good. This is good.
For George Floyd's youth to the feckless, hypocritical, virtue-signaling Democrat leaders of America. You took the time to kneel for George Floyd so you could pretend to care about black people, but I know the truth you continue to ignore. So now allow me to call you on the carpet for your many failures in the black community that you refuse to acknowledge. How about kneeling to acknowledge that the worst riots and the worst instances of police brutality in this country are in your cities alone?
So I just need to say this right now. If I was to say this shit, you're not going to believe me because I'm white. That's called racism, by the way. But if you hear it from other people, you can't call me racist, right?
You are the common denominator. How about kneeling to apologize for having some of the lowest minority, literacy, and graduation rates, but some of the highest single motherhood, abortion, and black-on-black crime rates in your own districts that you yourselves represent? How about kneeling for the millions upon millions of black children who never got a chance to live because your friends over at Planned Parenthood butchered them before they even had a chance to be born? How about kneeling for the untold numbers of my ancestors who were lynched by your former counterparts in the KKK for simply daring to ask to be treated as equals? They did.
Oh yeah, did you know that, by the way? Democrat Party actually kind of like started the KKK and they like give them funding and everything like that. But they're going to try to frame it like it's the Republicans who did it and the Republicans are racist. But guess what? That's not the case. We have history on our side. Republicans aren't racist at all. There's some, sure, you know, but like there's more on the left. Don't fucking give me that.
They didn't get justice. And even today, by kneeling and apologizing for your white privilege, you still don't treat us as equals. You feel like you have to apologize for your privilege because deep down, you still think that you're better than us by default. If you'd actually held your friend Amy Klobuchar accountable for not prosecuting Derek Chauvin when she had the chance to after he had 10 complaints filed against him in his 19 years with the Minneapolis police force, maybe George Floyd would still be alive. The fact of the matter is, if you had to take a knee for every black life lost needlessly due to your failed leadership, you would be on your knees forever. The only black lives that matter to you are the ones that fit your agenda. You know it, I know it, and the world knows it too. Your party is the one that filibustered for months to prevent the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Your party is the one that only had 23% support of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, and had 0% support for the 14th Amendment, which granted freed slave citizenship, and also 0% support for the 15th Amendment, which gave us the right to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what was that? Republicans are racist, right? Even though Republicans voted in favor for all three of those amendments. Who's the racist here? I'll tell you what, not conservatives, not Republicans. It's the fucking Democrats. End of story. End of story. If you really think that Democrats aren't fucking racist, you have no idea about any form of history in this country. And that's fine, because guess what? The Democrats have nonstop remove funding from, education. They do not teach American history, because guess what? American history is black history, by the way. They're closely intertwined. And it still comes down to the fact that, nobody even knows our fucking civic process. Nobody knows how, elections work or, the popular vote versus the electoral college. I used to be on the fence of, the electoral college is systemically racist, blah, blah, blah. We need to get rid of it and whatnot. But I didn't know a better way. There's no better way, because there's no way a popularity contest should ever determine who's the goddamn president of the United fucking States. I don't care if the majority of Americans voted, because again, Democrats commit mail fraud constantly. Like, it's insane. I don't trust Democrats at all. But it still comes down to the fact that if you think that the election should be determined by the popular vote, you are literally removing the voices of most Americans who do not agree with that. You're eliminating your voice from the people that Congress represents. And therefore, you are making a mockery of our entire process and our electoral process. It's not a perfect process. I will admit that. I don't like the two-party system. I have no problem admitting that. But guess what? The Electoral College is one of the closest things that we have to not perfection, but at least to a fair fucking system. Because after all, last I checked was most of Washington didn't want Donald Trump elected. He got elected. Sorry. I'm really liking these odds here. Why did they not want this dude elected? Oh, because he's going to start shaking things up and actually showing people how fucked up our goddamn government is, because it's all corrupt Democrats and politicians. These people are career politicians. They've been in office since longer than I've been alive. They've been in office way longer than I've been alive, and they've done nothing. Trump has done more in his first 4 terms, and I know this because I've not only seen his speeches, but I've actually seen the executive orders that he's been fucking writing and everything like that. He's done more for the black community than the fucking Democrats ever have. So there's one speech that he has, and he even says this, and it's really mind-blowing. Let's finish this video, and I'll get into my stance on Trump and shit like that.
The policies you have
Someone
implemented
spoke
have been the figurative knees on the necks of my people for centuries. And it is because of you and your failed leadership that many of us still can't breathe today. But I've got news for every last one of you. If you think all you have to do is shamelessly pander and kneel to get the support of people like me, if you think you can wear the kente cloths of the Ashanti, an African tribe known for selling their own people into slavery, if you think you can tear down statues and rename buildings and roads to hide your sordid history from everyone, if you think that's all it takes to win over my people, if you think our skin color will keep us from thinking critically, you've got another thing coming. I'm Nemani Felder, and that was absolutely nothing but common sense.
Fucking love that dude. That dude's smart. So give me a second. I'm getting a little warm. When you start talking politics and whatnot, you get all like, amped up and hot. So peace made him out. All right, take it easy, Bix. It's good to see you, man. Defunding police, less training, hold Floyd death like dude. So here, let's talk about Mr. Floyd, right? Like, let's talk about him. First things first. We're obviously gonna say what everybody saw a couple weeks ago was an absolute tragic event that should have never fucking happened. End of story. Should have never happened. Everybody agrees with that. There was not a single person in America who would sit here and go, no, that was deserved. Nobody in their right mind would ever say that. This is one time that all across the board, everybody agreed with it. And what did they do? Not even 3 days later, they literally burnt down their fucking city. That's why I have no sympathy for what's going on. That's why I have, like, when people are like, oh, these peaceful protests. Sorry, no. First night, you guys were fucking rioting. First night, you guys were burning down low-income housing in black communities. First fucking night of these protests and riots, you literally burnt down an entire urban, like, community. I'm sorry, but, like, you want to talk about systemic racism. Like, you guys just burnt down fucking generational wealth. Like, this is insane. Yo, Tyler with the sub. Thank you so much, man. I greatly appreciate that, man. Here's a sub for you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate the support. So it just blows my mind that, like, people are sitting here trying to say that we're fighting systemic racism, yet they're going into these urban neighborhoods. And I'm not saying urban as in, like, oh, it's all black and impoverished or, like, low income. No, they're going into cities and they're literally burning down businesses. A lot of these businesses are fucking black owned. How are you going to justify this and say Black Lives Matter after that? How? Did their lives matter when you burnt down their fucking livelihood? Their business that they could have then gave to their sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters. They could have gave it to their family, and this generational wealth now starts building. You want to get people out of poverty, man. You can't burn down their businesses. Like, it mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. It's absolutely fucking insane how these people will just sit here and somehow justify this shit. It just blows my mind, right? So this is actually cool too. I love this. So Trump signed an executive order regarding police reform. So basically it bans chokeholds unless it's a life or death situation. And I got a hair on my tongue. So he did this. Obama and Biden never did shit, by the way. Never did shit. And notice how nobody there is wearing a mask. Nobody's standing 6 feet apart. Like, thank God we're finally getting some fucking normalcy and we're getting back to our lives, because COVID was a fucking scamdemic, man. It was a fucking... I'm not saying it was a hoax, but it was definitely blown out of proportion in that regard. You know what I mean? So that's why I think it is mostly a hoax, because I really think it's blown way out of proportion. Blown way out of proportion. It's basically the common cold, man. What do you think coronavirus is? It's the common cold. It's just this one kind of affects your respiratory system a little bit more. And really, unless you're old, like, you don't really have much to worry about that, or like you have pre-existing conditions like diabetes and shit. Oh yeah, by the way, this is what I love too, because this is failed Democrat policies. But apparently George Floyd tested positive for COVID. With the way the policies are working now, because he died with COVID in his system, that's actually technically a COVID death. So technically Chauvin didn't kill him because COVID did. We saw the video. We know how he died, but like technically COVID was in his system, and with the way hospitals are and the way they're treating COVID cases, COVID killed him. sounds like bullshit, right? Yeah, because it is. All right, anyway. Let's talk about Nancy Pelosi, this fucking lunatic. If you've ever watched wrestling, which is predetermined, it's not necessarily fake, but if you've ever watched wrestling, or more importantly, any form of UFC or MMA, you will understand why this is absolutely insane that anybody could ever say this.
Would it be a deal breaker if Senate Republicans don't include an outright ban on chokeholds?
Well, I think that I can't imagine they wouldn't have a ban on chokeholds. Let's get reasonable. Chokehold is a lynching. It's a strangulation. It's a lynching.
I'm sorry. It's a lynching? It's a lynching? A chokehold is a lynching? Like, are you seriously going to try to... First off, she has no idea if chokeholds are even banned, which from my understanding they are and were. Now there's an executive order saying you cannot use them unless it's a life or death situation. Cool. That's flat across the board now. The president said that. You know, I agree with that. Hey, shouldn't have taken an executive order, but then again, and now he's holding people to higher standards. There's apparently going to be a database there for complaints against cops, which most police precincts apparently already had that, but now it's becoming standard and everybody needs to have it and they got to get up to snuff. So the president has done what he can, because it's very limited on what he can do. The only thing he can really do to override things is executive order. So when people are like, oh, he's going nuts with this shit. Sorry, this is literally the only thing he can do legally. What do you want? You know? So anyway, define lynching. Lynch. Of a mob. Kill someone, especially by hanging, for an alleged offense with or without a legal trial. How is a chokehold a fucking lynching, Nancy Pelosi? You out-of-touch fucking old hag? Like, hello? Again, go watch fucking any MMA fight. You're gonna seriously tell me that people don't get in chokeholds to get them to choke out and to win the fight? It's not a lynching. It's one of the probably more safer things you can do to fucking neutralize a target or opponent. Because, yeah, you're cutting off the oxygen. Yeah, that's a dangerous thing. Yeah, you might be able to suffocate and kill them. But if you're trained and you know what you're doing, you're not going to do that. Because the moment they go limp, you immediately let go. So you don't kill them. But a lynching? First off, it even says right here, especially by hanging. So chokehold's not a hang. You fucking out-of-touch person. God, Nancy Pelosi's insane. She's absolutely insane. Let's just go ahead and hear this one more time. Because again, I can't believe how insane this was and how out of touch she is.
Would it be a deal breaker if Senate Republicans don't include an outright ban on chokeholds?
Well, I think that I can't imagine they wouldn't have a ban on chokeholds.
First off, I can't imagine that they wouldn't have a ban on chokeholds. Yeah, because you have no fucking idea what type of policies you even put forth, because you don't actually represent the people in your fucking goddamn district. Because if you looked at it, you would see how goddamn impoverished it is and how fucking much they live in squalor, because this bitch just sit here and chills in her mansion. Fuck her.
Let's get reasonable. Chokehold is a lynching.
It's lynching. And she's gonna sit here with that goddamn shit-eating grin and try to be like, it's a lynching.
It's a strangulation. It's a lynching.
Fuck you, Nancy Pelosi. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Fuck you. God damn it. That shit pisses me off. God. Fuck Nancy Pelosi. Oh yeah, this actually kind of scared me, by the way. Apparently the next 5 months spell out chasing. July, August, September, October, November. No! But yeah, that's kind of scary, man. But yeah, so right there, yeah, if you're trained, if you defund the police, guess what happens? Guess what happens? That training doesn't happen. That money that they're getting, that is next to nothing. Thankfully, they're not living paycheck to paycheck, thank God, because then nobody would ever be a cop, other than the people who just try to do it out of the kindness of their own fucking hearts. But it's just, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So let's see. Can we find any like new news? Oh, okay.
We're back. And I And the more I thought about it, I thought, well, now suppose I were black, and my grandson and I were out on the highways in the wee hours of the morning, or midnight, and I stopped at a place to get that little grandson a glass of water, or to have it go to the restroom, and there's a sign, whites only. Black people love their grandsons as much as I love mine, and that's just not right.
But
and
so this is in 2005. This guy just sat here saying, if I were black and I wanted to go to like a gas station to get my grandson water or to go to the bathroom, and then saw a segregated list. What?
The more I thought about it, I thought, well, now suppose I were black, and my grandson and I were out on the highways in the wee hours of the morning, or midnight, and I stopped at a place to get that little grandson a glass of water, or to have it go to the restroom.
I like how he says, or have it go to the restroom. Like he specifically says, you know, grandson, have it. Okay, weird choice of words, but obviously this dude's fucking senile and racist.
Whites only. Black people love their grandsons as much as I love mine, and that's just not right.
So apparently, like, what's not right here? Black people loving their grandsons just like he loves his? Or the whites only sign? Because whatever he just said, the sentence fragment and whatever the fuck he's trying to, whatever point he's trying to make, makes no sense in this 30-second clip, right? 34 seconds. So this just goes to show you why Twitter is really bad, and how people will spin things and whatever they can. Context is really important. So understanding the question and what led up to him say whatever the fuck he just said, it's kind of important. But at the same time, from this 34 seconds, we can tell that no matter what he's saying, he's an absolutely insane, out-of-touch Democrat. He's an old white fucking man who has no clue about the world around him or what really fucking happens in it, because no doubt he's a goddamn career politician and he's never actually fucking struggled a day in his life. End of story. So, fuck. Alright, so I guess that's the same thing. Oh, this is cool. I don't think I'm allowed to show this really on Twitch and whatnot, but basically this white girl's just getting beat up just for being white. You know, because racism is about power, by the way. It's not about, like, you know, thinking that you're better because of your skin color or anything like that, you know. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Don't I have this thing called an image that defines, oh yeah, what's racism again? The prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the beliefs that one's own race is superior. It has nothing to do with power. It has everything to do with your belief that you are superior simply because of your skin color. Or, well, race. But half the time it's depicted by skin color. So, is that racist? No. This is hey, who dat?
Of course it's gross. It's a sticker. I eat stickers all the time, dude.
Garbids? What's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Alright, so anyway, people saying it's nothing to do with training. They say, oh, they only get 900 hours. That's dumb. Whereas airline pilots get 200 hours of airtime and they have similar responsibility. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, people don't understand what they're actually arguing here. People want to talk about defunding the police, and like most sane Americans, when you say defund the police, that's not what they hear. Like, you know, whatever your mindset is, like, no, we actually mean reform. No, defund means remove funding from it. You can't just change the way words are defined. If you do that, you really have to go through a process. You can't just say, no, well, I think it's this. How are you, man? I'm doing all right. I'm doing a pretty crazy stream today. We're only an hour in, it looks like, and we've covered a lot of topics. Basically just how Democrats are really fucking racist. So, I started following this news publication, right? Safety Pin Daily. They're pretty progressive. And they basically just keep pushing the narrative of like racism in this country and shit like that. Excuse me. But one thing I really love about the Safety Pin Daily is how their name is basically an insult to them and their journalistic integrity, right? The Safety Pin Daily. Why do you think it's called the Safety Pin Daily? Because it's ran by a bunch of little white liberals who are fucking still wearing diapers who need safety pins to hold them up. That's why. End of story. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's ridiculous. My previous tweet still stands. Oh! Like, so does mine, dude. I'm not a nice person, by the way, because I don't give a fuck about feelings. I don't give a fuck about people. I mean, I do within reason. So anyway, this is how this started. Charlie Kirk posted about the Antifa is more fascist than anything, blah, 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 blah. So right here, Jake from State Farm 2.0 goes, how come there's no arrest from Antifa? Because it's all made up by the right wing. That's why. No, it's because literally when we arrest Antifa and they get arrested, they're immediately bailed the fuck out. Like, look at this. They have a bail fund or protester bail of $25,000, $7,000. Like, what are these charges? So, you know, I simply say, because they all get bailed out immediately, how does a peaceful protest get a bail of $25,000? That doesn't happen. This was some criminal charge. However, these GoFundMes that are financing criminal activity won't tell us who they're getting bailed out and what they're charged for. So this dude, John, just fucking chimes in, walks in out of nowhere, and goes, oh, you mean like how the Trump admin won't tell the American people which businesses and people steal money from the small business loan? Shark goes both ways. What the fuck is this dude even talking about? He provides no fucking proof or anything like that to his claims. He's not trying to refute what I'm saying or anything like that. And all I said was, what the fuck are you even talking about, dude? You're dumber than I originally thought. Excuse me? I'm trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about. So then, of course, he just basically says, like, you know, I'm still dumb. But it still comes down to, dude, he's yet to show me an intelligent thought, and he never even looked into his fucking mirror. So immediately, what I wound up doing was I equated him to Donnie from The Big Lebowski. It's probably going to take me a minute to try to find it, because I retweet and tweet and nonstop. I don't think I'll be able to find it, honestly. We might be able to. Oh yeah, here we go. The Albuquerque shooter. What's that in your hands, bud? Are those knives? So not only did you get shot for, you know, harassing this dude, but you did put his life in danger now because you apparently have weapons on you. So again, shooting was justified. Okay, so let's see here. Did you see the video of the black woman telling white people to leave the room on campus because... Yes, I did, dude. Tell me that's not fucking privilege and that's not fucking racist. That's so fucking... This bitch walks into a room and goes, white people, you need to leave. We don't feel safe here. Okay. You fucking racist. What the fuck? Where can I find that spreadsheet? It's on their site. So if you go to like pdx.com or whatever it is, here it is. So it's the GoFundMe, transparency, financial accountability, and whatnot. They'll tell you the bail fund and where the money's going, but they don't actually tell you what the bails are coming from. And this is for the Portland General Defense Committee. We play for keeps. So yeah, so here you go. Yeah. This is all information that's available to everybody. I do nothing other than just look into what's actually going on. You know what I mean? So this is just me giving you guys my opinion and just my views and thoughts of the world. So it's not like I'm trying to push a political agenda here, but I will always let you know that I am a registered Republican, I am a conservative, and I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't care about God. Do I believe in abortion? I believe in pro-choice. I believe that abortion should be legal, but I also do truly believe that abortion's murder. Is it hypocritical? Sure. But am I about to sit here and push my agenda on anybody? Fuck no. Why? Because I don't give a fuck. Get rid of the parasite if you want, but maybe you should probably learn safe sex fucking practices. Abortion should not be used as birth control. End of story. That's the way I view it, because that's a really traumatic thing to go through, man, and it's expensive. It's not worth it. So anyway, we see a lot of negativity in this world, and I think we need to see a little bit of positivity. I was taught in high school that the political parties flip platforms at some point. Could you touch on that? Yeah, basically it never happened. That never happened. The Democrats are still racist as fuck, and then the Republicans still vote and fight for equality as much as they can. Now, it's more or less that the Republicans and the right are going way more conservative, and they're going like more Christian, and they're going way more God-fearing. So that's why I don't really subscribe to like the whole right-wing political ideology. Like, I think I'm more of a moderate libertarian who has more leanings to the right because I'm more conservative. Simple as that. I personally believe in kind of like a universal income, so that way, hey, you know, you still have money, but I believe in having a job. I just believe, you know, like there's a lot of weird thoughts that I have, but I believe in universal healthcare. But I also believe in competitive healthcare. Like, you know what I mean? So like, I do believe that everybody in this nation should have access to affordable healthcare. I feel that maybe it is in our best interest that everybody pays a slight tax that goes towards healthcare. So if you need to get your tooth fixed, you can go to the fucking dentist. You need to get a checkup, you can fucking go. But you're still going to need insurance for those massive surgeries. You're still going to need insurance in order to get that plastic surgery or any cosmetic surgeries that you want. That's something that a government should not have to finance for. But to make sure that you can go get a checkup, and you can get a physical, and you can get your prescription medication when you need it, and you can get it affordably, I don't think that's a bad idea. So again, it's really, if we're going to talk about my political ideologies, it's better to look at it as, let's talk about the issue, and let's focus on that. Don't focus on which way I lean, because I'm just going to tell you a blanket statement, I'm a Republican. Or I'm an independent, or like, you know, like I can say a bunch of different things. But either way, it still comes down to the parties never switched. The Democrats are still a racist fucking, you know, hags and sons of bitches who just career politicians that are just absolutely disgusting. These are old dinosaurs walking around, you know, Washington. They're still racist, and they really need to be removed. We need to stop voting Democrat. We have to get them out. I have no problem saying this because it's not just pushing a political agenda, because this is pushing an ideology that we need America back to where it used to be. And people will disagree with me on this one, and I don't care, but I listen to the man, and I watch what he's doing. Trump is a good president. We need him voted again. We need Republican control of House and Senate if we truly want change and progress made in this country. It's not a racist thing. It's not an oppression thing. This is how we get rid of very bad, shitty Democrat policies. That's how we do it. End of story. People don't want to hear that. But then again, I don't want to hear about systemic racism and oppression when these people, and I'm talking about Democrats, when I nonstop historically vote Democrats for the past 30 years and nothing has ever changed. So, sorry, don't care. Here, let's actually go ahead and let's see. So would you say Trump as a Republican fights for equality? Yes, he does. Or does the leadership of the party not represent Republican views, asking as a European? So Trump 100% fights for equality. The Republicans technically vote and fight for it as well. It really depends on how you want to frame this issue. Because if you want to talk about equality, let's go ahead and talk about how these historically black universities approached Donald Trump. They came to him and said, we need funding. His first thing was, hold on, wait a second. I just saw you guys last year. You know, and they're like, well, yeah, we need to come for funding every year. And he says, that makes no sense. Why aren't you on a payment plan? So he tells them two things. He's like, so there's two things that are going to happen. The first thing is going to be very good. The second thing is going to be very bad. The good thing is going to happen is we're going to set you up with a good payment plan, you know, financing for 5 to 10 years. So you don't have to keep coming here every year for money. What you're going to be able to do is you're now going to sit here and be able to focus on your education and where the funding is going to go for your universities. Now, the bad thing that's going to happen is I don't get to see you every year. That's what fucking Trump said to these historically black universities. He said the bad part about what he's doing, which is giving them funding for 5 to 10 years, is I don't get to see you anymore. What racist would ever say that? I'm sorry. That's not racist. That's not. He's finally saying, no, you need a better system here. Obama made these people come back year after year for money, begging for money. That's disgusting, guys. Trump finally said, no, we're going to give you funding so you can focus on education. You shouldn't have to focus on, oh, well, next year we got to go talk to the president again about funding. That shouldn't happen. Come on. Like, you know what I mean? So if you actually sat here and watched his speeches, if you actually listened to things he said, you would understand he's not racist at all. At all. It's the mainstream media who fucking constantly just blows it out of proportion. But Republican view, and I'm not going to say that there's old Republicans out there who say racist things. I'm not going to say that. Like, I know for a fact that there are. I couldn't name them by name because I don't pay attention to them. Because guess what I do? I don't pay attention to racists because they're just fucking spouting bullshit. It's not worth it to think of. You know? They want to say something racist? Well, guess what? Unfortunately, it's their right to be able to say so. You can't stop them. You can drown them out with music. You can try to protest louder than them, but like, just let them say what they want to say. They'll get blue in the face. They're gonna fall asleep eventually. They're old and tired, you know. So I have a lot of liberal views. You can, dude. But then I'm 100% against Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is a black supremacist group. You can't change my mind on that one. As if once you're against BLM, you're right-wing, maybe far Republican, which just isn't true. Yeah, exactly. The moment you say you don't agree with Black Lives Matter, you say all lives matter, you're immediately labeled as a racist. Sorry, that's actually racist, and that's fascist ideology, to where the moment somebody has a different opinion than you, you try to label them as something different. So the Black Lives Matter movement is 100% a black supremacist movement. End of story. End of story. Not only that, they want to defund the police. That's a terrible idea. Speaking of defunding the police, and speaking of, you know, how the police are systemically racist and everything like that, we see way too many bad things on both sides of the fence. I think now we finally need to watch something good.
Yes, hey, what's up, brother? How's it going? I haven't seen you in forever, man. What's going on? Well, I just got out of the hospital. How's it going? Oh, well, I'm actually kind of sleepy today, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Well, I got to be honest. The reason why I stopped you is because you got a child in the car with no child seat. I don't have no child. You don't have a child? Are you sure? Are you positive about this? Are you saying I goofed? I don't see one.
We do have a child in the car with no car seat.
I think that means you're her daddy, buddy. Now, I'm just going to tell you now, Todd is a great name. Awesome. This is awesome.
Open?
Look at me sweating.
Take it out. What's it say?
Dad, see you on your birthday.
Do on your birthday.
Are you kidding me? Do on your birthday?
Yeah. Keep going.
I love my amazing dad. Oh.
Isn't that awesome?
That is awesome. That is. Congrats, man. Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Thanks, Officer
Thank
Felicia.
you, ma'am.
Thank
Congrats.
you.
Thank you.
How you feel?
I'm happy.
You okay?
Yeah.
I saw that, and that made me so happy. I almost cried. Like I have a really soft spot for heartwarming moments and like family warming moments, especially anything that involves fathers. I didn't really have a father growing up. I lost my dad to a divorce when I was really young, about like 10 years old. Then I, had a stepdad who was basically a bitch, and I didn't really have I don't like talking about it, but I didn't have the best childhood growing up, but I definitely didn't have a bad childhood. There's just, again, fucking stupid. I never had a true father figure in my life. So anytime there's something like that happens, it really touches me, especially on like TVs, movies, or anything like that. Anything that involves father-son, father-daughter, and there's like a connecting moment or like something that's like warm and heartwarming, it really fucks with me, man. Like I basically cry over that shit because I never got to experience it. You know what I mean? So when I finally get to see it, it's just like, wow, man, like I wish I had that, But I guess that's just my white privilege talking because I'm a fucking white male, right? So, yeah. Don't worry, man. It fucking... Don't worry, man. It's rough. It's rough as men. But don't worry. as long as we're here for each other, we can help each other get through pretty much anything. And that's what a lot of people are scared of, is because, dude, we're a generation of men raised by women. You know, one thing that you could say is male privilege is, well, we have a really fucking high suicide rate because we're actually more successful than women. Women try it more. Men just actually do it more because, again, even in suicide, we're more successful. Go figure. I have no problem. I'll admit that I'm pretty sexist, but that's also because I get shamed for me just because of my genitals. So, you want to shame me for something that I had no control over? Yeah, I don't really care about your problems or plight then. Sorry, because that's just fucking sexist, right? I'm holding a sex above me because, like, oh, they're problems. Like, sorry, no, I don't look at. I feel that I gotta fight my own battles. I gotta fight for my own shit. I don't need to fight for anybody else's. Welcome to life. Let's talk about Zuby. Zuby's a good dude. Most of the problems they speak of are fabricated. Yeah, no shit, dude. It's all fake stats, man. It's all stats. One thing I learned going through a statistics course recently that I got a B in, by the way, and I just basically wung it. I winged the whole entire thing. Stats are basically fabricated. They are generally cherry-picked and used to always fit a narrative. So you got to be very careful of who you're looking into with your stats and everything like that. Let's see, what does Zuby say? Social justice warriors of the past fought for liberty, desegregation, suffrage, anti-violence, and equal rights, blah, blah, blah. Today's social justice warriors fight for compelled pronouns, censorship, removing TV shows, and pancake syrup. Yeah. We can look in chat shop in a minute, by the way, but I just had to say that. So that is true. Today, social justice warriors and the left and Democrats, they have no problem with segregation. They will segregate people so fast it'll make your head spin, and it blows my mind. Like, that's just fucking racist. Like, you don't segregate people. But if you go to Chaz and Chop right now, man, and you go look at their little LARPing fucking gardens, you're gonna see that it's segregated. You have one for whites, and then you have one for blacks and indigenous people. That's segregation. That's fucking racist. Like, did we not fight against that back in the 60s? Did the Republicans not vote for equal rights and to give civil rights to people? Like, what am I missing here? What exactly am I missing here? Oh, dude, trust me, man. These people are LARPers. They're fucking LARPers. All right, let me light one up real quick. What's Cassandra saying? Quaker Oats. You want to know who's getting bailed out of jail, what crimes they committed? Well, I want to know what companies and what stole business loans from. What's so hard to comprehend about that? There we go. Because yeah, what does this even talk about? So he wants to know what companies and people stole small business loans that were meant for them. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, seriously, what the fuck is he talking about? Does anybody know? Because I have no clue. Because the left literally just makes up these bullshit claims and they make up these bullshit problems that make no sense. Literally no sense. It's mind-blowing. Like, so that's why I said, like, here's my source, where's yours? Like, this is straight up the GoFundMe transparency. What? That's not transparent. Protester bail? $200 some odd dollars? What's that charge? Because that's not transparent. You're just telling me a protester got this money to get bailed out. Let's see if I can find one of my images. Oh yeah, I don't have a clue either. But a lot of these people try to make this argument about some fucking business loan that people stole, and it's like, what are you talking about? So anyway, have you heard about this, by the way? De Blasio, the mayor, locked down a Hasidic Jewish community and playgrounds. So what the Hasidic Jewish people of that community did was they broke the locks, man. So there was 100K, protest in Brooklyn 2 days ago, and but the anti-Semite mayor of NYC basically shut the gates to a Jewish park. So, yeah, protesting by the hundreds of thousands is perfectly okay in your city, but the Jewish people are not allowed to go to synagogues, they're not allowed to go to mass, they're being stopped by police, and they're also now being locked out of their community parks and whatnot. De Blasio is a fucking anti-Semite, he's a fucking racist, he needs to be voted out, and this is a Democrat. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat. It is a Democrat. Look at this. So, I'm pretty sure, yep, Bill de Blasio, Democrat mayor. This is why I thought that these IRL streams in the morning are very important. And this is why I thought that, now that I'm currently unemployed, I do need to sit here and at least use my time somewhat productively. It's not obviously the most productive. I could be sitting here lifting weights. I could be cleaning up my room. I could be doing something more important in my personal life. But I feel that this is more important to sit here and show the hypocrisy of the left, to show the racism and the hypocrisy of the Democrats, and to try to get people to realize and rationally think about what's going on around them. Because this is scary, man. This is fucking scary. Because we got these little far left kids who have their gender studies degrees, who are sitting here LARPing because they don't have jobs, because they can't do anything with their degrees, and working at McDonald's is too below them, and of course, because all these Democrats shut down their fucking states, so we can't do anything. We can't go to work. I literally have to sit here and wait until the end of the month before I can literally go try to find a job, because the only jobs that are available right now are essential workers, so I can go get certain things. But I am somebody who looks at myself as, I like to think that I make my hobbies into careers. I did that with vaping. I did that with tech support. I just lost my job and I did tech support for wireless speakers. I never got to say what I did, but I'm not under an NDA anymore. I did tech support for Sonos. I did tech support for the wireless speaker company. Hey Google. I think the mic's off. Yep.
The mic's back on.
Hey Google, play the radio.
Okay,
checking the
here's
servers.
Meter 04YHD6C playlist called Feel Good Beats.
Pretty fucking neat. Hey Google, turn it down. Hey Google. Hey Google, set volume to 1. A little bit more manageable. Hey Google, stop. See? So I did tech support for that company. Not Google, but Sonos. I recently lost my job, but the company that I was working for is losing the contract at the end of next month anyway, so it's not really a big deal. But it still comes down to the fact that I really enjoyed doing what I did. But I just finally got fed up with the world around me. I got fed up with what I was doing. I got fed up with being told that I still needed to do my job to the best of my ability, even though I'm losing it next month. So I eventually just said, I'm having a day beer. And I got fired. Or at least that's my understanding of it. I think a lot more happened. I really don't know. I really don't know what happened because some crazy shit happened in my life with the past week. So that's why I'm currently here doing what I'm doing. And I want to show everybody the crazy world we live in, because now I don't need to worry about being outed at my job. I don't need to worry about any of that. I don't need to worry about getting fired because people found out I'm a stoner. I don't need to worry about shit. So, I get to tell people what's going on in the world around me. See, I'm all hot and bothered. No, seriously, I think I'm just going through menopause. I'm 18 in a month. Well, I have to start paying taxes for this shit. I'm actually worried, man. Honestly, keep doing this. Post stuff on YouTube. All of this is going to YouTube. What I'm going to start doing is now I'm going to take these VODs and I'm going to clip them and put them in like little palatable portions. And I'm just going to, that's what I'm going to start doing. So yeah, I know there's a demand for this. I know there's a demand for conservative viewpoints and ideals. And just to show people that you're not insane, you're not alone. We're here with you. We are called the silent majority. Because we're the ones who have to stay silent, because the moment we speak out, we're racist, we get beat down in the streets. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So I'll gladly sit here from the comfort of my own home. I will look into the camera and I will show you what's going on in the world, and I will gladly condemn this shit because it's bullshit. So I have to work. I'm a key worker. I was too, man. I was tech support. For some reason, tech support's key workers, but really it's because we could work from home. My mom is an essential worker because she works at she actually works right across the way from me, but she works in a distribution center. The truck drivers are the backbone to the American economy. End of story. End of story. They are the lifeblood. Delivery drivers are the lifeblood of the American economy. Excuse me. So when truckers stop moving, that's when we have an issue, guys. But anyway, Tyler. So you're turning 18 in a month. You're not going to have to start paying taxes for anything until you start working. Once you start working, well, I mean, if you're working now, you're paying taxes, but you can only work X amount of hours, right? Like, taxes are automatic. Don't worry about that. They come out of your paycheck. What you want to do is, I can't tell you exactly how to fill out a W-2, because I always forget every time I fill it out, but basically what you want to do is you want to make it to where when you fill out your taxes, you allow the government to take as much as they can out of your taxes, so that way you don't owe anything at the end of the year. Because then once you get your tax return, you then have to file your taxes and you get a return back, because the government will say, we took too much money, here's your money back. It's really bullshit, which personally I feel that they shouldn't be taking that much money in taxes anyway. There should be no, here's a rebate back. It should be, no, you shouldn't be taking that money to begin with. If you need to give me money back, that means you're doing your job inefficiently. Democrat policies. Which I couldn't tell you what, income tax is fucking illegal in my opinion, but that's besides the point. You still have to do it. So it comes down to, don't worry about that too much. Taxes are actually very easy to do. I can sit here, I will do your taxes for you for free if you want. Over like Discord and shit. I will gladly do my services, and if you ever want to pay me for that, you can. But I did my mom's taxes for her for free. She normally goes to a dude and pays hundreds of dollars a year to do taxes. I'm like, Mom, just come over, I'll file your taxes for you. I think, what'd she have to pay? The most she had to pay was for postage, because she had to send her state taxes in when her federal was filed for free. So again, like, I paid $15 this year instead of like, hundreds to do it through TurboTax, because I went through a service that filed my state taxes for me. I just had to pay $15 for it. I'll pay $15 for my taxes. I don't give a shit, because it's one less thing I have to do. I don't feel like mailing that fucking shit in. Are you kidding me? So yeah, taxes aren't a big deal. What's a big deal though is because you're a man and you turn 18, you're going to sign up for what's called the selective services. A lot of people don't know this, especially women, but this is your male privilege at work here. So every male in America, when they turn 18, they need to sign up for the selective services. What that means is you just signed up for the draft. So the moment, if and ever there is a draft, which generally there isn't, because thank God we have a lot of brave and women in this country who are willing to serve their country first and join the military for a wide variety of reasons. So thank God we have those brave men and women who will take our place. But if at any point there comes a time where they do need to get people to enlist in a draft, you are now called upon. Now, there's certain reasons as to why. Oh, you're from the UK. That's okay, so then you don't have to worry about that. But in America, this is what we need to worry about, right? Like, this is something we have to worry about. Now, other countries do it to where as soon as you're of age, you're immediately in the military. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to do your civic duty. You join the military, and a story. That's other countries. Here, it's selective to where it's, if you're called upon, we're going to need you in the military. So you're from the UK. So yeah, Panda's going to know more about the UK taxes than I do. I couldn't tell you anything about the UK because I don't live there. You know what I mean? And I don't look into foreign policies because, I'm sorry, it's nothing against you guys. I don't live in your country. I don't care about your laws. I don't plan on ever going there. If once I go there, I'm going to have to know how I need to act and how I need to conduct myself. Yeah, I'll look into it if and when I cross that bridge. But until then, I'm worried about my country. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about what happens in other countries just yet. I'm worried about what happens here. So... Alright, you guys are just talking about UK taxes. That's good. So let's see. Boom! This is what I love to do on goddamn Twitter. Yes. Fuck yeah. You know why I like doing this? You know why I like trolling the left and talking shit on Democrats? Because I'm a fucking American. I have the fucking freedom of speech. No government can take me down for what I say. Only Twitter can do that. And I actually got suspended because I called Talib Kweli a pansy and told him to delete his fucking account. Because he's a racist. He's a fucking racist. I don't like him. 20% tax. Jesus Christ, that's insane. Yeah, we got freedom of speech, man. Oh, dude, this chick, I fucking love her. Not only is she gorgeous, she has a beautiful mind. She actually cares about history and whatnot. Oh man, I love her. What does she have to say? A lot of guys seem to make fun of basic women who read 50 Shades, etc. Part of my language, but what the fuck do you think they're reading it for? The plot, the character developments? Stop being so afraid, stop treating them. Yes! It's all consensual if you talk about it first. Like, how do you hate the Misfits, man? Oh, that's great. Jake from State Farm. I'm blocking you just because of your avatar. I love this. The tolerant left strikes again. I love Twitter. Elijah Schaefer is fucking brilliant too. Black millionaire hates America because black men can't get anywhere. I need a beer for all this bullshit, man. Let me clean up my room a little bit, get rid of this coffee. Well, I got 4 beers. That'll probably last me maybe till 6 o'clock, 7. Just look at the Japanese taxes. Oh, jeez. Well, you gotta also think Japanese taxes are insane because, like, think about how much everything costs. Like, you know, it's like, oh, you want a sandwich? It's gonna cost you 1,000 yen. Like, what the fuck? Their money's worthless. That's why it costs so much to buy so little. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how inflation and shit works. But anyway, all right. So we're gonna check out the Gateway Pundit here. This is. Oh no, I hate that. Okay. So there's this really cool thing that you can install on your browser. I found this out through Tim Pool. It's called NewsGuard, right? So NewsGuard, what that does is it checks news sources and talks about how credible they are. So the Gateway Pundit here, let's see, they do not repeatedly publish false. Or, they have their score is 5 out of 100. That's bad. So it violates basic journalistic standards. Does not repeatedly publish false content. So it does. Gathers and represents information responsibly. It doesn't do that. Regularly corrects and clarifies errors. It doesn't do that. Handles the difference between news and opinion responsibly. Okay, so it doesn't do that. Avoids descriptive headlines or deceptive headlines. Doesn't do that. Doesn't disclose their ownership and financing. It doesn't clearly label their advertising. Doesn't reveal who's in charge, including any possible conflicts of interest. That's unfortunate. But it does provide the names of content creators along with either contact or biographical information. Okay, that's good, I guess. Alright, so let's see. Exclusive. Mysterious case of Raz from Chaz. Are we like in a Dr. Seuss poem or some shit like that? Here's the story of Raz from Chaz and his, you know, ragtag group of razzmatazz jazz hands. Something. I don't know. I can't think that quick on that. Like, these guys must have sat here for a minute and be like, no. Yeah. We're going to call it Raz from Chaz. It's called Chop, by the way, because they can't even agree on the name. So, like, Joe Hoft. What are you drinking? I am drinking a great old American beer called Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is one of my favorite American beers. It is contract brewed through the Miller... or Molson Coors? Miller Coors? Either way, it's like contract brewed with them. And they're still independent from my understanding. And they do a lot of crazy funding. Like, dude, Pabst Blue Ribbon funded an independent fringe porn group. It was like a crust punk porn group, and they sponsored one of their videos or some shit like that. Pretty crazy. But anyway, let's get back to the news. So BLM Warlord owns multiple guns, including Uzis, a Tesla, BMW, a Jaguar XJ, millions in properties, and is supported by Dubai government. That's a lot to unpack there. Oh, holy shit. Like, there's video of him handing out, like, AR-15s to kids. Because the kid might be 18, he might be younger, I don't know. But I literally watched a video of this dude handing out firearms to somebody, and that is illegal. That's illegal. Again, that's illegal. You can't just sit here and hand somebody a firearm and say, here, use this. Illegal. I own a gun. Legally. Like, hello? I know a little bit about gun laws here. So anyway, Solomon Samuel Simone. Jesus Christ, seriously, we're in a goddamn Dr. Seuss fucking book. AKA Raz from Chaz or Chop. Is the proclaimed warlord of Chaz, the multi-block area located in Seattle. Raz hates America but owns multiple guns, luxury automobiles, millions in real estate. Makes sense because he's indoctrinated with like this Marxist and Stalinistic ideology, and he's probably just fucking one of these thugs from fucking BLM. You know. But look, he hates America but loves our guns and loves capitalism. Loves it because millions in real estate makes you millions. Ugh. Property always makes money. So, yeah, Dubai. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, Pabst Blue Ribbon's not the best. It's an adjunct lager and whatnot, from my understanding. It's just a refreshing, crushable beer. And even after, like, if I open this and I come back to it later, this is a beer that I'm able to drink even when it's like flat and kind of warm. I hate it, but I can drink it. Like, I woke up last night after falling asleep and I finished my beer. And like, it wasn't really disgusting to me. Like, it's a beer that I can do. I can't do that with Miller High Life. I'll puke it right back up because of all the preservatives and shit in there. But Pabst, I can drink that no problem. But I've been drinking it for a very long time, and it's kind of like, it's an iconic part of my image at this point. So, where is... I don't know. Cat T6. I think this is it. Yeah. So it's kind of part of my image at this point because that was very, very purposely selected because Pabst Blue Ribbon is very synonymous with the punk, culture in America and just punk culture in general. So that's why. And it's not just that. PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon, is literally a very diverse beer. You will find everybody of all races, all creeds, all backgrounds drink this beer. It's amazing. I love it. I absolutely love it. Love it. Pabst Blue Ribbon is 100% diverse. I love them. Anyway, Raz is supported by the Islamic government in Dubai. Oh, jeez. So the leader of Chaz, warlord Raz Simone, was previously identified running guns in the newly formed country. I don't even want to call it a country. So today I'm on Raz. Thanks, blah blah blah. Raz warlord doesn't only own guns. He owns guns. He owns a couple of handguns, which are somehow restored through special interventions. Oh, Jesus Christ. Raz also owns 6 semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s, AK-47s, and an Uzi. His armor-piercing bullets for these guns as well. Jesus Christ. So he's received somehow a grant for $82,000 from the city of Seattle to open up his own studio and building. And Jesus Christ. He owns luxury cars. Cool. Good for him. He owns prime real estate and rental properties. Okay. He owns Raz Fashion Line or Aurora Smoke Shop, social club called The Spot, Black Umbrella Corporation, and okay, so it all came from funding Sweetheart Deals. Raz public relations team's done a lot of work to portray Raz as a gangster. Okay, and we're shaping the image too. Of course, mainstream media is gonna help him. Just casual couple of handguns, yeah, right. It's pretty fucking insane. Am I missing anything important? I don't agree. People carrying firearms, but maybe that's why we don't have them in the UK. So yeah, see that's the difference. So when it comes down to America, we understand that there is a very important, a well-armed population is a polite population. So we know that, and it's not fake smiles either. It's just people now have a general respect for others because if they start popping off doing some dumb shit and start risking other people's lives, well, guess what? Everybody's armed. There's a gun behind every blade of grass. That's why people don't fight wars on our soil. Because they try coming here, they gotta fight some Americans who have guns. They have to fight Americans who literally have arsenals, just in case something like that happens. So again, you are now dealing with Americans. You don't fight Americans on our soil. You don't do that. You don't. There's this thing called home court advantage. Don't fight us on our home turf. It's unfair. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's a quote from the Japanese. It still comes down to the fact that, behind every blade of grass here in America, there's typically a gun. So you got to be very careful. Again, I own a gun. Somebody tries to invade my home, I have the legal right to shoot them. You know what I mean? Technically speaking, not saying I would ever do this, but I need to make this very clear here because this is the way castle laws work. If somebody tries breaking into my home and I shoot them and they try leaving, I can technically drag them back into my home just so they can die in my home and I don't get any legal repercussions. But if they go fleeing and I chase after them, now I have legal repercussions against me. But if it's in my home, I have stand your ground castle laws. You don't invade my home. Yeah, I'm a peace-loving American. I don't want to hurt people. But I came to terms a long time ago with a lot of things that I'm willing to do for my own life. So, don't fuck with Americans, man. That's all I gotta say. We are peace-loving people. We are generally not aggressive people. We'll argue. We're hot-headed. But we don't resort to violence because of a disagreement. That's something the Democrats do. So anyway, it still comes down to the fact that it's just... God, I love America. Anyway, most importantly, Raz is connected to Islamists. Jesus Christ. He's also involved in the Manifesto, Washington State, the first black Muslim independent state. He's also being sponsored and has been hosted by Dubai government. Raz's anti-white, anti-American rants are supported. Of course they are. They're, you know, it's Islamic extremists probably, so of course they're gonna support anti-white and anti-American rants and shit like that. That's just, this just is dirty. I don't care if you're racist. I don't like this. I care if you're anti-American. I don't care if we have racists here. That you're allowed to have your opinions. You're not allowed to be anti-American. If you're anti-American, please, by all means, go to another fucking country. Get out of ours. You're not welcome here. We welcome all Americans, and that includes immigrants. I love immigrants. This country is founded on immigration. I absolutely love legal immigration because the people who go through legal immigration, guess what? They have to take an oath that they want to be an American, that they believe in American ideals. They have to go through rigorous tests and shit like that. They have to know more about America than I do because I had the privilege of being born in this country. I take it for granted, but not anymore. Thank God I finally woke up in 2020. Trust me, man, I get called for the draft, I'm going. If I need to fight a fucking civil war because we got a bunch of fucking kids who were never spanked when they grew up and they have gender studies degrees and they don't realize how big of a failure they are until now, so they're rioting in the streets because they want to throw temper tantrums, guess what? I'll fight. You don't fuck with my country. You don't fuck with people who like capitalism. We're a capitalist society. We believe in law and order. We're happy people. Don't fuck with our life. So anyway, that's my little rant on that one. You know, because I'm a goddamn American and I believe in my country. I love my country. There's nothing wrong with that. My friend's house got robbed and was told unless he's really injured, there's nothing they can do. That's so stupid. I had my house robbed before, but thank God I wasn't home. But this was out in Arizona and it scared the fuck out of me. I called the cops and whatnot and I realized that, guess what? Because people don't realize this. Cops don't prevent crime. They respond to crime. They came to my apartment. They questioned me. They did some dusting. Guess what happened? Nothing. But I can fucking promise you that whoever lives in that apartment, somebody saw somebody walk into my apartment. Somebody saw that they walked out with all of my shit. But there's this one thing that happens within, you know, certain communities. Let's just put it that way. I'm not going to start pointing names or naming fingers, but everybody understands the term. Snitches get stitches. Don't tattletale. Sorry, you broke a law. You committed a crime. Snitch. You want a nice, safe society? You want a nice, safe neighborhood? You snitch on people who put others in harm's way. Anything other than that, any different opinion or idea is fucking insane because you don't care about your security or the security of others, you sociopath. I'm not talking to people specifically other than people who think that snitches get stitches. Fuck you. Don't put people in goddamn jeopardy. Don't put yourself in jeopardy because if you do not take violent people or people who will commit crimes in your neighborhood out of the picture, you are part of the problem. You are what's allowing that. You are literally getting in the way of justice. It's not fair to people who need it. The people who deserve it. It's insane. It's absolutely insane how people think that, nope, committing crimes is perfectly justifiable because, oh, well, they're oppressed. No, they're not. Go get a fucking job, you bums. Oh, well, I have a felony. I can't get a job. Bullshit. People will still hire you with that. And if not, go fucking do something different. Go make something of yourself. Go make a business. Fuck. Really pisses me off. Really pisses me off. Exactly when I joined the military, I'll fight for our freedoms. And if there is a civil war in the U.S., you fucking about. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm not. Yeah. And these kids, these LARPing little fucking weasels think like, oh, this is gonna be fun. You have no idea. Wait until you deal with a goddamn professional who fights tyranny. You're gonna cry so quick, you're gonna fucking cower over and you're gonna fucking puke your brains out and you're just gonna cry and go, where's my mom? I need my safe space. The moment you actually fucking get into a real confrontation. Why do you, like, dude, these kids are, they're just insane. They're insane. Absolutely insane. I don't know how to explain it. Alright, so anyway, this dude's basically just funded by Islamic extremists. What else is new? Alright. This smells like my organ. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm just trying to quickly get just trying to answer some of my texts because my mom just hit me up. Alright, sorry. Anyway. What the fuck is wrong with that woman? CNN political analyst April Ryan says President Donald Trump listens to white nationalists while turning a blind eye to black people. What the fuck is... Dude. Do we... Fuck that person. It's CNN. I'm not even worried about it. CNN's fucking stupid. Oh my god. I can't wait. First time they see a person on the left and oh my god, yeah, exactly. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Tab. Like, these kids have no fucking idea what is actually about to happen. Let's see. ACLU. Oh god. The death penalty evolved from lynching. It has no job, Mike. How stupid do you need to be to say that the death penalty evolved from lynching? We don't hang people. We don't have gulags or anything anymore. On top of that, like, you know, we generally do lethal injections or fucking, what, the electric chair or some shit like that. I think it's mostly lethal injection now, which is still pretty fucking nasty. I don't fully agree with the death penalty, but at the same time, I don't agree with pedophilia, murder, or anything like that, or rape. So if we have people who are like that and they habitually do that and they're repeat offenders, sorry, I don't think that the death penalty at this point is now out of the question. You have taught us that you can no longer function in society. You have taught us that you cannot adhere to the rules that we set forth. You have told us and taught us that you are just nothing but a danger to the people around you. Now I think it's time to say, nope, you no longer get to participate in society. Sorry, you're too egregious of a criminal. Like, you're too much of a liability. Fuck you. So, that's my thoughts on that one. Federal Judge Lambist amendment to rename Confederate bases as map. That makes no sense. Fellow woman charged with arson for burning police car. Ooh, we got some justice porn. Okay. A 33-year-old woman is facing federal arson charges after allegedly setting fire to a Philadelphia police SUV and a police sedan on May 30th. Ooh. Please tell me we got a photo. Because last time we saw one of these little fucking fascist... Chick was pretty hot, but... God, she was insane. She was radicalized. She was like some fucking law student and whatnot, which is, oh, Jesus. Anyway, Philadelphia woman was facing federal arson charges after authorities said that she set fire to 2 police... Oh, my God. During the unrest in the city following protests over George Floyd's death. Go figure, go figure. The other side of the country is having these, like, riots for whatever fucking reason over something that never even happened in their city. Like, so you're setting fire to police vehicles? They had nothing to do with it. They literally had nothing to do with it. Oh, excuse me. United States Attorney William M. Schwein said Laura Elizabeth Blumenthal, 33 of Philadelphia, has been charged by a criminal complaint for the arson of 2 Philadelphia Police Department vehicles. Ah! You can never vote again, you fucking fascist. Oh. If convicted, Blumenthal or whatever faces maximum possible sentence of 10 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release and a fine up to $250,000. Oh, God, I love the justice. Dude, you're getting convicted. There's no fucking way you're not. There's no fucking way you're not. You're absolutely insane. If somebody doesn't convict this fucking lunatic, then, you know. Lunacy, man. Mind blown by everything, man. Really no words for it. Why do you think I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing now? I'm basically gonna do a little conservative, left-wing hypocrisy, Democrats, you know, like shining the light on the Democrats, basically showing how like fucking goblinistic these people are and how they're leeches. and they just prey on, you know, weak people. That's why I'm doing these IRL streams, and then at night we're gonna play some video games and have fun and maybe discuss what we talked about, and you know, and I'll make videos out of this. But oh my god. Oh, thank God. Currently in federal custody, had her initial appearance in the federal court on Tuesday. The government will be filed for motion. I hope you're detained up until past November so you don't even get to vote, you fucking felon. Yes. Following peaceful protest. Like, I'm sorry, like, if they go into civil unrest and they unfold from, they're not peaceful protests. They're cover until nightfall, or until somebody's like, all right, we can do this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, resulted in looting, burglary, arson, destruction of property, and other crimes. This is all like felonious activity. This is all criminal activity. This is why I do not think they're peaceful protests, because typically wherever these peaceful protests are, this happens. I'm not saying that these protests aren't necessarily peaceful. I'm not saying that some of these people necessarily have decent grievances or gripes that they should be protesting. But this is no longer about the death of somebody. This is no longer about certain injustices. This is now about pushing a political ideology and agenda and causing as much destruction as they can so they can keep getting these people to donate to these funds. That way they can keep giving it to fucking that racist Biden, so that way he can try to fight Trump. Where, dude, like, the more this goes on, and the more people get pissed off, and the more people like me actually start waking up and start saying, look, I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to spread it to as many people as I can, because we need to talk about this, and this is really fucked up, and most people aren't willing to have a conversation about it, and I'm willing to listen. Most people want to shut me out because I have a different opinion. Whatever. I'm an American. I'm cool with fighting this shit. I actually live for it at this point. You know what I mean? So it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. So thank God we have somebody like Trump in the White House right now, because he cares about one thing and one thing only, and that's fucking America. That's it. His whole entire campaign was make America great again. And people argued, oh, America's never great. America's never great. Bullshit. 1776, that's when history began. On top of that, we had the American fucking Industrial Revolution and shit like that. We invented the goddamn light bulb. I don't give a fuck what you want to talk about. America's always been great since we fucking started back in 1776. The Democrats have nonstop tried to ruin our fucking fun. They have nonstop tried to put fucking goddamn, wrenches into our bike spokes and shit like that and to stop our momentum. But we're not having it anymore. It's finally 2020, and guess what? This Trump train's fucking rolling, and we ain't stopping, baby. We ain't stopping. Yeah. Can't fucking wait. Ugh. It only took me how many years since I was 18 to finally go, you know what? Fuck it. All Republican, baby. I'm no longer throwing my vote away. Yep, well over 400 mil, dude. Toot toot, baby, toot toot. I can't fucking wait. I'm moving to the South. I'm going to get an accent, and I'm going to show all y'all why we're Americans. And we don't fucking take kindly to fucking fascism or these stupid lefts and Democrats sitting here trying to ruin our fun, because all we want to do is get back to work and just enjoy our lives. Americans are happy people. We're not racists. We don't hate people based on the color of their skin. It's insane. Think about what you're actually saying and realize that that doesn't happen. Where's my image? Where's my image? This is number of people shot to death by the police in the U.S. 2020 so far, there was 88 black people, 172 white people, 57 Hispanics, 14 other, whatever that means, and 98 unknown, whatever that means. 88 black people were shot by cops this year alone, compared to 172 fucking American or white people. Not Americans. These are all Americans in my eyes. These are all Americans, and I'm not saying that this isn't a problem here, but obviously we need to talk about what caused all this. You know, which really, let's be real here, criminal activity. I don't care what any. I'm not going to say that some of these were unjustified shootings and some of these people shouldn't be dead. I'm not arguing that fact. But here's the numbers, here's the fucking stats, and this is coming from an actual reputable source. This is what, Stasi or whatever. Like, this is coming from crime reports and shit. This is coming from the FBI and everything. Look at these numbers. Look at this staggering number here. Look at this. 457 whites compared to 223 blacks in 2017. 339 whites compared to 209 blacks in 2018. 370 whites compared to 238 fucking blacks in 2019. What systemic racism are we talking about here? Because what I'm looking at, it's, fuck, white people get killed a lot. Holy shit. So I'm sorry, when you want to sit here and say, well, black lives and they're dying and the police are killing them. I'm sorry, man, I looked at the stats. That's not the case. They have way safer interactions with the police, typically. Statistically proven, and we're looking at it right here. I can pull up the actual source in the article that talks about this, but I feel this screenshot's perfectly enough because I don't have the skills to Photoshop and doctor this shit. I would never do that to you. Why would I do that? That's just insane. That's called taking way too much time out of my daily life to lie to you. And one thing I would never do, because I'm an American, and guess what? I was raised on 10 Commandments and shit like that, and you know, I was raised with good morals. I don't fucking lie to people. Stupid. Democrats allow riots in their cities, end of story. Oh yeah, and any fucking city that has actually an issue with their police, who runs it? Oh yeah, Democrats. So like, do you guys really want to keep up with this fucking charade? Do you want to really keep up with this fucking lie? I don't. I'm done with this. Like the conservative and Hodge twin said, you will never see me say Black Lives Matter. If I do, and if I'm walking down the street chanting and whatnot, it's because I have a gun to my head and I am trying to survive. That is exactly what the Hodge twin said, and they're black. But I don't fucking support false narratives. I don't like that shit. I don't agree with it. I'm an American. I have my own fucking thoughts and feelings. I'm very opinionated. And until you show me stats otherwise proving that, I don't know, whites aren't killed nearly, like, they're literally killed almost double than fucking blacks. So, like, what? We're disposable? We're literally 2 to 1 to them. Like, we're disposable? Don't forget, blacks only hold 12% of the population. So if you want to talk about per capita, sure, but, like, statistically proven, it still comes down to, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about percentage of the population anymore. Like, again, let's talk about this. Get rid of the Democrats, man. Get rid of the Democrats, and you're going to see fucking actual change here. Love the Hodge. Oh, dude, they're so funny. They're so funny. Look at the stats, find out the problem, opportunity, education areas with major black. Yeah, the Dems look at the stats and immediately call the racism card. Dude, put it back in the deck, you know what I mean? Like, I'm tired of the racism card. Where's, oh, excuse me. Here we go. This is a good one. Los Angeles Daily News, Larry Elder. Calling term illegal aliens racist is just plain racist, you know? If you can control the words people use, Rodriguez says, you can frame the issue. That's how propaganda works. Repeat the words continually until it reshapes the way people think. Antifa isn't fascists. We're anti-fascists. No, you're anti-capitalists. Know the difference. If you actually understood what Antifa was and what they stood for, you would understand that you're actually fascists. So yeah. People don't get it, man. They don't get it. God, I love this though. Thank God that old bitch was charged. Fuck the NBA. Farrakhan called Hitler a great man. Just say. Alright, so I don't care for Hannity, but let's see what he's got to say.
We have Chelsea Handler, Jessica Chastain, sharing videos, social media of longtime virulent, racist, anti-Semite Louis Farrakhan, others like Jennifer Aniston, Michelle Pfeiffer, Jennifer Gardner, quote, liked it. In case you've forgotten Farrakhan's hateful messaging, well, we're here to remind you. Wonder if the I wonder if Donald Trump did something like this. I wonder how Hollywood and the Democrats would react. Take a look.
Here the Jews don't like Farrakhan, so they call me Hitler. Well, that's a good name.
What?
Hitler was a very great man. The satanic Jews. They control everything and mostly everybody. Powerful Jews are my enemy. Because you see, white people deserve to die. There is no human being on earth that has murdered more living things than the Caucasian. He's a murderer and a liar.
All right, here with reaction now.
Dude's a fucking racist, like that. Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. Textbook racism. So that dude who preached about fucking Jewish people and white people and everything like that, that dude's a fucking racist. That dude's a fucking racist. What did he just say? Oh, you want to go back to that one? Because we will. I just gotta find it. Cassandra Fairbanks. God, she's a poor woman. What was that? I saw that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Couldn't fucking agree more. Couldn't fucking agree more. That's textbook fascism. So Dems are bad. We're gonna do Marxism, Stalinism, and then Antifa. So I like to throw some like definitions and be like, here, look at this. Like this supports what's going on here. So yeah, and I can show you exactly what I just posted, like with the definitions, but we kind of went over them earlier. I'll gladly constantly go over them because people will always need reminders. What's that? Yeah, Brad Pitt. I love Brad Pitt. He's a really good actor. Where's that Sean Hannity video? Oh, what's this? Okay, so is this? Tell me that's a woman being thrown in an icebox. Yeah, it looks like a woman. I'm pretty sure like I'll get in trouble for showing that on Twitch and whatnot, but like my channel is 18+, and oh, here we go.
Jessica Chastain sharing videos, social media of long-time
peaceful protests.
Anti-Semite Louis Farrakhan, others like Jennifer Aniston, Michelle Pfeiffer, Jennifer Gardner, quote, liked it. In case you've forgotten Farrakhan's hateful messaging, well, we're here to remind you. Wonder if the
all right, take it easy,
I wonder if Donald Trump did something like this. I wonder how Hollywood and the Democrats would react. Take a look.
Here the Jews don't like Farrakhan, so they call me Hitler. Well, that's a good name.
How?
Hitler was a very great man. The satanic Jews.
I will say this, and this is the only thing I will ever say about Hitler. He was a good public speaker. That's it. He was a terrible man. The things he did and what he got people to do is absolutely terrible. I do not agree with anything else that he's ever done, but he was a very, very good public speaker. That's why he was able to get people to listen to him. That's it. That's it. Other than that, he was a despicable human being, and it's a good thing that that coward fucking shot himself in a bunker. Anyway, whoever can fucking say that he was a good man is fucking disgusting. And they do not deserve to be listened to, ever.
They control everything and mostly everybody. Powerful Jews are my enemy. Because you see, white people deserve to die. There is.
We'll go back to that one more time. We're even going to stop the music here.
Enemy. Because you see, white people deserve to die.
That is racist. That is black supremacy. And now people will be like, oh, there's no such thing as black supremacy because white supremacy comes from a position of power and all this other bullshit. No, it is he believes white people should die simply because they're white. It's racist. It's insane. That's absolutely insane. That's absolutely insane. Like that. How can anybody ever think that's okay?
There is no human being on earth that has murdered more living things than the Caucasian. He's a murderer and a liar.
All right, here was reaction now.
Disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Tyler Munn. I'll give you a follow, my dude. He retweets me. It's kind of cool. Alright. Senator Doug Jones. Oh. You fucking turd. You've been in office since '97. And you're trying to say that racial justice has taken far too long. Then what the fuck have you done? Calling him out, man. I'm calling him out. So the most prominent, like, fuck this dude. I don't care. He's part of the Democrat Party. He hasn't done anything since '97, in my opinion. You don't do anything. You don't do anything for this country. You only hold up progress. You're a Democrat. Disgusting human beings. We've only been doing this for 2 hours. I can keep going. Let's see. See, like, the problem is, like, my thing is, I can't really sit here and read, you know, people who agree with my opinion. Because that's not going to be good. That's just going to show that, you know, I'm just sitting here listening to people that agree with my opinion. And I don't want you to think that I live in this, like, little bubble and whatnot. Mr. Roger Lopez, my favorite. Okay, so this is from Terrorist and Insurgents. Let's see what this guy has to say. Apparently this is a Proud Boy. Let's see.
From Fergus Falls, Minnesota.
Let's see what he has to say. Now, it's a 39-second clip, so who knows how badly out of context this is going to be taken. But let's see.
My name is Roger Hahn. I'm from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, and I am a proud Western chauvinist who refuses to apologize for creating the modern world. I'm a dad of 5 kids, 2 daughters that are 19 out of the house, 3 boys 6 and under, and I also have one on the way. I work in a brickyard, typical blue-collar kind of man. People that know me describe me as kind of an asshole. I've got very strong views, conservative views. I don't give a rat's ass if you like them or not. You're going to hear them. So looking forward to meeting the rest of y'all. Have a good one. Name's
All right,
Roger Hahn.
well,
I'm from Fergus.
I didn't hear anything wrong. Apparently he's a chauvinist, whatever that means. So if he's a sexist, that's fine. As long as he's not imposing his will on people, I don't give a fuck what he does or what he believes. He didn't sound like he did anything wrong to me. It sounds like he's a hardworking father. How fucking terrible. I don't know his past. I don't know what he's done. I don't know if he has a criminal record. I don't give a shit. We'll see what that person has to say in the future. But, you know, right here, this list is tweets from terrorists / insurgents. I followed somebody's list, so it's just kind of funny to see that. So we'll keep an eye on this account, and we'll see what they have to say. New hardware, better quality shoe, same bad gameplay. Alright, love it. So I definitely don't see you in a bubble or anything. Well, that's what you're gonna see. You should see me for the most part, kind of like, because I'm open to other ideas. I'm open to other things. I do not tolerate racism or things of that nature. So if I have people who are directly saying white people are bad because they're white, I don't listen to that rhetoric and I don't follow that. You know. So anyway, let's see. Left would rather remove a statue of a founding father due to racism almost 250 years ago than remove a sitting Democrat governor who wore blackface or KKK outfit. This tells you everything you need to know. Yup, agree with that one. So I'll just retweet it. On January 10th, 2017, CNN came out with the fake dossier story, ushering in an era where prestigious media organizations enlisted themselves as political operatives. This is the day the media died. It's probably the day the media died is what they meant to say. I like Politics Gal because they're relatively like they're not too far one way or the other. You know, fake news takes over CNN and MSNBC. Yep, I'll take that, but I'm not gonna retweet it. Let's see. So this is MSNBC. Let's see what these fucking lunatics have to say.
Zuckerberg's website and Sandberg's website. It is so disingenuous. And if Congress doesn't do something to make Mark Zuckerberg liable and to make Mark Zuckerberg's website liable for the hatred and the lies and the libel that is being spread on his website, then American democracy will remain at risk.
Wait a second. Are you talking about maybe the executive order that Trump just signed about, what was it, Repeal Act like 230 or whatever the fuck it was, talking about, you know, publishers versus platforms such as Twitter, who says that these people need to be liable for things that are said on their platform? You mean the thing that Trump did? You talking about that one? That one? That little thing? Where he told the FCC that in 30 days they need to actually say who's a publication, who's a platform, who cannot be actually persecuted for the things that are said. Talking about that thing? That little tantrum that Trump had on Twitter, where like the next day they censored the president of the United States of America. They censored the president, guys. A company censored the fucking president. Do you not understand how big that is? Which justified what Trump did even more. And people just want to try to argue that. So again, let's go ahead and go back to see what this fucking idiot has to say. Because this is literally what Trump did with that executive order. He's making the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, the people who oversee all communications in America, he is making them say what is a publication and what is a platform. They need to legally define these terms. Therefore, we can find out if we can hold Twitter and Facebook liable for the things that are said on their platform. Or are they a publication? Because if they're a publication, now they're liable. If they're a platform, they're not liable. Only the people who say the things are liable. So again, we need to find out really what they're saying here. So again, we'll go back to this one. We're gonna listen to it again because this guy's pissed and I'm pissed because guess what? Trump has an executive order about this. This whole entire issue that they're arguing about, Trump did an executive order about it. And they fucking blamed him. Oh, he's having a temper tantrum against Twitter. This is literally what he did, and this dude's yelling about it.
On Zuckerberg's website and Sandberg's website, it is so disingenuous. And if Congress doesn't do something to make Mark Zuckerberg liable and to make Mark Zuckerberg's website liable for the hatred and the lies and the libel that is being spread on his website, then American democracy will remain at risk. Because Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg have proven they are interested in one thing. More than truth, more than the protection of 75-year-old men who were brutalized in a march for black justice, more than the protection of American democracy, Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg are only interested in protecting their billions.
Yeah.
And so when you find that a federal officer is mowed down, is killed by a right-wing extremist group.
First off, not a right-wing extremist group. Not a right-wing extremist group. Guarantee you is left-wing. Guarantee you is somebody like fucking Antifa or some bullshit like that. I don't need to listen to that fucking old man yell anymore because he has no idea what he's talking about. He has good arguments, but he has no idea what he's talking about. So therefore, you shouldn't really get, too much more time. Oh, I like this one.
Matter or just some black lives?
Ready? Watch what this insane woman does. She walks up holding some sign and then kneels. I don't know why, but she literally, for some reason, walks up to this dude and kneels in front of him. This is just insane lunacy. And just watch how quickly everybody shuts the fuck up. And you're going to see how diverse this crowd is. It's not just white people. You can see that there's black people in this crowd too. And I'm pretty sure, and I hate to say this because it's going to seem racist or whatever, but I'm sorry. I kind of understand vocal tones and inflections and whatnot. And I can kind of pinpoint maybe somebody's ethnicity just by hearing their voice. Pretty sure the person recording is black. Which is why these people are fucking speechless.
Lives matter or just some black lives?
Look at this lady.
The black lives killed by black men matter, right? Yes?
Not a resounding
yes.
yes.
Black babies killed in the abortions clinics matter, right? Thought so. The black officers killed by that bastard in Minnesota, that matters too, right? Okay. But the black babies that are killed in the abortion clinics don't matter, do they, medical people? Do their lives matter? Does the future of our black babies matter? Huh? What's up? What's up? Awful quiet now, aren't they? Uh-huh. It's okay if we kill them in the womb, right? But you have a problem when you don't seem to really have a problem when we kill them on the streets. Yes, well, we know they're the same issue. If we don't respect the lives of our unborn children enough to save them and fight for them, our lives mean nothing once we're born. Lives matter or just some black lives?
I still want to know why this woman just walked up and
kneeled. Black lives killed by black men matter, right?
Like, what is this? What are you doing there? What point are you proving that you're fucking kneeling? You fucking racist. Jesus Christ. These people, man. These fucking people. I love Morgan Freeman. He's a very smart man.
For a month? Oh, come on. Black History Month you find ridiculous.
Yep.
Why? You're going to relegate my history to a month? Oh, come on. What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on, tell me.
Well,
I'm Jewish.
Oh, so what's Jewish month?
Which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Why not?
Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it.
The voice of God has spoken.
A white man. Yeah. And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man.
The voice of God has spoken. Morgan Freeman has literally done voiceover work as the voice of God. But don't worry, there's systemic racism here in America, right? Like, get the fuck out of here. Come on. These people don't fucking think about anything that they're saying. You know what I mean? This is why I love people like Morgan Freeman. He's a free thinker, he's smart, he's intelligent, and he understands that there's no systemic racism. Because if there was systemic racism, he wouldn't be as wealthy as he is. He wouldn't be as well known as he is. He wouldn't be as loved as he is by everybody. There's no such thing as systemic racism here in America. If we really want to talk about systemic racism, if you really want to have this conversation, we can have this conversation. This is a systemically racist law. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. This straight up came out of racist rhetoric. And this was basically spearheaded by somebody that I don't agree with, and he came from PA. It was Harry J. Anslinger. He was the one who basically spearheaded all this. He was a fucking racist. Was he a Democrat? I think he was a Democrat. I don't think it really matters. But either way. And a notorious racist. He victimized African Americans while spreading anti-drug policy campaigns. It was insane. Absolutely insane. He was a racist. Because of him, cannabis is illegal and whatnot. And it's really upsetting because it destroys urban neighborhoods. It destroys black families. It puts people in jail for no reason for having a plant on them. Tobacco is legal and that kills more people than cannabis ever has. Alcohol is legal and beer is legal, and this has killed more than anybody in the world compared to cannabis. Like it's astounding how little cannabis has ever killed anybody. It's literally zero. You can't overdose on it. You know, like you could get tired after you smoke it, and if you're operating heavy machinery, yeah, you could be a danger to people, including yourself. But typically, people who are stoned and driving are more safer on the road because they compensate for that. So they're going to drive a little bit slower. They're going to be a little bit safer. There's actually documentation on this, even though because it's criminalized, we can't actually properly study it, and it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. But there have been independent studies about it and shit like that, so people don't look at it. But either way, and thank you, Tyler. That means a lot because I really didn't know how this type of stream would go. I didn't know how it would be if it would be well received by other people and if they would enjoy it. I don't know if people would actually appreciate what I'm doing or anything like that. All I know is at this point in my life, especially because now that I'm unemployed, I feel that it's almost my duty as an American citizen to sit here and talk about what's going on. Sit here and try to have conversations with people from all across the board, whether they're from my country or not. Ideally, preferably from my country, preferably from the other side of the aisle, because we need to have conversations, we need to have discussions, and we need to find common ground if we want to truly make change and progress in this country. And really, we need to find common ground and get people to believe that, look, Democrats historically are racist. We need to get rid of them. Like, the end of story. We need to vote them out at least once. Like, just get everybody out. Let's get this fixed, and then we can go to your socialism, I guess. But like, either way, let's do that when I'm dead. I feel bad for people who are raising kids in this country. Where was that video? Because I wanted to retweet it, even though I don't agree with what the guy was saying. Okay, so before we watch this one, I do need to say I do not agree with the way the crowd handled the situation. But I am from the area. I don't live in Philadelphia. And I've never actually experienced like how intense these people are firsthand, but I live in the major metropolitan area. I know how Philly is. We go hard. We throw batteries at people at our sports teams. Like at our games, we will throw batteries at people. We go hard. We riot. We go hard. And that's what, like, the riots generally typically aren't bad when our teams win because it never really happens. And on top of that, like, I'm sorry, riots for days over something that never happened in your city, having a riot for about a day because your team finally won a championship. I'm sorry, I can kind of see past a little bit of the property damage on this one because typically they're not looting stores. They're just burning some cars. They're hanging from light poles and they're just being drunk assholes. It's Philly. It's kind of enduring because I love my city. Not the insanity that's going on right now, but so anyway, I do not condone their actions, but I am happy and thankful that these men and women are out here trying to protect their neighborhoods. So anyway, here's some South Phillies defending the Columbus statue.
You're so scared. Aren't you embarrassed?
I can give you my business card, sir, if there's a problem.
Aren't you embarrassed?
I don't agree with the violence.
Embarrassed. You're embarrassment. You're an embarrassment.
So what do you think about how Christopher Columbus cut off the hands of people who didn't bring him enough gold?
They were fucking savages back then. They all.
This guy just hit me in the head.
Nonchalantly just grabs the bike.
Sir, let me have my bicycle.
You talk shit, get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And then this thing just comes up and slices the tires and walks away. Somebody's just yelling, "You suck" in the background, like. If you want to come to Philly and you want to start fucking with the locals, well, guess what? They fuck with you back. You don't fuck with Philly people, man. They go hard. What don't you get about? I'll condemn their actions because they're sitting there saying like, oh, they were savages back then. And then they're sitting here grabbing the dude's private property, slicing his fucking tires. But guess what? Unicorn Riot. These little weasels are the ones who are basically going and covering the protests, and they're the ones showing all the looting and the riots and whatnot. Their name is Unicorn Riot. They're not there to be peaceful and just record. He's sitting here antagonizing, do you know what Christopher Columbus did? And again, they said, get the fuck out of here if you're just trying to talk shit. They warned you. You don't want to. You think that you have a right to be there because you have your little iPhone. And you're going, oh, you can't hurt me. I'm a journalist. Fuck you. Get out of our city. You don't deserve to be there. End of story. I don't agree with the violence. I agree with South Philly people protecting their neighborhood. End of story. So... Okay, Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's see who he is. Republican Party. Okay.
It was a fascinating hearing. I thank Tim for taking on this task for all of us. He's the right person at the right time, and God has a plan for you, and you're fulfilling that plan. You're trying to bring us together as a country. I spent 5 hours with John and Ben and others on the Judiciary Committee listening yesterday, and it was a fascinating hearing. There's a process in the Air Force called Listen, Learn, and Lead. To my colleagues on the other side who said, we talk too much, we don't need to listen anymore, where were you for the 8 years of the Obama administration? I'm getting a little tired of being lectured to by my Democratic colleagues that all this is Trump's fault. You had 8 years under President Obama, the Justice and Policing Act, none of it was taken up virtually. So let's knock that off. You're making no points with me, trying to suggest that we're bad and y'all are not when it comes to this issue. You had 8 years. Thank Tim for taking on this task.
We're gonna listen to this one more time
for all of us.
Because I wasn't really paying attention.
He's the right person at the right time, and God has a plan for you, and you're fulfilling that plan. You're trying to bring us together as a country. I spent 5 hours with John and Ben and others on the Judiciary Committee listening yesterday, and it was a fascinating hearing. There's a process in the Air Force called Listen, Learn, and Lead. To my colleagues on the other side who said, we talk too much, we don't need to listen anymore, where were you for the 8 years of the Obama administration? I'm getting a little tired of being lectured to by my Democratic colleagues that all this is Trump's fault. You had 8 years under President Obama, the Justice and Policing Act, none of it was taken up virtually. So let's knock that off. You're making no points with me, trying to suggest that we're bad and y'all are not when it comes to this issue. You had 8 years.
Yep. Yeah, I fully agree with him. Couldn't agree more. Excuse me. Dems are bad. Very, very easy on that one. Just Dems are bad. You know. Aunt Jemima discontinued for racism, but Mr. Buttersworth for fat shaming. Uncle Jeffrey is Oh my god. We're gonna undo the retweet and we're gonna retweet it with a comment. LOL. Simply LOL. Yeah, this is kind of what the IRL streams are gonna be. It's just gonna be me trolling around on Twitter and shit like that. Google's hacking the election, couldn't agree more. That's pretty easy. School shootings, what should they do? Yes. Yes. Under President Trump's new order, police departments must share info on officers. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Lethal weapons to help prevent deadly interactions. Under this executive order, police departments must share information about officers with records of abuse, and federal funds will be funneled to support officers dealing with the homeless and people who have mental illness and substance abuse issues. And welcome.
Okay, so yeah, under the new executive order, police departments must share info on officers with records of abuse so they cannot be rehired. Good. You know, because right now, like, the actual issue is, yes, I'm not disagreeing that there's bad police. I'm not disagreeing that police brutality isn't an issue, but at the same time, it's not as big of an issue as people are making it out to be. It is still a massive issue, but it's not as big as people are blowing it out to be. It's really a mountain out of a molehill type of thing, right? Like, that's really what it comes down to. The true issue is the fact that we allow these police unions and police commissioners to allow these people who commit these egregious crimes, who are known for abuse and whatnot, to stay on the payroll, to get these, you know, like, suspended with pay, leaves, and everything like that. So that's the actual issue that we should be addressing. That's the actual issue that we need to be talking about. And it comes down to unions. But Democrats will never talk about unions because they love unions. I personally disagree with them. I've never liked unions. I never understood why. Now I understand why, and even more so. We got our good out of them. We don't really need them anymore. You want to make more money? Go negotiate your contract better. Like, you know, like, or start up your own job. You know, pretty fucking simple. So waiting for this evil POS to be sent. That really special place we all hear about. Let's see. I'm gonna bring down the United States by funding black hate groups. We'll put them into mental travel, make them blame white people. The black community is the easiest to manipulate. George Soros. Yeah, we should probably look into that one. I don't like Soros, man. All right, here's some hypocrisy.
Who's head of his campaign tweeted those rallies again. First one's going to be on Saturday, Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're even talking about getting a bigger venue because Brad Parscale, who's head of his campaign, tweeted out that more than 1 million people are requesting tickets. So the governor's trying to find maybe a bigger spot. But let's talk about how they're going to prepare.
Last I checked, it was like 800,000 people
COVID
wanted to
doesn't
go.
circulate throughout that room. They said they're doing temperature checks at the door. They're going to pass out hand sanitizer and masks to everyone in attendance. Is that enough?
That's a really good thing, Ainsley, and I want to point out something that you didn't ask me, which is the protests around the United States have not yet shown an uptick of cases. Minneapolis just studied this and did not show an uptick of cases. So if we're going to have protests, we certainly can have rallies, and the state of Oklahoma only had 185 new cases in the entire state yesterday. So I think that's a good choice of states. I think the masks and the hand sanitizers are a good idea. I would add, if there's a way to build in some social distancing, which you know I'm a big fan of. It's very hard to do that at rallies, but that should be something we should at least keep in mind. So we can't have it both ways. If we're going to have protests, we have to be able to have rallies.
Yep.
Good deal. Thanks so much, Dr. Siegel. We'll see how it all pans out on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank God we have a doctor actually talking
rally,
some
the
fucking
Trump rally
sense
is
here. You know what I mean? We have fucking, thank God, Dr. Marty Fox. Ta-da! All right. Alright, so we haven't checked YouTube because apparently one thing I can do... Wow, why'd I do that? Apparently one thing we can do is we can actually do like reactionary videos and we can like react to things, right? So let's see if Trump's doing any speeches or anything like that. No. Oh god. Not Kumo. I'm not fucking listening to him. He's stupid. He's so stupid. I would like to watch this, but we'll watch that later. Okay, so we don't really have anything good going on. We could probably look up some like Trump speeches and shit like that, but I'd rather just try to find what's going on right now and see if we can just make fun of it. Alright, so I don't know if anybody heard about this recently, but basically what's happening right now is the Federalist and Zero Hedge are being like demonetized on Google because apparently like MSNBC or some left progressive media called them like right wing and racist and all that, and they complained to Google, so now Google's censoring and everything. So it's pretty fucked up because that's wrong. You know, like 100% wrong. So no second shutdown shouldn't be considered. Let's see. COVID outbreaks can be addressed as they come without placing millions of healthy people under house arrest and crushing the economy. Again, couldn't agree more. The name of the politics, convenient panic reporting are more clear than ever. Okay. So, nothing newsworthy there. By the way, like as we're gonna keep going with these types of streams, there's gonna be more structure to them. I'll actually have like certain talking points pointed out. I'll have other things open. And I'll have more of a direction instead of just like sitting here going through and just, this is great. Just a dude doing his job getting beaten by somebody. That was awesome. Mighty U.S. consumers bouncing back. Yep, retail spike over 17%. That's fucking so good. Because like one thing that Trump focuses on is not just America, but it's also the economy. And the Democrats hate the fact that the economy is going good. Because you're going to see a common argument on the left and through Democrats is like, oh, well, we have an unemployment rate of 20%. It's like, yeah, but if you look at January before we were locked down in all these Democrat states and whatnot, because the last states to lock down were red states, Republican states, and the first states to open up were Republican states, red states. The places that are still locked down are Democrat, they're blue states. So with these lockdowns and shit like that, that's why unemployment spiked up. Back in January, our unemployment rate was like 4%. That's super low. That's really low, man. Like 4% unemployment, that's really good. But then we shot up to 20 because everybody got locked down and you couldn't go to work. So then people try blaming that on Trump. It's like, Trump didn't tell you to do that. That was the Democrat, governors and everybody of the states. I don't really like these reportings because like the poll points like let's all right, we're gonna look into one of these polls. So this is a new Reuters poll and shit like that, right? Oh, yo, tell me. Yes. Okay, cool. So we got Biden talking. I can't wait to hear what this fucking lunatic has to say. Every time he talks, it's a literal gold mine of comedy. I'm just gonna take a hit real quick. It's funny because, like, I'm honest. I'm not afraid to be truthful. I got fart really bad right now, right? So if I mute my mic out of nowhere, it's probably because I farted. But Biden was on an interview with my governor, Tom Wolf from Pennsylvania. The dude ripped ass talking to fucking Tom Wolf, and Tom Wolf visibly like goes like, dude, like seriously, like it was so funny. The Debs are seriously trying to push some, like, almost 80-year-old racist who can't even control his own flatulence as the next president of the United States. It's so funny. It's so funny. Biden is seriously the gift that keeps on giving because he's fucking stupid. Let's see what he has to say.
Former Vice President Joe Biden's national lead over President Trump has increased to 13%.
They're not even going to let him speak.
And according to a new Reuters Ipsos poll, in the survey, 48% of respondents said that they would vote for Biden, the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, with 35% saying that they would support Trump. The president has seen his poll numbers flail in recent months as criticism over his handling of the coronavirus pandemic and his response to the nationwide protests sparked by the police killing of George Floyd mount. According to the new poll, Trump's support among Republicans has fallen 13% since March.
Okay, so I'm really bad at mental math and just doing quick math like this. So what is it, 48 plus 35? So 48 plus 35, I'm pretty sure this is going to be like 100. It's 83. So the numbers that they're pulling aren't even a full 100% scope. So let's go ahead and just talk about what they just said. So this is why taking a very basic statistic course is so important. You know, when you go to college, and it's really important to understand how statistics are used and how they use them to frame things, right? In the survey, 48% of respondents, so 48%, not even half, so not even half of the respondents would say that they would vote for Biden. So that's a good thing to say, that there's probably a majority of respondents who said they're probably not voting, or they don't know, or they're undecided just yet. But 35% said that they would support Trump. So you have this poll that's saying, would you vote for Biden? Would you vote for Trump? Would you do whatever? Like, you know, basically it says, like, how are you going to vote? So 48, not even half of the respondents of that survey said that they would go for Biden. That's not how you win in an election. So they're cherry picking the respondents and what they said to try to be like, well, look, 48 is more than 35. Yeah, but if you add 48 plus 35, you're only getting 83. So what was the other? So what's 100 minus 83? Right? 100 minus 83. So what's the other 17% saying? They don't matter? You're not going to say what the other 17% of that survey has to say about the way they're voting? So 55% of respondents said that they disapprove of Trump's handling of the pandemic. First off, it's not really Trump's handling. Like, it's not his fault. Which has killed over 150,000 Americans. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. That's so false. Because again, you need to talk about how they're considering the death toll. The way that they're considering the death toll is if you're in the hospital and you die, no matter how you die, even if it's natural cause, you die of a heart attack. If COVID is in your system, that's a COVID death. That's how they're using these numbers. It's really important to know this. But people are just 150,000. That's no. Because most of these could have been, like, if a drunk driver gets killed and they have COVID, technically speaking, COVID killed them according to hospitals because they want more funding. And that's again how this is working. So people don't get it. Trump's support among Republicans has fallen 13 points since March. That's really not that bad. March, April, May, June. So within 4 months, 13 points have fallen. I mean, we've been locked up. We haven't really been doing anything, you know? All right, so anyway, 38% among all respondents, the president's approval rating is the lowest it's ever been. Like, no, from my understanding, it's actually, like, really high. Like, from my understanding, it's actually doing pretty decent. Like, he has a high approval rating with fellow Republicans. They don't talk about that. They're cherry-picking stats. This is bullshit. This is 100% bullshit. That's why I don't care for The Hill too much. They're kind of, like, with their news. Like here, if we go to The Hill and then if we click on NewsGuard, so they do not correct or clarify errors, and
Former
they do
Vice
not
President
disclose
Joe Biden.
ownership or financing. You know, like, so you would think The Hill, it's going to be a relatively fair news source, but no, they're still kind of pushing an agenda, as you can see here, because again, not even half of the respondents are saying that they're going to vote for Biden. There's 17% that's unaccounted for, and they're not talking about that. So, and only 35%. Like, it's framing of the questions are really important too. So let's see. Reuters. Do we have the actual results? Sometimes they'll give you the results and it doesn't look like. Is that Ron Paul? That's Ron Paul. Oh, I love Ron Paul. Yeah. So on June 10th and 16th, 40%. So again, if they're not going to give you the actual results of the poll, it's not worth it to really listen to a poll or anything like that. It's not. I don't agree with it. And what is this news source? This is Reuters. How are they? So site provides news. So they don't even tell you who's Chris Kahn. You know what I mean? He's pushing an agenda for sure. This is fun. I actually like these streams. I hope you guys are enjoying these. This is really important to talk about, by the way. Again, we're gonna go ahead and go over this. And yay, a black woman. Nancy Green, aka Aunt Jemima, was born into slavery. She was a magnificent cook. When she was freed, she rolled her talent into a cooking brand. She rolled her talent. It's not a great grammatically correct sentence, but either way, basically, she rolled her talent into a cooking brand that GM bought and used her likeness. She died in 1923 as one of America's first black millionaires. That's really important to know, because in a systemically racist country, that wouldn't happen. And this was in 1923. This is before the 60s. This is before the Civil Rights Movement. Look at that. First black millionaire. One of the first black millionaires in 1923. That's, man, that makes me proud to be an American. And you're going to tell me there's some form of systemic racism in this country? Go fuck yourself. You have no idea what you're talking about if you really think that. You know what I mean? Like, straight up, you're like, it's basically, you are, if you think that there, what was that? That's, I'm gonna get banned from Twitch. I have adult content on my Twitch sometimes. I should probably keep it to just my feed, because I don't. Fuck. Huh. I just came across like a major issue of me doing these. Well, I can always just do this. And then I can just switch it back. I don't know why my window capture doesn't work. And it's really upsetting. Alright, there we go. It's not on my timeline anymore. It's not on my timeline anymore. Alright. Ho! That dude. Skeeter Mills on IG hit a black woman in the face with a skateboard for rejecting him. People said he lives in Harlem. I'll find out to verify that. So, this thug, I can't really. We already watched it. I gotta do better with fucking trying to filter this content. But sorry, like, this is real time. This is, we're just chatting. There's not a whole lot I can do, and if you don't like it, well, guess what? This is called free speech and shit like that. I'm not promoting any form of violence. I can only just show you what's actually happening in the world today. But anyway, this does help prove a point, though, that A, without proper father figures, you have young men like this, which I'm not gonna call him a man. You have fucking boys like this running around thinking that it's okay to hurt women just for simple rejection. Now, you're a piece of shit, which is why you think you're able to hit women and shit like that. I don't know who raised you, but your mom obviously failed you. And it's probably safe to say that you probably came from a single household motherhood. It's not racist to say that, because guess what? I basically grew up in one too. You know what I mean? A lot of people did. A lot of people do. So it's a very telling thing, especially within the black community. But any father figure he did have, he probably had somebody who's not really respectful towards women. Again, this is safe to say because of his behavior alone. If you think that's racist, that's your problem, not mine. I don't look at it as it's an issue with the color of his skin. I look at statistics and fact and just say, especially with young men today, we are running into an issue of where we do not have fathers, we do not have positive role models and strong male role models in our lives. And that's a major fucking issue. That's a massive issue, and that's coming from a man who was raised without a proper father figure. You know what I mean? So again, like, it's just it's a massive issue in this country, and that's why this thug thinks it's okay to hit a woman. And look at that face. I got no problem fucking, like, look, they're laying out fucking behind him. Luckily, I don't think that's blood. That was there from the get-go, right? But fucking, yeah, look at this. This fucking piece of shit. This piece of shit. That's a full-fledged adult. That is an adult. Fuck him. That's disgusting. I can't believe. And, like, the worst part about it is I identify as a skater. I grew up, I have literal a skate tattoo on my leg, and that's my main pushing leg. That's, you know, like, that's what I use to stabilize with, and I learned how to push properly, you know, way late into the game once I got into longboarding, because I was never good at doing, like, flip tricks or doing shortboard stuff. I'm not good at ramps or anything like that. I can skate up and down them and do whatever, but I can't do fakies. I can't do stalls. I can't do, like, you know, kick flips or anything like that. I can barely ollie. You know, I can get up certain curbs and shit, but that's besides the point. I like cruising. I like the culture about skateboarding. I like the freedom. I like the independence, and I like the diversity behind it, because it's such an independent sport. It literally does not limit itself to anybody. Anybody who can buy or afford a board, anybody who can stand on it can skate. That's it. You're not exclude. You know, there's no teams. There's no like, in the professional aspect, there is like a men's and women's division, but it still comes down to, like, I'll gladly watch, you know, intergender skating competitions, because I don't care. As long as you got a good flow, good line, a woman can outdo a man any day. A man might be having more power behind his moves and shit like that, but a woman might be more stylish and might win a competition, because while you might be technically good, you're just very rigid, or, like, you know, you don't have a good flow or feel to it. So, like, you know, there's a lot of style behind it too. So when I watch people who are using something that I identify as, when it comes down to my culture, as a weapon for injustice, or a weapon for oppression or discrimination or anything like that, that breaks my heart. That's to me, that's offensive. Just like kneeling for the flag. You don't kneel for the flag. You stand for that Pledge of Allegiance, man. I don't care what you think about that one. I never had a respect for the flag the way I do now. You know what I mean? So when I see something that I identify with wholeheartedly as part of my culture being used to harm people, and not to freely express yourself, and to use it as like a fitness tool, for one, because skateboarding is a great fitness tool, but also just like an art form. Like, violence isn't an art form, man. I don't care who you are. Who's Ruthie? Brazilian. Alright, that's cool. Chocolate girls do it better. I'm not gonna disagree. Blessed to be 21. Yes, you are. Sexy. Nothing wrong with that. Just want to remind everyone that it's not going away. We need to do it. We can't help keep these voices heard and tell my brothers and sisters to treat equal love and respect. People will not be quiet. We'll rather will be heard. Black Lives Matter. Okay, so this dude is a fascist. 100%. Oh, he's from Seattle. No wonder why. He's fucking... Look at this weasel. Do people forget or something? No, it's just you're all unemployed. Alright, so this dude probably doesn't really have like a bad heart or a bad mind. He's misdirected. I think he's just misdirected, but then again, he lives in Seattle. What do you expect? I don't even know why I followed him, for one. Alright, so anytime Vincenzio Scapone or whatever, the Unseeing Eyes here, he tweets something, sometimes he's misdirected, but he's actually a really good dude. He's very insightful. He's very wise. I appreciate his opinions. And generally anybody he retweets is pretty solid. But yeah, so let's see what he's got to say, right? I identify with the normal people who want to live and have a nice life. I don't hate anyone. I'm not angry at the world. I feel alive when I'm kind and help others. I'm also very concerned what I see, hear, and read. It horrified me. This is why I like him. See, like, again, couldn't agree more. Reasonable person, well spoken, you know. So what does Justin here say? So anyway, V, this is crazy. We were letting a small faction. It truly worked in the same people call the shots, and we appease them out of fear of being labeled as something we are not. Anyway, that's been going on for a while now. We literally had separate water fountains just about 50 years ago by appeasing the fear of race mixing. Although I understand the comfort of revisionist history, I also understand for the sake of comfort too. What the fuck are you talking? I don't really know what this dude's talking about. Let's see. 5 people. Oh. All right. So what's going on here? Warlord Covfefe. Okay, so it's supposed to be coffee, I guess. Covfefe. So my neighbors expect to mention cars or car speeding when I said sorry, it's false news. Some anti-feds been arrested riots. It's an absolute lie. It's been proven. Federal law enforcement agencies have been unable to produce evidence that anti-fascists are responsible for plotting violence and destruction at protests at the killing of police Floyd. As of last week, none of the people arrested and charged with oh my god. Do I really need to go through my timeline to find this? Hold on. Where's Cassandra Fairbanks' post? Oh man. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about this one, because this is ridiculous, and this actually talks about my home state, right? So, alleged Pittsburgh 20-year-old Antifa kid escorted to police by parents. So this kid was escorted to the police, and he was, charged for arson and everything like that. Let me see if I can find the... yes! Wanted for inciting a riot. Look... The bandana he wears has a goddamn symbol, I'm pretty sure, of like the local Antifa chapter, which is so funny too. Alright, so let's see if we can get to the full story. The Sarah A. Carter. Where's the video? Yes! Here it is. Here it is, the video of this. Look at the disappointment in these parents, man. Like, this is... Man, this little fucking weasel kid.
Mr. Bartles, do you have anything to say about what happened on Saturday? Anything you want to say? Do you have anything to say?
I bet you 10 to 1. Bet you 10 to 1 that kid was so proud of what he did, he even just straight up told his parents, and his parents were like, you did what? Because they're not commies. What do? They turn their fucking son in. Damn fucking right. Good parents. Terrible that they raised a kid to be, to where he was radicalized and they weren't actually, like, seeing what was really going on in his young life. Or to, like, listen to him and whatnot. But here we go. Remember, these are peaceful protests, right? Peaceful protests. That's what they try to say. Peaceful protests. You gotta remember, man, there's fucking guns in cop cars. When you start breaking the windows and you're trying to smash into them and whatnot and break into them and everything, that's not peaceful. That's actually called disturbing the peace. It's a crime. So, people don't want to think about this rationally, man. They don't want to think about it. Like, one of my favorite things that I saw was somebody was talking about the iPhone that they stole, I think from like DC, because there's videos of that. There's videos of people breaking into the DC Apple Store and everything and running out, and there's plenty of Apple Store video footage being broken into and everything. People don't realize that Apple can track those phones. They can track their equipment. It's their hardware. They have the software for it too, and they can go ahead and wipe it and everything, and they can lock it down. So what did Apple do? Because Apple's not going to condemn what's going on. Nobody's going to buy Apple products anymore if they say we don't condemn the riots or lootings. They're just going to say, not a big deal. We'll take care of the charges. We'll go ahead and pay for the buildings. So they're going to justify the behavior. But what Apple can do, and most tech companies can do, is they can find stolen hardware. They can lock it down. Not only that, they can go ahead and put a message on the screen saying, please return it to the store you stole it from. So I saw somebody before actually post on Twitter, and they're like, no man, you can't, no way. And they were so upset. They were so upset that their phone was locked down and it said return to the store. It made me so happy to see. Because it's justice porn, man. These people don't realize it. You can be tracked. Times you can't shop at the store, but you can loot it. You can't go to church, but you can burn them down. You can't go to Donald Trump rally, but you can join Chess Chop. Oh my god. I'm not gonna say they're anarchists, but you know, like it's more social commies. Here we go. Here we go. 2 minutes of Chaz Chop. I don't know what's in this video. It could be pretty offensive and bad things.
Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, people call it different things. There's been disagreements. As you walk in, it's pretty amazing. There's some of these buildings, like 12th Avenue Arts is kind of cut in half by the border. And as you walk in, they do have a liquor store right here. If you come over here, this is the police precinct. So I'm coming in through one of the north entrances. But this is the Seattle Police Department East Precinct. It's sort of become like, it's been covered with different paraphernalia, signs. There's graffiti all over the ground, aka art. And that's the entrance there.
AKA
but if you walk
art.
down the main street and you check this out, there's Ben & Jerry's, big progressive company, passing out free ice cream, I think, to everybody, just showing their support. You gotta have billionaire companies in support. Yeah, so you come in here. Can I squeeze through here real fast? You can kind of pick up what you need or drop off everyone's. Oops. Don't worry about it. Okay. This is a really cool place. People can just like hang out. And like it's essentially people just coming together and talking. It's there's the decolonization conversation cafe. They all got names and dream boards. And you kind of sit in a circle and talk to people or square. Emotional support tent. This is emotional support. So you have emotional and feelings tents. There's a lot of that stuff.
What a bunch of fucking children.
Really serious here. So there's a straight up kitchen that they're building with fridges and stoves. I mean, this is like a full-on operation, right? My favorite part of this entire place is the garden. It's really like a peaceful, beautiful place. And if you look at it, they're straight up fertilizing, they're growing everything. It's like...
Okay, so we need to talk about not only their segregated gardens. I don't know exactly how far Elijah's going to go on this, because this is actually, I believe Elijah something or whatever. He's from Slightly Offensive. He's currently covering a lot of what's going on with these riots and everything. He's putting himself at risk because at any point, if people actually hear what he's saying, he can be forcibly removed from Chaz Chop, and he'll generally do it by gunpoint. So it's pretty scary. He risks himself being in there every fucking time because he's trying to expose what's going on, but he's also trying to do it covertly. So I support what he's doing, but he is honestly kind of in danger with what he does. It's pretty crazy because I don't believe he supports what's going on. But anyway, so it's really interesting and important to note that these two gardens, because there's two gardens here. There's one you can kind of see in the back, but there's two gardens here. They're segregated. One's for the black and indigenous people, and one's for the white people. So even on the left progressive side of things, they support segregation. Like, so they're really not all about equality, and they're really not that tolerant. So it's pretty, there's so much hypocrisy, and it's so blatant too, and people are just like, no, this is great. Because I'm pretty sure they're just high on their own flatulence. That's farts for people who don't know. They're basically just wafting their own farts or cupping it at this point. I don't know how they're sustaining themselves. I'm going to assume that eventually at some point they're going to make a human centipede. But that said, these people, and when I say these people, I don't mean, you know, like, oh, whatever you think that I mean. I'm talking about the citizen, denizens, whatever the fuck you want to call them. These willingly held hostage captives of Chaz Chop. I don't know how to describe the LARPing fucking idiots in Chaz Chop. What they did was they literally lined down cardboard, threw down like mulch and topsoil, and then put potted plants into the topsoil. So when those roots try to grow hold of something, it's gonna be just cardboard. So now they're trying to cover it with hay, because apparently that's just gonna help. So allegedly there is actually some like science behind their plan here, I guess. They're just doing it really, really poorly because they never actually had a farm a day in their fucking lives. So they don't understand that, and they never did a garden either. You have to actually dig a hole and put the plant in the hole of the ground. Or dig a pit and then do that. Like, you need to allow the roots to grow hold in something. Not cardboard and then fucking grass. Seriously, it's grass, cardboard, mulch topsoil, plant, hay. Like, what? Those roots will never take into anything. These guys are going to be dead within like 2 weeks. Like, it's just, oh god, it's so ridiculous. So anyway, I don't know how far he's going to really get into this, but I really wanted to point out what they're doing with their gardens. It's ridiculous. They've never gardened or farmed a day in their fucking lives. And you can tell.
It's developed over the days. You might have seen pictures online. That was a walkthrough of Chaz or Chop, however you want to describe it.
So we didn't go over
it is Sunday. I don't know what day it is. I've lost track because in Chaz, there's no national anthem, no laws, and no time.
There's no national anthem, no days, no law, no time. Oh my god. Take a thing while I can. A vacation site note. Travesty law. It was a joke, person. Oh my god, without police law and order, there is no American time at the curb. I'm not going to retweet what they said. I'm going to retweet what this person said because this is just ridiculous. Oh, excuse me. All right. It's pretty ridiculous. There's one thing everybody in Chaz Chap has in common, and it is the fact that they are unemployed. Rayshad Brooks was on probation and a dude could have led to prison. Oh, no wonder why he fought the police and ran. Okay. Wait, hold on.
It may not be fully vandalized, they say, but it's got a lot of spray paint, a lot of artwork.
Where community members have come together to plant community gardens and re-envision public safety. Let's meet peace. Things like digitally altered pictures on Fox News. Things like digitally altered pictures on Fox News that spread lies about what is happening in my district.
Bannon Police Precinct.
Oh my god. That's amazing. That lady is so out of touch as to what's going on in her city. Oh my god. It only gets slightly taxing, by the way. Imagine the bandwidth. Dial modem. For my youngest, don't know what that is. From the 90s. Okay, information right now slow on 1000 terabytes per second. That's why mental health is so important right now. I feel it. Guys. What? I guess I know what they're saying now. I'm a 17-year-old atheist who wants to join church because it's the base and traditionalist reactionary thing to do. Oh my god. Alright. I can appreciate that. That's actually pretty funny. Dinosaurs didn't really look at Adam and them. Oh god. Thanks for saying mass riding and looting safe, but Trump rallies aren't. I don't really care for the Drudge Report because I don't really like their. I wouldn't go to a Trump rally. Good, fuck you, Fauci, or whatever his name is. What time is it? 1:21. We've been doing this for about 3 hours now. I can keep going, man. I'm good with this. I do need to pee though. It wasn't a lie. I disagree with that. Yeah, look at that. Aaron Rupar. So, who's this person? No doubt he's a liberal. Vox.com.com. On parental leave. We'll look at you. MSNBC. Agree with anything MSNBC says. So yeah, this dude's Vox.com. So Vox is fucking completely biased. Alright, so let's see. There we go. Aaron Rupar is a moron. Yeah, I don't disagree with that one. February, let's see, where is... March 24th. Where is settings, tools, anytime, past week. Five two. Okay, so 5-2. And this was March. Can we get maybe April? Why can't we find one from May? There we go. Well, this isn't Gallup. What about April? Well, %, 92%. That's at the end of March too. Bro. I can do a better job than fucking Aaron Rupar, but I'll never be employed at Vox due to the simple fact that, oh yeah, I don't push narratives. I push truth. I'll be back again. Man, this is fun. I really enjoy doing this. I'm glad that that I started doing this. He's willing to have a conversation. I'm cool with that. I think this is media that I uploaded. This is gonna take a minute. Oh no, because I think it was one of my retweets. So 80% for versus 61%. Yeah. Boom. I don't know who that is. Is that... I think I was told about that name. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, so I was just told about this. Apparently he's a pedophile or some shit like that. That's all I know. Yes. 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 John Brazios. Braziosus. Who you? Member of the Republican Party. Oh, look at that. Somebody speaking fucking sense and not fucking nonsense. I guess I didn't retweet that properly. My apologies. Hello? Where was it? Yep, so right there. Somehow the left is going to try to justify this and be like, well, they drove through the middle of a peaceful protest. They're literally kicking the car. They're smashing the windows and shit like that. That's not peaceful. I'm sorry. This is not peaceful. I don't care who you are. You do not have a right mind if you think about anything of this as peaceful. Look at this. There's literally a line of traffic and these people just want to sit here and block traffic and they want to, like, that poor dog. That poor dog. Go fucking figure this is California. Only California would allow this type of bullshit. Like, look at that. There's literally a line of traffic. There's a line of traffic and people are trying to block the road. That is illegal. That is illegal. That is not a peaceful protest. You're not peacefully assembling. Oh yeah, just in case if anybody needs to know this, by the way. Ready? Ready? We're going to go to the Bill of Rights here. We're going to look at the First Amendment of the Constitution. And this is, you know, unfortunately Wikipedia, but here's an image of it. Oh God, we can't read that. That's terrible. So that's handwritten. But the text, so transcript. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. First off, these people are in the streets. They're not protesting the government. They're not going to government buildings. They're not going to courthouses. They're not addressing their grievances with the government. They're not doing that. They're literally in the middle of the street because they have no jobs and they have no direction in life, and they're just shouting Black Lives Matter because they're indoctrinated into this fucking guilt trip that if they don't support this movement, they're racist. It makes no sense. Basically, the left is a bunch of white supremacists with guilty consciences. End of story. Try to explain how they think that it's any form of justifiable to run into cities and burn down black businesses. No wonder why they're trying to frame it as, oh, it's a bunch of white supremacists. You look at all the videos, it's a bunch of little fucking snot-nosed fucking, you know, brain-dead white kids who are doing all of this shit. Not all of them, you know, but the ones who are starting the fires and everything like that, yeah, typically white kids. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Alright, where else can we go with this train? Lumpy Luis. Who's this? Phone banking, that's the pleb's job? What? That blog looks like the ramblings of an insane person. Alright, so let's see. Most are banned related, so there's that. First, we don't need your vote. Blue checks responding on endorsing left groups, phone banking, the blue rude apologist. Again, ramblings of an insane person. I'm not going to concern myself with whatever they have to say. Yes, I do agree with that. If you see a cop today, please thank them. Thank them for their job. Please. Wave to them. Just do something nice. It's sad that Democrats don't like the fact that black parents in the White House yesterday are coming out and sharing the compassion of Donald Trump for their families. The truth that the president cares about. Yeah, people don't like that. People don't like the fact that, like, you know, this is happening. Coronavirus updates. This dude's doing a good job trying to let people know about like what's going on. All he does is just give you updates about like, you know, like new cases and everything like that. So that's pretty fair news. I think it's kind of like blowing out of proportion. It's basically saying like, look at all these people with the common cold. Like, cool. Whatever. Expert in prostate cancer. Cool. I'll follow that, dude. Pig oinking metal. I love it. Not really. Trump's to sign an executive order to stop annual 6,000 veteran suicides. I don't know how he's going to sign an executive order to stop suicides, but hey, he's got fucking compassion for our vets, guys. Like, how are you going to try to pin this dude as a fucking, like, a bigot or a racist? It just blows my mind. Honestly, the hatred for this guy makes no sense to me. And that's why I started looking into him, and I started looking into this politics and what he does and everything like that. And I just don't get it. I don't get it because, like, if you listen to the things he says, if you actually sees what he does, he doesn't do anything wrong. But you're going to get upset about a soundbite? You're going to get upset about a soundbite. That's really what it is, right? Okay. This is at 2. Okay, so this is going to be a live press conference. We're going to sit here and we're going to watch a live press conference in a half an hour. So we got a half an hour just to kill some time. What should we do? Should we maybe... Should we do a reaction video? Excuse me. Massive intestinal wind. That's a fart. The police funded dude. What is that? 500 euros for a fart? What a fucking nanny state. That's beautiful. That's so funny. Oh, let's see what this dumb bitch has got to say.
Act. The leader of the Senate who was there. I think what the president...
First off, this bitch has got 2 eyebrows. She's got these eyebrows, and then she's got, like, these eyebrows. So, God, she's like a cartoon character. She really is.
I think what the president had today was a photo op. And he did say Congress should act.
So she's upset that the president had a photo op, but, excuse me? Nancy Pelosi, kneeling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is this, Nancy Pelosi? Is this not a photo op? Like, the photo's online. You can't run away from this. Literally, if I go to images. Like, what? What was that? What was that?
I think what the president had today was a photo op.
The president today had a photo op. And what was this racist shit you were doing? This is a fucking amazing meme. This was a little fucked up, but again, you know, cultural appropriation and shit like that. She's literally wearing an African like scarf thing from a tribe over in Africa that sells their own people to slavery. Like, what? And she got a photo op in the, oh my god. Whatever, man. Whatever. These Democrats and Democrats and liberals don't want to look at their own hypocrisy, and they're just like, yeah, it's all Trump's fault. Like, no, you guys are lunatics and you're racist, and you don't want to admit it.
And he did say Congress should act. The leader of the Senate, who was
the Congress should act. Congress needs to do their fucking jobs.
there, the Republican leader of the Senate said the House bill is going nowhere. We'll have none of that. You heard Senator Booker's response to all of that. What we are proposing is something that is proposed by the Congressional Black Caucus in the hopper for a number of years, worked on for a long time, understanding the nature of the problem. And you know what? The American people understand it, too. And so here we have a place where we can work together. We've had our chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Karen Bass. We're so proud of her having conversation and communication with the Fraternal Order of Police, respecting any suggestions that they may have. So this isn't about drawing red lines in the sand. It's about making a big difference, taking a giant step forward. And saying to the leader in the Senate, you call yourself the Grim Reaper. How aptly named you are. When you see how many people have died, how much lack of confidence there is in whether there is systemic racism in our country, and clearly there is.
Yeah, from the fucking Democrats. Jesus Christ, this fucking stupid bitch. What was this? Oh no, you saw that I'm unemployed. do. Hey, is it the Democratic Party? Where is it? Dems are bad. Dems are bad. There we go. I love it. I love doing this. This is so much fun. I really hope you guys do kind of enjoy the content that I'm providing, and the fact that it's just me yelling on Twitter and like looking at this shit and just calling out the hypocrisy of what's going on. The Democrats introduced the crime bill. Biden introduced the crime bill. That put a lot of black lives into fucking jail for no fucking reason. So. No. I'll retweet that. Because if we're just allowed to say things without backing anything up, I'm allowed to just say whatever I want without backing anything up. That's how the rules of the game work nowadays, right? I generally typically back up the things that I say, but what's Dan Boingo doing? Anyway, wait, no, I'll keep following him. This is fun. So we got 45 minutes until Trump goes live to announce Task Force roadmap. Okay. Look at that. He's not even happy about that. I can agree with that. Oh yeah, did anybody see this one? Dude just runs up to this woman, hits her with something, she falls over, and then of course he assaults her. But we're gonna go ahead and call a social worker. I like James Woods. Yep. All thanks to the tremendous sacrifices Pennsylvanians made in the last few months. But protests and riots are okay. I don't really like Tom Wolfe. I don't think PA is on this list. But either way, it still comes down to the major metropolitan cities generally vote Democrat. End of story. Let's see. Here we go. So, just so we can go over what I just posted and retweeted. This is the number of people shot to death by the police in the United States from 2017 to 2020, right? Okay? So, we got that. So what is this, under the Trump administration or some shit like that? So, in 2017, there was 475 white people versus 223 black people, 179 Hispanic, 44 other, whatever that means, and 84 unknown. So, as you can see, each year it typically goes down for the most part. Like, 2018 was a little bit better than 2019 for some. Like, for whites it was a better year than for blacks or Hispanics, that's for sure, because it looks like things went up. But for 2020, I mean, the year's still young. Everybody's down, like, tremendously. This is, I mean, we're still only 6 months into the year, but, like, again, like, this is not bad, man. It's still unfortunate. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. This shouldn't be happening. This should not happen. Like, why are we having the police have to shoot citizens? That's what we need to talk about. But one thing that generally doesn't get talked about is how, like, you know why white people are perfectly fine with these numbers? I can perfectly speak about this because I'm white, but the reason why white people don't fucking care about these numbers, when we find out that a white person was shot by the cops, we go, what happened? Oh, so he fought with the cops and then he, like, drew a gun. Okay, so it was justified. We hold, like, the actions of people to a higher standard. you don't want to get shot by the cops, then don't do things that will get you shot by the cops. Don't fight with them. Comply. I've had guns from cops pointed to my face more times than I would like to count. I can count on one hand, but more times than I would like to count. Because I should never have a gun pointed to my face as an American citizen. Never got shot. Is that my white privilege? No. I complied with what they said. And I posed no threat. Hands up, don't shoot. You know, that age-old saying. And I complied with what they said. I didn't have to worry about anything. Hey, what's up, Lions? How you doing, man? Good to see you. So yeah, it's really important that if we're going to talk about this narrative, let's go ahead and talk about the facts. Let's talk about this, you know what I mean? And this is from Statista or whatever, you know, it's statistics. It's pulling fucking statistics. This is crime and law enforcement. This is being pulled from, like, you know, the research department and, you know, crime reports and everything like that. I'm sure if I really wanted to find where they're finding the information, I can, but, like, let's be real here. You think they're just pulling this number out of their ass? No, they're getting it from, like, the FBI and fucking police precincts and shit like that. Come on. Like, use your fucking head. So, let's see. I just watched an African-American U.S. Senator announce on live TV, America's not a racist country. And then you're going to say he's wrong? He's an African-American senator. If there was true systemic racism, guess what? He wouldn't be a senator. Alright, so this is going to be a graphic video, right? Because it looks like this cop's about to be assaulted. I know I'm not supposed to be showing this on Twitch, but this is what needs to be shown. You have to see things like this. You have to see what's going on so you can see both sides. What looks like to be happening here is two police officers are currently trying to arrest somebody. So what happens? Let's find out. Boom. Assault. That was a fire extinguisher. That's not okay, people. None of this is okay. You assaulted somebody while they, like, I know what this is going to sound like what I'm about to say, but he's literally doing his job. He's trying to keep the peace. He's assaulting somebody. He's arresting somebody that obviously broke the law, because generally they only arrest people who they literally watch break the law. That's hard to say. Boom. Assaulting a cop. Dude's back was turned. He didn't do anything wrong, and this dude just assaults a cop. It's a crime. Thank God he was wearing a helmet. Was that throwing a brick? I don't care what people want to try to argue, man. Parking cones or not, you don't throw things at people. Who raised you? Clearly nobody. Metal chair. Like, look, when I see things like this, if a cop pulls out a firearm and starts shooting at people, justified. That's not inciting violence, and that's not promoting violence. I'm sorry, this dude is risking his life right now. He's being attacked by a group of people, an angry mob. They're throwing things at him. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This dude's putting his life on the line to try to protect the community that he's serving. I don't like cops. I'm a stoner. I'm a skater. I don't like cops. They're typically against me. But fuck, man, I have compassion for my fellow human being. These people are insane. These people are absolutely insane. Jesus Christ. That's a woman. Oh, man. Anthony Fauci hasn't spoken with Donald Trump for 2 weeks. So apparently this leading doctor, who's supposed to be like leading what's going on with coronavirus and whatnot, hasn't talked to the president in 2 weeks. Wow, what a fucking prick. So Rayshad Brooks was on probation for a DUI that could have led to prison. Apparently the charges which Brooks pled guilty for and which he was still on probation dated back to August of 2014 when he was convicted on 4 counts of false imprisonment, simple battery, whatever family means. I'm guessing maybe he battered his family, battery, simple, and felony cruelty to children, by the way. Yeah, so cruelty to children. So that's why, like, I'm not upset. What does CHOP stand for? Capitol Hill Occupied Protest. Sure, let's go with that. Right? Yeah. Because he wants to go like, oh, 152 Democrats voted for it. Yeah, there was more Democrats in during this. There was less Republicans. That's what that's showing you. There was less Republicans. Less Republicans voted against it. More Democrats voted against it than Republicans. They just want to go against these raw numbers. Like, dude, 61 of Democrats voted in favor of civil rights. 80% of Republicans voted in favor. I'm sorry. That percentage right there shows that, nope, Republicans support equality way more than Democrats do. Like, how are you, like, you're just going to look at the independent people. These are from massive cities and whatnot, so they're going to have more fucking seats in the House. Like, this person clearly doesn't understand the civic system. It's true. Because again, if you're coming from a Democratic city that has a lot of people, like we're talking like hundreds of thousands and whatnot, you will have more seats on the Senate and the House because you have more districts that you need to represent because there's more people. The more people that are there, the more representation that they need. You got to remember, America is not a direct democracy. We are a republic. We are a republic of democratically elected officials that represent the populace of their districts. So the more people within a district, the more representation they have. God, it's so upsetting that you need to explain this to people. Like, you should have learned this in your goddamn schools, but I'm sorry. You know, you can't do that when you're being defunded. Cool, just puking in the streets.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
So he pukes and just starts beating this chick? And is that... That looks like a black woman. Huh. Imagine that. Oh. There's been no Antifa arrest. These are the people who are trying to incite race wars. These are the people who are taking over cities. These are the people who are inciting riots and whatnot. These are the people. Look at these. They're deranged lunatics. This person in the lower left-hand corner is literally giving themselves a haircut. I have no idea what to make up of the person in the upper right-hand corner. I'm guessing this person is just confused about their gender identity. This person just looks like they're on meth. Fuck, are these facial tattoos or are they face paints? I don't know. The person in the lower right here with the blue hair, god damn, these people look insane. They look absolutely insane. Hey, Flufferton. Oh yeah, car plowed through rioters. I don't feel bad for that one. Yeah, Rice Krispies is now racist for having 3 elves on the box. I don't know if you guys heard about that one. Jerry Nadler. He's a representative. Democrat? Democrat Party. Called it. I fucking call it. Like, every time. Just by seeing a little quote from them, you can tell if they're Democrat or not. Centuries of systemic and structural racism infected all of our institutions. Yeah, because the Democrats fucking did it. God damn it. I never really cared for Sean Hannity. Hello? That tweet existed, right? I like how people are just focusing on the McMuffin cop. They're not actually focusing on the issue of what just happened there. Because again, terrorizing a woman is perfectly fine providing it's, you know, a woman cop. Seems like we're just being passive aggressive with just like retweeting each other, but you know, it's kind of how it is. Oh, Project Veritas? Oh, this is...
We did apply for a grant from Soros at one point, just a long time ago. We actually did get a grant from them. There is going to be a need for thousands of people and then millions to come into the streets.
We're trying to meet with Tom Steyer. We've been talking to his assistant. We're meeting with his main advisor on impeachment. I think he has political ambitions that he may actually want to not be directly connected. In Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, And this at a certain point dominates the national news. It's a very disruptive force.
Last week, we released video of New York Antifa-like group Refuse Fa, short for Refuse Fascism, training people how to poke people's eyes out and reframing assault as self-defense.
Yeah, so if that doesn't knock him out, then yeah, the nose, the face, the eyes, poke the eyes with the other day. So absolutely. We just kind of want to, in the space, reframe the idea of self-defense as not simply you're being acted upon by an aggressor, but it's a kind of a decision you make to fight back. In a lot of ways to say, I'm human and I occupy this space and I'll be not.
Now today, we unmask undercover footage of their national organizer, the national organizer for Refuse Fascism, and we release footage that suggests who might even be funding their militant operation.
The ultimate vision is for people to break with their comfort and come into
we're not an
day
organization.
after day, night after night, in the hundreds of thousands until the millions, and not leave until they have to step down. The thing about this is that we see that this is not going to happen through normal channels, because we are living in abnormal times. And the way we see this is that there is going to be a need for thousands of people and then millions to come into the streets and demand that the Trump-Pence regime must go. We did apply for a grant from Soros at one point, just a long time ago, when I was doing more abortion rights and defending clinics. We actually did get a grant from them around, we started a thing called the National Day of Appreciation for Abortion Providers. Contributing money is a huge, look, we are not going to reach millions without millions. That's just straight up. We are not going to do it. We need millions of dollars to reach millions of people. You know, if you can get a meeting with either one of those, Sunsara Taylor or Andy Z, it would be a very important experience in your life.
We're trying to meet with Tom Steyer.
And what?
Right now, I don't know if we took the meeting today. We're meeting with his main advisor on impeachment. They kind of, I don't know who that is. It's somebody.
That's kind of a big deal. I mean,
We're meeting. We've been talking to his assistant. He first said he was going to meet, then he got busy. He made the announcement. Tom Steyer's been retweeting some of our stuff.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to want to. I think he has. This is only me speaking based on reading newspapers from New York. I think he has political ambitions.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always been the.
This dude just looks like a beatnik.
For governor.
That he may actually want to not be directly connected.
It's not just Soros and Steyer who may have interest in groups like Refuse Fa and Antifa. It's also our friends in Silicon Valley.
I'm going to be meeting with him because he's donated. His money is not part of the 80,000, but he's donated over 50,000. We have other people who donated 10,000. So actually, you're not first. But exactly. But you're not first, but you are first. And that if we could have right now $15,000, which is not very much money extra. This
$15,000 not much
I've
money.
learned on this tour is we should have 3 of these tours going out to campuses. Right. I met with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I think you're familiar with them. They're the main people for fighting on net neutrality, all this stuff.
The Frontier what?
The Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Okay.
It's the main organization that fights for internet privacy, net neutrality. It's a major organization. I met with them. They're in San Francisco, headquartered in San Francisco, and they're going to help us to get connected.
Our cities are on fire. With riots in the streets and elections at stake, everything seems so organized. It's not a surprise that presidential campaigns might get involved.
P.Z. Myers, Cornel West, Arturo O'Farrell, I mean, these are major figures in the arts and sciences who are definitely not revolutionaries, okay? And
They're not revolutionaries.
You'll see there's people.
They're just going to incite violence.
Work with these fascists, because they see the danger. You have to create a kind of demand from below
For what?
The kind of demand from below that
Oh,
the
right.
Trump-Pence regime must go,
Yeah.
where there's
The abolition.
yeah, where there's the kind of situation that did exist in South Korea, where the society itself is both a serious crisis in that, just imagine if, let's put millions aside for a second, that there was 10 to 50,000 people demonstrating in those 5 cities, which if they were demonstrating there, I can tell you from history, it would be spreading like wildfire from storm. That number of people who were protesting, at first maybe every week, and then every 3 days, and then every other day, where people were coming after work and the streets were flooded every night from 5 o'clock till 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was probably among younger people there'd be a few thousand who stayed overnight. And this was happening in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York. And this at a certain point dominates the national news. This is just, cities are in a certain sense non-violent demonstrations, but that's still it's a very disruptive force. That has international repercussions. Look at what's happening in the U.S.
Pretty much. Defund Antifa, yeah, right. Defund BLM. Antifa basically hijacked Black Lives Matter. I mean, really, it's two different groups that are fighting for two different things, right? BLM's currently fighting for power. Antifa's fighting for socialism. And both of those groups don't like each other. That's the best part. So, like, eventually what's going to happen is they are going to just self-implode, and they're going to destroy each other, which is just, honestly, it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. And I do love that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, fuck me. God damn it. Either way, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Alright. I got fresh batteries. I'm ready to get back into it. Let's go ahead and see what else we can. Oh fuck! I forgot the live stream. Oh, cool. It's only 15 minutes late. Alright, so most people don't do this. We're actually going to listen to the president. I know that's not like what people want to see or what they want to hear, but like, you know, this is one thing that people don't do. They would rather listen to sound bites, or they would rather listen to the mainstream media's spin and tell them what the president said instead of actually listening to him himself. And this is one thing that I started doing because of how many people hate our president. So I started listening to him. I started seeing what's going on. And guess what? I got no problem to admit it. I turned into a Trump fan, man. I'm on the Trump train. Why? Because I listened to the president. You can call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Sorry that I'm a patriot. Sorry I'm an American. Sorry I like my country and I want it to do well. Oh, fuck me. I'm such a terrible person. Seriously, I could get laid. That'd be nice. So, hit me up. That's the only problem with it. It takes fucking forever. Because, like, no doubt he's currently walking or being prepared and they're meeting and prepping and briefing and all this other nonsense. It looks like everybody's kind of socially distanced except for this journalist and some of the journalists over there. Everybody's got masks for the most part. There's a bunch of them who don't have them, and I really respect that. I love the fact that people don't have masks. Because we really need to get rid of masks. They're kind of pointless. They're hiding everybody's smile. They're hiding everybody's body language and whatnot. And that's, we need that. We need that for effective communication. You need to be able to see people and what they're saying. Yeah, I got excited because I saw somebody. Like I said, this is honestly the worst part, just waiting. Because they're already 15 minutes late. Which honestly isn't a bad thing in my opinion, you know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. I like reading the comments too of like what's going on with the comment section, because like we got about 5,000 people watching right now. Stream started about 15 minutes ago apparently. Silent majority, Trumo 2020. Trumo. France for Trump. Like, dude, we got other countries who support Trump. That tells you something. You know what I mean? Chops the cow. Chops the chop, dude. Tell USA. Indians for Trump. Russia geek communists. The silent majority stands with Trump. Trump all the way. Trump 2020. Latinos for Trump. America first from 2020. Y'all mad because you know it's gonna happen. The United States is becoming a third world country because radical leftist ideology that's pervasive across our youth. Yep, that dude gets it. Charlie Yang. God bless and protect our president and our U.S. Constitution. Yep. I don't believe in God, but you know, I'm not a Republican, but I'm an independent. There are a lot of us voting for Trump as well. Long live the Republic. Yes, because it's the Republic. It's the People's Republic. Well, not the People's Republic, but we are a Republic. Oh, man. Robert, what's up, dude? How you been, man? It's good to see you. Democrats for Trump. That's what I like to see. Yes. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I care if you're an American. You know what I mean? And people don't get that. Look, from Spain, Trump with peace. You know? People don't get that, man. You can be from another country and still be an American. You could still have American... Your face, man. Yeah, right? I shaved. I'm sorry. I'm not too happy about it, but I did it. You know, the beard's coming back eventually. Don't worry. Don't worry. Get on the Trump train, baby. I love to see it. You'll love to see it. Biden for basement. Yeah, I'm still crying for food stamps. Another white power press conference. Like, what? There's black people there. At least I could have sworn I saw a couple black people. There's Asian people, I see that. What is that? Hold on, let's zoom in. Who's that back there? He looks black. Same one back there. Looks like Pence is already there. Come on, here you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
there we go.
The President of the United States.
I would get up for a second, but hold on. Ah, whatever, I'm already sitting. Doesn't matter. I would have stood up for it, but it doesn't matter.
Thank you very
So
much.
good.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna listen to him.
Good afternoon. And before we begin, 5 years ago, 9 innocent parishioners of a historically black church, you all remember this horrible event, were tragically killed during an evening Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina. That was a despicable act of evil. Today we remember this somber day as our hearts still break for the victims, and our prayers go with all. That was a terrible event. That was a terrible day. Terrible, terrible day for our country, for the world to witness. Thank you very much for being with us at the White House as we reaffirm our sacred promise to support and protect our great
he's got
veterans.
spray tan. He's got spray tan, but they miss his eyes. Like if they spray tanned his eyes, it'd be good. But you're not going to spray tan your eyes.
Incredible patriots performed their duty to America, and now we must fulfill our duty to them, and that's what we're doing. And we're doing it beyond what anyone's ever done as president or as an administration. We're gathered together to address an especially urgent struggle. Today we're unveiling our roadmap to empower veterans and end the national tragedy of suicide.
Not for most Americans. No, he spray tans.
Tremendous problem.
It's normal for like
The
wrestlers.
administration is marshaling every resource to stop the crisis of veteran suicide and protect our nation's
I don't mean
most
to laugh.
treasured
Veteran
heroes.
suicide is a serious issue.
They've been through so much, and it's such a deep-seated problem. And we're doing tremendous research and everything you can do, but it is something that nobody quite understands, and they're gaining knowledge, but they don't quite understand it. And I want to thank our Vice President for being with us.
You can say that.
I especially want to thank, frankly, wonderful Karen Pence, who is so committed to the veterans and this particular problem. And thank you very much, Karen. We appreciate it.
The Vice President's wife. Nice. I don't care for Pence. I'm not a fan of Pence. But I
Here
don't
as
know.
well are several members of Prevents Task Force. Prevents, it's called. Prevents. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Robert Wilkie. Robert, great job. 90% approval rating.
My president's poo-poo.
The VA.
That's
It's
upsetting.
way up, 90%.
I'll have to look that up in a minute.
That's a number that has never, not even come close to attaining that number. So it's a tremendous job you're doing. Thank you very much. Secretary of Labor,
Pineapple.
Gene Scalia. Gene, thank you very much. Secretary of Health
Wait,
and
no,
Human
that's for
Services,
Spanish. That's
Alex
Portuguese, right?
Azar. Alex, thank you. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the great Ben Carson. Thank you, Ben. Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. Thanks, Betsy. And Acting Director of OMB, Russ Vogt. Thank you, Russ, very much. Also with us are Surgeon General Jerome Adams. Where's Jerome? Jerome. Hi, Jerome. And he got a standing ovation the
Panera?
other day. Introduced-
Is that how you pronounce it, Panera?
He got the only standing ovation, Jerome. What was that all about? And the Executive Director of Prevents Task Force, Dr. Barbara Van Dalen. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We have a company called Panera Bread, and it's a
And
company that makes
representatives
like
from several
breads
of our
and soups and
nation's
sandwiches.
leading
and whatnot.
veterans groups.
But it's
We
like
have
PANERA
tremendous people
or
in this room,
whatever.
people that work
Think of
so
like
hard
Panama,
for the veterans,
right?
and
Panama.
They love our
But it's
military, they love
Panera.
our country, they love our veterans. Thank you all for being here very much appreciated. From day one, my administration has been on a mission of historic scope and scale to deliver results for our great veterans. After years of shameful scandal and neglect under the Obama-Biden administration.
Oh, dead, okay.
And scandal and neglect it was. We have fundamentally reorganized the VA from top to bottom, and we've reestablished a crucial principle. American veterans deserve the highest standard of care anywhere in the world, and that's what they're getting. Great leadership. To help veterans get the care they need when they need it, we approved Veterans Choice and made it permanent, and that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for decades and decades and decades, and we got it. We got it done. And basically that means if you have a problem and you can't get to a doctor, it doesn't work, you end up going outside, you get your doctor, we pay the bill, and they get immediate service. Some of the veterans were forced in past administrations for a long time, beyond the Obama administration even, but for a long time they were expected to wait a week and 2 weeks and 3 weeks just to get to see a doctor.
No.
It was a terrible situation. Now we have Veterans Choice. They've been trying to get it so long, and it works incredibly well. And I would say that's a reason why, when I say 90% approval rating, that's probably one of the big reasons. Before I took office, every month seemed to bring a new story of crisis at the VA by our friends from the media. But the days of endless and deadly wait lists are over, and they are never going to come back. Never going to allow them. Nobody can allow that to come back, what our vets had to put up with. I signed the VA Accountability Act into law.
Nice.
And we've removed more than 9,000 VA workers who were not giving our veterans the care, respect, attention that they've earned. And now that we have accountability, it's accountability, very nice word. If an employee of government mistreats our veterans in any way, does something wrong, isn't good for the VA, the secretary looks at them and says, "You're fired, get out."
Fucking A.
We couldn't do that.
Oh.
We had people for years and years. We had
You do not
stories
mistreat
I
our
could tell
veterans.
you, story after story, how bad it was.
Thank
You had
God.
sadists,
I have a lot of family
you had
members who are
thieves,
veterans.
You had some
so
bad people. So
that makes
9,000
me happy and proud to hear.
And they should have been fired a long time
I'm not a
ago,
veteran
but we got accountability.
because
VA
there's a lot of
accountability passed.
brave men
We
and women
secured
who
record
are willing to do
funding
that
for the
instead of
VA,
me.
including $9.6 billion for mental health services in 2020. $9.6 billion. Every VA medical facility now offers same-day emergency mental health, something we didn't have or even come close to having. We have dramatically expanded telehealth for our nation's veterans, and with COVID, it's really become probably the hottest thing there is in medicine, wouldn't you say? I think so.
I'd
It's
know.
gone up in terms of usage by hundreds of times. It was not picking up until COVID came along, and now it's one of the hottest things you have going in the medical world, allowing people to consult with doctors from the comfort of their homes and not having to go out and not having to make long trips, and they get tremendous advice, I hope. The promised White House VA hotline that I've been talking about has fielded more than 400,000 calls right in the White House, successfully resolving 98% of veterans' concerns. It's a great thing. We have substantially cut the wait time for veteran appeals, ensuring all issues are resolved in a swift and timely fashion. Goes very quickly now, very, very quickly. We're modernizing medical records to begin a seamless transition from the Department of Defense to the VA, something others have tried and failed to do. They've tried it for decades. Long time. They wanted to do it.
He's entertaining.
Actually, not as easy as it sounds, getting it done, but we got it done. The VA has also cut opioid prescriptions by 35% since 2017, and we're committed to defeating the opioid epidemic in America We've brought it down by as much as 17% in some areas, 19, 20% in other areas. But that still means you have a lot left, but a lot of good things are happening.
I lost my younger sister to an opiate
To say
epidemic.
our border, where much of this
that affected me
comes in,
personally.
drugs come in.
So the fact that we're
drug
able to
problem, we have an
reduce
opioid
opiate
problem.
prescriptions.
It's all the same big problem. But our border is now as secure as it's been in many, many years. It's the wall is now up to mile 212, and wherever we have the wall, that takes care of that area completely. But we're now down to among the lowest numbers we've ever had on the border, and we have. I want to thank the President of Mexico, because we have 17,000 troops right now on the border, Mexican troops, and really helping us a lot.
It takes two countries to work together to secure a border.
They trust the VA services has increased 19% under this administration. That's a tremendous increase. But I'm still more impressed. It's an all-time high, by the way, but I'm still more impressed by the 90 to 91%.
PBR,
number.
beer.
That's the number I'm going to
It's an American beer.
From now on, all right? Can I do that, Robert? I like that. 91%. Can you imagine if you were a politician, you had a 91% approval rating? That would be pretty good. But there's more work to do. Ending the tragedy of veteran suicide demands bold action at every level of society. 20 veterans and service members take their own lives every single day. The loss of our heroes breaks our hearts and pains our souls. 1 year ago, I signed an executive order establishing Prevent's Task Force to develop a nationwide strategy to support our veterans in distress and stop the grave tragedy of veteran suicide. Today, thanks to the leadership of Secretary Wilkie, it's been outstanding, I'm proud to announce that we are taking this critical initiative to the next level. Following the ambitious roadmap the task force has developed over the last year, you'll see things happening that nobody would have ever thought even possible. To lead this effort, Mrs. Pence and a team of ambassadors that she was very much involved with in choosing, including the Surgeon General, Jerome Adams. You're only there, Jerome, because Mrs. Pence wanted you there. Okay, that's a nice compliment. She's tough. That's a nice compliment. We'll launch
Presidential
a
man, I'm
national
telling
public
you.
awareness campaign in the coming months. This historic campaign will mobilize every sector of American society to encourage heroes in need, empower them with the best prevention practices, and help every veteran thrive in their lives after service. They come home from these active battlefields and active places, and all of a sudden they're left sometimes alone, and you have a hard time with it. They fought our battles overseas, and now we must join them in winning this new battle at home. There's no single solution to this issue. Every resource must be brought to bear. We're expanding our partnerships with military and veteran organizations, universities, faith-based leaders, businesses, nonprofits, and all levels of government to establish specialized support systems for our veterans. The task force has already partners with 30 large corporations to help them prioritize the mental health of their employees, and we will continue adding to that number, and the number is growing very rapidly, very, very rapidly. We're also launching a national research strategy. The Prevent's Office will work with the greatest scientific minds across our nation to evaluate research to better understand the trauma service members face. They face tremendous trauma. Identify effective treatments and communicate their findings to the public. The Prevent's Office is currently reviewing the $1.5 billion of federal funding committed to suicide prevention to make sure research goes where it is most needed in order to save lives and to make lives better. Here with us today is former Marine and Coast Guardsman Chad Heiser, who can share with us his personal testimony about the importance of the steps we're taking today. And Chad, if I could, please, would you say a few words? Thank you.
All right. He's handing the mic over. I'm getting a beer.
Mr. President, distinguished guests, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this vital mission that affects the veteran community so much. The Bible says in Jeremiah 29:11,
I'm not a religious
I
person.
know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. God never wastes a hurt. These are the words I was told long ago by a mentor and friend, but never really understood their impact until I began the healing process from my trauma that I experienced in combat as a United States Marine. On March 23rd, 2003, in one horrific day, 18 Marines were killed that were part of Task Force Tarawa during the invasion of Iraq at the Battle of Al-Naziriyah. 3 days later, there was a friendly fire incident which rounds were mistakenly fired, resulting in the injury of Marines. After being honorably discharged at the end of my enlistment, I returned home feeling guilty for surviving, shame for feeling like I hadn't done enough. The war was still in my mind.
When men struggle with their emotions,
physically,
it hurts me.
Emotionally, and spiritually. I was angry and isolated from the world, including my family. Just 1 year after leaving the Marines, I decided to return to military service, this time with the United States Coast Guard, seeking a last-ditch effort to cope with the pain and regain my purpose in life. Unfortunately, my condition only worsened. In 2005, I attempted suicide. I was transported to a medical hospital, diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, and shortly after I was medically retired. During this time, my wife was praying. She was asking God to help heal me from this combat trauma. I felt there was no one I could turn to, that my life just wasn't worth living. As a tough Marine, I was hesitant to seek the help I truly needed to recover. 2009, by God's grace and mercy, I was saved by Jesus Christ.
I don't care about the whole God shit.
After carrying these burdens that I had carried for so long. The newfound hope I had was my foundation now.
That's what I care about.
In 2011, I participated in Wounded Warrior Project's Project Odyssey, a combat recovery retreat. For the first time since returning from combat, I was able to open up about my own personal experiences and help further my own recovery process. This was truly a turning point in my life. That gave me a sense of new direction. As a Wounded Warrior Project peer mentor, warrior leader, and national campaign team member, I am fully committed to serving the veteran community by giving my time and attention to listen, empathize, and encourage and help carry the burden shared by countless veterans facing similar struggles after war. I've realized through my own experience how vital it is for veterans to have a positive support system, not only within our families and communities, but also within our government. Showing support and caring for those who are hurting. It's also important to let everyone know, let the country know, that they can be strong and ask for help if you are struggling. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank you for your decision to implement this important initiative, combating mental health and suicide crisis within the veteran community. I am so grateful for your actions in insisting veterans to get the help they need at such a critical time. Your leadership in this matter truly shows your care for our nation's warriors. Thank you.
Thank you,
I would stand up, but it's kind of a stupid gesture at this point. I'm already sitting down and everything. But I'll give him a fucking salute all day. Person clapping in my ear is a little annoying.
That's fantastic, Chad. Thank you very much. I thought because she's so important to what we're doing, I could just, prior to Secretary Wilkie, ask Karen Pence to say a few words.
Okay.
And she's going to be leading us into the promised land on this very tough subject. Do you mind? Please. Either one, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say thank you for this administration realizing that this is an issue that we need to face head on. You are changing the culture. It's the leadership at the top. It's people like Chad being willing to be vulnerable. It's people like Dr. Van Dalen leading the whole task force of real experts who have been dealing with the suicide issue for many decades. And now all of us are coming together. We came together a few months ago at the Vice President's residence. We talked about how we wanted to go forward with this initiative. And I feel like right now is such an opportune time because we're all dealing with anxiety. We're all dealing with stress right now. So if I can do anything as lead ambassador, it's my goal to help take away the stigma of mental health, take away the stigma for people to be able to come forward like Chad to say, there was a time in my life where I wanted to end everything. And our veterans, I've met with so many of them who say to me, I don't go to that dark place anymore. And so we are giving them hope. We want them to know, and anyone who's considering suicide, that there are people out there who want to help. There is a way forward, and I just am so grateful and honored to be lead ambassador for Prevents. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So she had no idea I was going to do that. But I have to say that I did it about 2 months ago. I said, maybe Karen wants to say a few words. And she got up and she spoke for 5 minutes. She blew everybody away. She was the star, right, Mike? And I said, come on, Karen, you got to go. Great. Great. Really appreciate it. You're going to do a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Mr.
Fucking
Secretary,
leader, dude.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have been accused by some in this room of living in the 19th century and looking back on American history before I make any decisions. And I'm going to plead guilty to that for a second here and say that
that's fine.
In the history of presidential campaigns and then later the administrations of a victorious candidate, there has never been a candidate or a president who put veterans front and center, first of the campaign and then of the administration, until you did. I'm going to speak for Mrs. Pence, and I'm going to speak for myself as the son of a grievously wounded combat soldier from Vietnam, and in Mrs. Pence's case, the mother of a Marine warrior. These are issues that we live with every day. And for the President of the United States to say it is about time that those who have carried the burden of freedom on their shoulders are put front and center in the national conscience. That is an enormous first step for this nation and long overdue.
Thank you, Ron.
Couldn't agree more with that. Couldn't agree
Thank
more with
Mrs.
that.
Pence. I want to thank two other people. First is our executive director, Barbara Van Dalen, who took this burden on herself, but took it joyfully, and is not only opening the aperture when it comes to a discussion of this last tragic act in a veteran's life, but also opening the aperture on a discussion.
Ooh, what's up, Darwinning? How you doing, man?
on mental health and addiction. So, Barbara, I thank you very much for what you're doing.
Captain Hemp No Beard right now.
And last but not least, I want to thank our Deputy Secretary, Colonel Pamela Powers, who took this on when she was Chief of Staff and has carried it across the finish line. I thank you very much, ma'am.
I'd clap, but I've done it enough so far.
Mr. President, I'll go back to that history.
I'll just cheers to that one.
In the 1990s, one of your predecessors, whose portrait hangs in the green room, was alarmed at the reports he was receiving from the Frontier Army of countless deaths amongst officers and men on the far
Political and social commentary land. That's the new objective of my IRL morning streams, morning into afternoon, and then evening will be video games. And it'll still be commentary about what's going on, but it'll be more focused on video games.
Finally say, enough is enough. On any given day, 20 American warriors take their own lives. Those are active duty, guardsmen, reservists. The largest part of that number is from my father's generation in Vietnam. But another reason why this task force is so important
I want to treat this kind of like a podcast, to where I'll welcome people to give me a call on Discord, and we'll have a conversation over Discord and shit like that. Like
my classmates.
This is where I want to move my stream to. I think it's a very good platform to have. And I provide a service that not enough people do. Not only that, I provide an opinion and a viewpoint that not enough people do. Because I don't go with the masses.
So I want to thank the President.
I try to think critically, rationally, and logically.
To identify
so that's why it's called Rational Response Squad.
Solution to this national problem, and that is us. Each one of us. Each one of us can help end the stigma that has prevented America from taking on the important issue of mental health.
Yes.
Each one of us can work to change the culture that made it acceptable to ignore the signs of mental health and distress. Each one of us can learn to identify the signs amongst our friends, our neighbors, and our coworkers. So this day is the beginning of one of the most important national discussions America has seen. It is an effort to find a solution to a problem that does not discriminate.
I love your perceived and outlandish viewpoints.
The poor.
I like discussion. I like debate.
People of all races.
I like conversation. So I'm fine with it.
So I'm going to end with a story that I've told before, and it was one that I was very familiar with growing up at Fort Bragg. The looming presence in the home of the airborne is Matthew Ridgway. In fact, he was so powerful that even the minor league baseball team's mascot is named after him in faith. General Ridgway commanded the All-American Division to victory in North Africa and Sicily, and then General Eisenhower,
The Conquest of Bread,
tasked him with leading the airborne assault.
Buy me the book, or send me your copy, and I'll try to do it.
Ridgway planned the operations for the All-Americans, the Screaming Eagles, and the Red Devils of the British 1st Airborne.
I can even do an IRL stream and be reading
fell
it.
out of his cot. And he reached for sustenance in the Old Testament, and he looked to the book of Joshua and God's promise to Joshua on the eve of the great battle of Jericho. And the Lord promised the general, I will not fail nor forsake thee. Mr. President, that is what you have sent to the American people today and to the 20 million Americans who are in uniform and who have left uniform. That we will not fail nor forsake the people of the United States who have always carried, without question, our freedom on their shoulders. So, Mr. President, I thank you very, very much.
Great job, you doing. So Karen Pence has stated beautifully just a little while ago that the two words anxiety and stress. And all I can say, Mike, is thank goodness we don't have any anxiety or stress in this job with these people back there. But I will tell you, we're working very hard on this problem, and I think we've made a tremendous amount of progress. I even noticed your number 20. 20 is different than 24. You know what that means. Each day, hard to believe, each day. But 20 is a big difference, and we're getting it way down. And with some of the treatments that we're talking about, I think it'll go a lot lower than that. And Barbara, I want to thank you very much. I want to thank Chad. I want to thank you very much. It was a beautiful, beautiful statement. You've done such a fantastic job. I see General Kellogg. He's one of our great generals. He's done a fantastic job for me, and he's doing some very important things for me right now. So, General, thank you very much. Really fantastic job. And we will have another meeting soon, and that meeting will be a meeting of progress.
I'll tell you in a minute.
I know with Karen in charge and with the Surgeon General working
President
along with
speaking.
Karen and the group that you have, I know every one of them, you're going to make big, big progress very, very fast. So thank you very much. Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. Mike, thank you.
Fuck. Like, he's a goddamn leader. Bunch of white supremacists in this room. Fucking lunatics. Alright, that's enough out of this one. We heard the president speak. I'm happy about that. Fingers crossed that my timeline's not insane. But, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. We gotta pause this. Because that's just bad. Especially if that... Oh, thank God it's blocked. Because that's people beating up somebody else. And it looks like a group of, young men beating up another man. I don't want to call it race because then I might be racist. Just kidding. It's a bunch of fucking black kids beating up a white person. But anyway, that said, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back and I'll tell you what inspired the shave. Alright, so basically this story is going to date back about a week ago. A lot of things happened in my life. Let me turn off the fan before I get all hot and bothered and need to turn it back on. But I am getting cool because I haven't been talking for a minute. We've been listening to the president. And it actually is pretty... it's nice to use this word because I don't get to use it often. But it's very apropos that the president just spoke about anxiety, stress, and mental health and everything like that. Because about a week ago, I had a slight mental health break. And for some reason, I thought that I needed to shave my beard because my mouth tasted like shit. My mom was taking care of me because, you know, obviously I'm her only son. And sure enough, her logic was, well, if your mouth tastes like shit, brush your teeth. For some reason, I went ahead with the shave. I decided with this little teeny tiny goatee to keep it because I don't like being fully shaved, and I'm actually kind of proud with it. I kind of like it. It's a nice little change, and I just needed a change. I just needed something a little different, and I'm kind of okay with it. But either way, all right. So anyway, what does Emma say? Because I love her mind. Think of a tweet like a puzzle, not necessarily what you're right, but how the pieces fit together. Twitter forces you to limit your word waste, which promotes creativity, but only if the puzzle fits. Otherwise, it's just word vomit. Very wise, very wise. But anyway, librarian couldn't provide a cigarette, gets beaten by joggers. So, hate crime. What's this? Of course you don't, because all you watch is news. You have to do your research on your own. Yay, the left. The tolerant left. Alright, so let's see. Since you don't want to research yourself, I did it for you, scumbag. Imagine voting and defending these frauds who are literally stealing your money. Politico. Alright, 100 out of 100. Fair. Oh, excuse me. What's this one? A mother attending Palomate protest realized her lung stop breathing for another person. The LA County Sheriff's Department while carrying the limp body in your hands. Life-saving rescue cut. Oh, okay. So this is a life-saving rescue. Yo, Zafiri, what's up, man? Captain Chin Fuzz now. Damn right. Is that a white cop? Man, look at that systemic racism. That's old, 4 years old. That's fine, it can be 4 years old. I don't give a shit if it's 4 years old. It can be 20 years old. It doesn't matter. It still shows you that a woman is frantically running to the cops for help. A black woman ran to a white cop for help, and the white cop helped. What systemic racism are you trying to talk about? Like, that's what, like, you know, so whether it's 4 years old or not, that's irrelevant to the topic. The topic is police brutality and how there's systemic racism in America. Sorry, that just kind of shows not really. Just saying, just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Let's go with this one. I like this.
Black Lives Matter. Period.
Oh, period.
And so I would yield to any of my colleagues on the Republican side who can unequivocally say, as we calibrate where we are right now, that Black Lives Matter.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Does the gentleman believe that all lives matter as well? I think Black Lives Matter. I think all lives matter.
Reclaiming my time. Can anyone on the Republican side say
what a fucking chode. What a fucking chode.
Unequivocally, all lives matter. Why is that a problem to acknowledge?
Reclaiming my time. I think it's clear that my colleagues on the other side would like to put up a straw man to not have the uncomfortable conversation that we need to have about race.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Dems are bad. Stalinism. Civil Rights Act. Done. So just in case you guys want to see what I actually just posted and whatnot, right? So this is the Civil Rights Act. So this is the total votes, yay or nay. People are going to go ahead and try to cherry pick these stats and go like, well, if you look at it, the Democratic Party had 152 representatives vote yay, and the Republican Party only had 138. Sure, you really want to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and look at the total numbers. Because we don't need to do the percentages, it's already there for us. But if we do 152, right? Sorry, my keyboard kind of sucks. 152 plus, what was that? 96. 96. So there's 248 Democratic representatives, right? Right? And this is the House. So then we're going to have 138 plus 34. So 138 plus 34. So there's only 172 Republicans. But when you look at the stats and you look at the percentages, 80% of the Republican representatives, because these are elected officials from these areas and they represent the people and the population of those districts, and that dictates how many people get to sit in the House. So these Democrats, of course, are from these fucking major cities and shit like that, who have a higher population, therefore they have more numbers. Oh my god, civics courses are hard to fucking understand. But again, it shows unequivocally that the Republican Party has a greater majority that votes in favor of civil rights. Whereas the Democratic Party, it's barely over 50%. You're looking at 11% more than half. Only 11% of the half of the Democrats that are representing these people voted in favor? Come on, man. Come on. Use your fucking head here. Like, let's be real, right? And then on top of that, Stalinism. Stalinism is obviously a governing related and policies implemented by the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin. You know, it's a rapid industrialization theory of socialism in one country, a totalitarianism, collectivization of agriculture, and a cult of personality. That part is very, very important. A cult of personality. What is the Black Lives Matter movement? It is a cult of personality. It's a fucking cult. There's no way to fucking, talk about it. And then they want to talk about, oh, all Black Lives Matter. Well, if all Black Lives Matter, then why the fuck has there been no progress or change in these Democratic cities? These Democrat cities. Yeah, you're an elected official, but you've been here for 30 years and nothing's happening. So this dude wants to sit here and go, I'm going to take my time back because you didn't say Black Lives Matter.
So I would yield to any of my colleagues on the Republican side who can unequivocally say,
I think it's time for Biden, right?
Calibrate where we are right now, that Black Lives Matter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Does the gentleman believe that all lives matter as well? I think Black Lives Matter. I think all lives matter.
So he did just say, I think Black Lives Matter, but I also think all lives matter. But
Can anyone on the Republican side?
But what was that?
I think Black Lives Matter. I think all lives
my
matter.
time.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time because I'm a child. Come on, I hate that shit. Alright, there we go. I'll also tell you about sometimes spam reported me for playing CK2 historically accurate. Oh my god. Is this where time we were losing? We're not losing. I don't think we are. Things that make you go, Instead of being able to play recording stereo, this is more important. Don't get distracted when this narrative is played. Huh. U.S. fighter jets. Interesting. That might be an interesting thing to talk about. That's scary. Oh yeah. Peaceful protests. Looting a train that's in motion. This is still fighting systemic racism and oppression, right? I just want to make sure that this is what this is all about. Or is this justice for George? Is that what we're fighting for still? Is that what we're looting for? Let's see. Mrs. Feinstein. I'm not gonna listen to some old white hag talk about fucking police brutality. If you're gonna cancel everything with the racist history, then the U.S. Democratic Party needs to be abolished. Couldn't fucking agree more. Couldn't agree more. I'm ready on day one after more than 3 years in office. Why is Donald Trump ready? Mr. President, wake up, get to work. What? What is that even saying? Oh, this dude I'm pretty sure is like a racist and whatnot. Yeah, look, hashtag feminist, hashtag fucking the resistance blue wave BLM, dude, go Joe. Yeah, this dude's a fucking idiot. He supports a racist. Oh, did you guys hear about this dude? So, the Rick Wilson, right? This guy is a fucking, I'm pretty sure predominant, like, you know, I'm just gonna say racist. At this point, anybody who supports what's going on currently, I'm gonna basically just call them a racist. And they're gonna obviously call me a racist because I support Trump, and I'm a Republican, and I'm more conservative. That's fine, they can call me a racist. I'm prepared for that because my history shows that I'm not racist. Not only that, I do have a symbol that dates back to fucking an African word. So it's funny, I have that tattooed on my body. So yeah, obviously a racist would tattoo an African fucking word on them, right? So anyway, this guy here is just a perpetuator of hate. He just keeps pushing a narrative and whatnot, right? So he hates Biden, but now he nonstop talks about Biden. How Biden's so great and everything. This dude's a fucking hack. He's an absolute hack. This Rick Wilson dude. So anyway, Rick Wilson and his wife posted a Confederate fucking cooler, dude. So cancel culture's coming after his wife because this happened. So yeah. Like Rick Wilson, there's his dog and there's a Confederate thing. Look at that. Yeah, he's just gonna go around blocking people. She can't deny it. They don't like it when people come for them, man. There you go. He never got rid of it when he moved. This is amazing. Yeah, so Rick Wilson has a Confederate cooler. Wow. This is going to sound bad, but I just... like, I love it when people just fucking call them out, man. It's amazing. India is hitting China with ammunition and penetrating Congo-West. Jesus Christ. African tribes, including telling Solomon descendants moved to Ethiopia. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you know your history so fucking much. So fucking much, right? So when it comes down to that, it makes me proud to know that, like, I can just talk to you and everything. Like, it's really nice. Let's see. The Democrat bill would undermine the due process of every rights of every officer.
Substantial allegations available to the public, causing.
I like when she talks.
One of the things the bill does is it undermines due process. The Democrat bill would undermine the due process rights of every officer by making pending and unsubstantial allegations available to the public, causing reputational damage based on allegations alone. That's a really good example, because what our database does is once a claim has been adjudicated, we know something was done wrong, it goes into a database that remains private. It protects privacy of the officers, but it is utilized to ensure that officer does not get to go to another department. What the Democrat bill would do is someone submits an allegation, well, we're going to violate the due process rights of this officer and put it into a system. We have to balance everything in this situation. Making sure our good, hardworking, overwhelmingly good police officers are able to do their job, but ensuring that we do not have victims like the victims I heard about yesterday and the excruciating, painful, devastating stories of their sisters, of their mothers, and of their fathers. One of the things the bill does is it undermines due process.
Nothing wrong with that. But exactly, like so there's an issue here that people want to not allow due process to actually happen for our police officers who are just trying to do their jobs. Now, I'm not disagreeing that there's bad cops out there and there's cops who really offend the right that they have of trying to uphold the law. I am not ever going to defend those cops. I will never defend those cops. But to not give them due process to make sure that an investigation is done to see if they actually have violated the rights of an American citizen, that is very important, and we need that. What we need to do, though, is we need to get rid of police unions who allow this type of shit to keep happening. So, that's the conversation we really need to have here. But, you know, that's just me. If I get immunized, I'm contributing to personal health safety to everyone around me. Vaccine advocate Ethan Ledger tells us why I choose to get vaccinated as an adult. That's fine. Okay, cool. I don't care. Whatever. You want to get vaccinated, you get... Alright, we're going to listen to this guy again because we didn't get to listen to him a while ago.
America.
And there's some people who are kind of just joining the stream for a minute. The cops are just the JV military. See, now I would argue that they're the world's largest gang. They're the world's largest organized and legal gang. But they do typically uphold the law. That's what I would argue. But they are sometimes allowed to terrorize some of the citizens, which I don't agree with. But those are the bad cops. Those are the power tripping cops. Those are the jocks of high school who grew up and became a cop and still pick on people. So those types of cops should not be allowed. The cops who are truly trying to be there for their community and make it better and safer, those are the cops that we want. But anyway, let's go ahead and listen to this lovely man.
America. You took the time to kneel for George Floyd so you could pretend to care about black people, but I know the truth you continue to ignore. So now allow me to call you on the carpet for your many failures in the black community that you refuse to acknowledge. How about kneeling to acknowledge that the worst riots and the worst instances of police brutality in this country are in your cities alone? You are the common denominator. How about kneeling to apologize for having some of the lowest minority, literacy, and graduation rates, but some of the highest single motherhood, abortion, and black-on-black crime rates in your own districts that you yourselves represent? How about kneeling for the millions upon millions of black children who never got a chance to live because your friends over at Planned Parenthood butchered them before they even had a chance to be born? How about kneeling for the untold numbers of my ancestors who were lynched by your former counterparts in the KKK for simply daring to ask to be treated as equals? They didn't get justice, and even today, by kneeling and apologizing for your white privilege, you still don't treat us as equals. You feel like you have to apologize for your privilege because deep down you still think that you're better than us by default. If you'd actually held your friend Amy Klobuchar accountable for not prosecuting Derek Chauvin when she had the chance to after he had 10 complaints filed against him in his 19 years with the Minneapolis police force, maybe George Floyd would still be alive. The fact of the matter is, if you had to take a knee for every black life lost needlessly due to your failed leadership, you would be on your knees forever. The only black lives that matter to you are the ones that fit your agenda. You know it, I know it, and the world knows it too. Your party is the one that filibustered for months to prevent the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Your party is the one that only had 23% support of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, and had 0% support for the 14th Amendment, which granted freed slave citizenship, and also 0% support for the 15th Amendment, which gave us the right to vote. The policies you have implemented have been the figurative knees on the necks of my people for centuries. And it is because of you and your failed leadership that many of us still can't breathe today. But I've got news for every last one of you. If you think all you have to do is shamelessly pander and kneel to get the support of people like me, if you think you can wear the kente cloths of the Ashanti, an African tribe known for selling their own people into slavery, if you think you can tear down statues and rename buildings and roads to hide your sordid history from everyone, if you think that's all it takes to win over my people, if you think our skin color will keep us from thinking critically, you've got another thing coming. I'm Damani Felder, and that was absolutely nothing but common sense.
Boom! Mic drop, motherfucker. Like, boom. God damn it. I love him. I love him. I'll never not retweet this. So, with that said, police the police. I'm not gonna deny that. That's why we need accountability for actions. That's why we need body cams that never shut off or malfunction, which they don't generally. That's why we also need, I don't know, maybe accountability from our citizens. That's why we need to sit here and be able to film the police nonstop and not have other cops, harass us and say, you can't do that. Like, nope, this is called accountability. We're allowed to do this. You see an injustice, you should be able to interact. You should be able to say, get off that man. You should be able to do something. And if a cop should have accountability. Like what happened to George Floyd with Derek Chauvin kneeling on his neck.
And 2 other cops, by the way, kneeling on his back, mind you. It's not just Derek Chauvin. There was 2 other cops kneeling on the back too. I don't know if you saw the photo from the other side of the police vehicle, and the Asian, cop walking back and forth, allowing it to happen, and didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry, there's a bigger issue there. It's not just 1 cop. There was 4 cops involved in that. So it's not just 1 cop. And it's very basically fucked up, and you're not giving justice where justice is due to hold the other cops accountable. Now, Trump put in was it about racism? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If it was, it's because the Democrats knew that they could push an agenda right now. So if we're going to talk about conspiracy theories for a second, I wouldn't be shocked if the Democrats told him to go out there and do something. Seriously, would not be shocked. Would not be shocked. Would not be shocked at all. With that said, you guys want to see something that's going to drive people nuts? Black Cat Lives Matter. Done. Because they do. Eliminating parties would help altogether. My experience cutting out the middleman solves a lot. Then we can work together. Policy drugs before motion. Big CM to keep the barons afloat. No single party escapes us. I do not disagree. Alright, that's good, because it's true. Alright, so anyway. Well, I'm going to look a bit into those. Not that I'm a flat earther, I have friends around the globe. Jeff Epstein's, Pence Andrew, and a few more. So, Jeff Epstein obviously didn't kill himself. If anything, the Democratic Party did. I'm just going to say that right now. I don't know who Prince Andrew is. Prince Andrew, maybe you mean? But, Jeff Epstein got killed by the Democrats. He didn't kill himself. The end of story. He was killed by the Democrats. He was killed by the Democrats because people were getting too close to finding out what was actually going on. People killed him. End of story. Yeah. We're called social murder. Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Let's see what fucking creepy fucking Joe Biden has to say. It's only a 19-second clip, so obviously we're not going to get the full scope of the conversation, but still. Also, the man who was responsible for about 60% of the civil rights being upheld was a Grand Wizard. Yup. And he was also a Democrat. Imagine that. They're a racist party, man.
People do want to be united, and I want to believe that things are... I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Kiki. Mr. Vice President, I think we'll have to do this.
First off, Mr. Vice President, excuse me, he is not the Vice President. You are clinging to history. He is Mr. Former Vice President. The current Vice President is Mike Pence. So let's go ahead and get that right. But, wow, that was rude. Talk about privilege, interrupting somebody.
And I want to believe that things are... I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Kiki. Mr. Vice President, I think we'll have to do this. This might need to be the last question, and then we'll have to...
Kiki, maybe we can...
Y'all could go all day. This is good.
It'll be quick. My last one is just going to be, people...
Wow. Of course, they're not going to show the whole entire thing. Ahmaud Arbery's mother on meeting with Trump. He was very compassionate. This is coming from somebody who was killed, who was literally killed, who was killed. He reached for a gun. He got shot from a shotgun. I'm not going to say that it was a fucked up thing to happen, but it wasn't a lynching. It wasn't like they went out and tried killing him for a reason. If you watch it, it was technically self-defense, but the video makes it seem like it wasn't. But either way, he reached for somebody's shotgun. Ahmaud Arbery, the jogger who was just jogging through a neighborhood that was 12 miles away from his home and was shot dead and lynched, But either way, his mother said Trump was compassionate. And the left is going nuts right now about this. They're trying to frame it like, Trump is still a racist and everything. This is the mother of a dude who got shot by citizens because let's be real here. There was footage that he was running for a jog. I don't care what you want to try to make up justification for, but he went into a home that was currently under construction. I don't know if it was to case the joint or not. Maybe he was looking for water. I don't care what he was doing, but it still comes down to the fact that he trespassed in a neighborhood that wasn't his. He was 12 miles from home, okay? End of story. I don't agree with the fact that he was shot and killed, but again, there was a struggle. He reached for the gun. You don't do that. If anything, you just immediately go, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not here to cause trouble. We can talk this out. You know what I mean? And then go from there. Can I ask you something? Yes, you can. Give me 1 second. I really got to go to the bathroom, so feel free to frame your question, do whatever you got to do. But I just got to go to the bathroom real quick. Let me start up music so that way you have something to listen to instead of just silence and, you know, trucks driving by.
I've been thanked for what I've been doing. I've been thanked by other people that I'm going. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you, this is a good direction that I'm trying to go. I'm still alive, man. Hey, man, if I get killed, it's because Democrats don't like me. No, I know.
Apparently, cops are coming. What are your thoughts on 9/11? Well, personally, I think it was an inside job and a false flag operation. That's just me. I don't really want to get too far into it, but, you know, like I really think that there was something there. I'm not going to put it past that maybe there was an Islamic extremist that, you know, really did want to attack America. I think maybe it was a false flag operation for us to get into the Middle East again and whatnot and push another narrative. But it's just, there's a lot to unpack there. You got to remember, when I lived through that as an 8th grader. I watched it on TV. I was told we had to go home. It was a very scary time because I didn't understand what to make of it. But yeah, like I personally think it was a slight false flag operation. That's just me, you know, because I'm sure there's still more that's coming out. But again, like as information gets declassified and we get more information about it, we'll find out the actual truth. You know what I mean? You live in Belgium, you saw it live on TV. Okay. But either way, yeah, like I don't disagree that it was used to push a political agenda. And I currently think what's currently happening in America with the riots is also very similar, but this time it's done by the Democrats because they love doing shit like this. They burnt down Tulsa in 1921. They're basically doing it again 100 years later on a national level. They're employing Antifa and these left-wing fascist militant groups to do this shit. And not only that, you're seeing it in other countries too. Antifa is there and harassing the police forces and shit like that. So when it comes down to things like that, the Democrats are basically doing it again 100 years later on a national level. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to blame it all on Trump, when really, if you look at the cities that are allowing this, it's all Democrats. So how is this Trump's fault? You got to understand how the American political, platform works. The states have to manage their shit first before the feds can just come in. So that's why Trump didn't really just immediately rush in with the military. That's what the Democrats want. The Democrats want Trump to respond very quickly and swiftly with a military presence to be like, look, it's fascism, it's fascism, it's fascism. When really it's not. It's called law and order. You're allowing this fucking criminality to happen and run rampant in your streets. We're stopping it. End of story. I've already come to the conclusion that, guess what? If I'm called a bootlicker and you want to kink shame me or whatever, I'm cool if I need to have the American military roaming tanks down our streets for a little bit to make sure that no criminal behavior is happening, because clearly our police force is failing. Luckily, I don't live in a city. I live in a pretty nice suburban area, and the police force actually does take care of our community. They generally respond to actual crime. They don't respond to bullshit because, if you go to some of our neighborhoods that are protesting right now, it's these little middle school white privileged kids who are like, Black Lives Matter, cool, whatever. You have no idea what you're talking about because you have nothing to do, because video games got boring for you. But anyway, let's go ahead and talk about Ahmaud Arbery's mother and her interaction with Donald Trump, our current president.
I was very, very emotional throughout the whole conference. He was very compassionate. He showed major concerns for all families, not just one family, but for all families. I can say that President Trump was very receiving. He listened and he addressed each and every family accordingly. I was very, very emotional throughout the whole conference. He was very compassionate. He showed major concerns for all families, not just one family, but for all families. I can say that President Trump was very receiving. He listened and he addressed each and every family accordingly.
You're gonna still try to sit here and push a narrative saying fucking Trump is a racist? It's coming from a mother whose son was shot by other American citizens who are armed and protecting their neighborhood. She met with the president and said he's compassionate, he listened. I'm sorry, but like you can't keep arguing this false narrative to me because I don't buy it. I actually listen to the real truth. I don't listen to CNN. I don't listen to MSNBC. I don't listen to people on the left. I'll read what they have to say because I want to see their viewpoints and what they're trying to say and everything like that. But really, when it comes down to it, fucking, I'm sorry. Like you got women like this and mothers like this who are actually meeting the president and telling you about their experiences. In my opinion, experiences from people mean way more than what the news has to say and what type of media spin they're putting on it. And it's what the fuck did Pelosi have to say this time? This fucking racist bitch. Oh yeah, I know. I'm getting messed up. Wait, you hungry? You might be hungry. Leader McConnell. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Republican Party. Okay, so he probably doesn't have a spine. When Black Americans tell us they do not feel safe in their own communities, we need to listen. I agree. When citizens lack faith in our justice system, we need to respond. And when the equal protection of the law feels some Americans like, did you see the Democrats? I agree. Vote the Dems out. Dems are bad. Where are you? Alright, so I kind of jumped the gun there about, you know, McConnell and whatnot, but I'm very critical of people in the Republican Party. Wow, political affair, eh? Let's see what this is all about. Look at that face. So you also got the news is full of shit. Sorry to say it that way. Oh no. Yeah, it's completely full of shit. It's completely full of shit. Sorry, I'm kind of like not paying attention to the chat right now. Let me go ahead and go back and make sure I'm addressing everybody. So we talked about the false flag on 9/11. Divide and conquer. Yeah, pretty much. The capital of the Taliban. Jesus Christ, that's in Belgium. I feel so bad. I'll have to get access to the tanks I want to buy with the tanks. Yeah, right? If it's cool with our military, it's cool for us. But yeah, news is full of shit. It's completely full of shit. Okay. So anyway, Trump's campaign is officially terrified of new polling and shift in the American public. Well, yeah, because it's all fake. Campaign knows. Alright, so first off, let's go ahead and submit Political Affair to NewsGuard. So this is opinion. This is 100% opinion piece by this Jason dude, right? Because right here, the campaign knows. For all Trump and the campaign's confident assertions, they're doing great. 2 billion tickets requested to Tulsa. A slight exaggeration on our part. There was over 800,000 people who requested tickets. The last time I checked, apparently it was up to like close to 1 million. So if they're saying 2 billion, obviously that's an exaggeration. It is fact that there was 800,000 people who requested it and they got up to 1 million. So pulling out this 2 billion, how many people are currently in America? What is that? 331 million? Is that million? That's million, right? That's 100,000, a million. So 331,200,651 people. So there's not even 2 billion people in America. Opinion piece, fake news. But anyway, polls don't factor in Republicans. They're all skewed fake. What was that Gallup poll that I did? I think it was in March. March. 91% approval rating by Republicans, 92% by March 13th to the 22nd. Even Democrats approved, or no, Independents approved him. Democrats even upped their approval rating from the beginning of March to the end of March. So, real leaders wear masks, pass it off. No, that's not true. Fuck masks. You don't need them anymore. They're in denial. Really, John Cooper. Are they in denial? Are they in denial? Where's that fucking, that news thing? Where's that New York Post thing? $75 out of 100, I'll take it. They don't disclose who their ownership or financing is. They don't label their advertising. They don't reveal who's in charge or anything like that. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care. There we go. Actually, there we go. Hippo crazy. That's a better way to put it. Oh wait, nope. We want that. We want to remove that. You follow much more serious political people than I do. The only leader that I know of to wear a mask was a ball in the 4th of Israel. And he had leprosy. Because you don't need to wear a mask, man. The first legal slave owner in America was a black man. Oh, shit. So, billion whites for slavery, the whites that are falling for the prey. Yeah. I don't even need to read that. That's fucking, again, it's opinion. It's an opinion piece. I don't care about your opinion if you're not going to back it up with actual fact. You know what I mean? Here's something you won't read about the U.S. history books. The first legal slave owner in America was a black man, apparently. Anthony Johnson, BC 1600 to 1617, was an Angolan who achieved freedom in the early 17th century colony of Virginia. Johnson was captured in his native Angola by an enemy tribe and sold to Muslim slave traders. He was eventually sold. I don't laugh at slavery, but I do laugh at the fact that, like, oh, it's all white people. Like, look, it's Muslims. They were literally sold to Muslims. They were captured by his native tribe and sold to, oh my god, it's ridiculous. No, but it's all white people who just own slaves, right? Sorry, I don't buy that narrative. Sometime after 1630, Antonio and Mary gained their freedom from indenture. Antonio changed his name to Anthony Johnson. Oh, what an American name. So he owned 250 acres. There was 4 white and 1 black indentured servants. The black, oh my god, it's crazy. I'm just gonna retweet that one. I don't need it. Really? So, to the white men in this thread, if you don't get the job that you were up for, kindly remember, bias can go both ways. Oh, you mean prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against anybody of a different race based on the beliefs that one race is superior? Because we black producers have the hiring power. So now you're admitting that your racism comes from power. Look at how quickly these tables can turn. You fucking racist. What a fucking racist. I love it, man. I fucking love this shit. I love calling out the hypocrisy of the left. I love calling out fucking racists because this person is a straight fucking racist. Everyone has a right to their opinion. Well, I also have a right to the proper definition of racism, which is prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. So we black producers with hiring power have the right to not hire us or hire other people. So white men in this thread, we're allowed to have bias. So basically what they're saying is, yeah, we're allowed to be racist because we're racist. Fuck. What insane hypocrisy. I love Patriot J, dude. This dude's so fucking real. It's amazing. Alright, so breaking 9/11, what happened here? Fulton County DA. In interaction with police, Rayshard Brooks was calm and cordial and really displayed cooperative nature. He was almost jovial. Is this the dude who literally fought the police? Right? He was the one who fought the police. Am I correct on that one? He fought the police! CBS News, Fox, or maybe Fox will have it.
And we begin tonight with an I-Team exclusive. The man who runs the training.
I hate to go to Fox for this shit, but they're the only ones who will actually give us this stuff.
Says the shooting of Rayshard Brooks was tragic.
Or at least not in the chat, yes.
In his professional opinion. Good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Courtney Bryant. Keith.
Unsteady on his feet, unsure even what city he was in. He blew a .108.
.108. Legal limit is .08, people. Drunk driving is a felony. .08 is the legal limit. He blew a .1 something.
Instead of letting him call for a ride or a walk home.
Do you allow the officer to decide?
I'm sorry, he deserves to arrest him. There's no question about that.
It was the right call to take Brooks into custody.
Okay. Yep, it was the right call. I agree. Let him sleep it off in the drunk tank. It's not a big deal. Okay. Boom. Starts resisting arrest. That's I believe a felony. There's 2 officers trying to detain him.
Both officers decide to chase Brooks, even though they had his car and ID.
Was it the right decision for them to chase Mr.
So he stole a cop's taser. He stole a cop's taser. So what about this? I'm sorry. Is jovial. He was almost jovial. I think that broke it. But anyway, he stole a cop's taser, fought him and whatnot. As they're running away, and as they're chasing him, who is it? Rayshard Brooks. Here we go. Ready? So he runs away. As he approaches the red car, he looks back and I believe shoots the taser at the cop. Now the cop is afraid for his life, because if you get hit by a taser and you're not apparently drunk into where it doesn't affect you because you can't properly feel things and you can just keep running. And look at this. There's literally people in line at this Wendy's. So he's literally putting people at risk here. So, and then sure enough, the cop fucking shoots him, but either way. So I'm sorry, that's 100% a justified shooting. I don't care how you want to look at that. The dude fought the cops after they finally said he was arrested. Why? Because he was already on probation and shit like that, and now he's getting a DUI. He's going to go to prison, so he's going to fight that. Whereas if he just agreed with it, maybe they weren't going to put him in prison or something like that, or maybe he would serve 30 days. Who fucking knows? But it still comes down to the fact that he resisted arrest, he fought the cops, he stole their taser, he ran from them, and he tried shooting it at him. I'm sorry. At what point are you going to say that he was jovial? Fuck, man. Like, hold people accountable for their goddamn actions in this goddamn country. Like, are you people insane? Clearly you are. Fuckery. Black woman confronting protest. I love people.
Black Lives Matter is a...
Yes! I love her. So, I don't know if this lady... I'm going to assume she's an immigrant, okay? I'm just going to assume here. It's not a fair assumption to me, but I'm just going to go off of her accent. Maybe she was born in this country, sure, but I'm going to assume that she's a migrant who came here and wanted to be here in America. I love this woman. She's a brilliant person and whatnot, but it's so funny. Wait until you see not only the hypocrisy, but also the privilege of these white people who try to tell her to shut the fuck up, basically. Like, oh my God.
Black Lives Matter is a joke.
Yep.
You are the racist. The racist is you. It's because the white guy killed that you think they're racist. The racist, the Black Lives Matter. Go to Chicago. They don't have schools. And they die every day. They don't matter. Because you can get attention from that.
Nobody wants to hear the truth. Nobody wants to hear the truth. Shut up. No, like, this bitch over here doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about and whatnot. This lady does. She probably came from a country with true oppression and racism and shit like that. You know what I mean? She's probably actually been truly oppressed for the color of her skin. And I'm going to say her home country. Now, that is very... not discriminatory, very stereotypical would be to say, but again, I'm going off of what I'm hearing from her voice. It sounds like she is a migrant here to America, and I love our immigrant like citizens. I love them. I love the people who come here from other countries and they go through the legal process of becoming citizens. They are some of the most valuable people to this country. They are the most valuable people to help encourage an American culture, which is really such a diverse culture because you can find so many of them just by going to one of our cities. It's incredible. I don't understand where people get this idea that America is racist. It blows my mind. We're literally a melting pot of everybody. It doesn't make sense. We're very welcoming people. We're very loving people of all races, of all nationalities, of all anything. We love Americans. There's only one true identity in this country, and it's that you're an American. Everything else is secondary. As long as you identify as an American, you believe in American ideals, I'm cool with you. You can have other political ideologies and opinions. I don't give a shit, because we can have a conversation about this now, because we're both Americans, and that's the whole point of this country. Anyway, let's go back to this lovely woman, because I love her.
Hypocrites! Go to Southeast DC, Northeast, tell them Black Lives Matter. If it matters, it should matter everywhere. You guys are hypocrites. Attention seekers. Attention seekers. Black lives should matter everywhere. It doesn't take a white cop to kill a black person to matter.
So I'm here today because I heard about a demonstration on, the George Floyd event, situation, which I'm going to be honest about it. It's wrong that, anything like that should happen, okay? Yeah. It's very wrong. My problem is it shouldn't be an opportunity for a group of people to use that as an excuse or to come across as victims. No one is a victim here. The only victim here is George Floyd. Let's be very clear.
Everybody knows that black kills black more than anything. You know that. It doesn't take a white person to kill them for you to come out. Hypocrites.
Just leave.
You leave.
I'm present. You leave.
Look at that. Bringing her kid to this.
Make me leave.
Yeah. Not even wearing the mask properly.
Hypocrites. Black lives matter only when a white person touches a black person. You know how many black kids got killed in Northeast DC this morning? What did you do? You guys are the racists.
What did you do besides come out here and provoke shit?
No, go out there and tell the black people Black Lives Matter.
Go out there and help them.
Go tell the black person Black Lives Matter. Then they will take you seriously. Everybody thinks you guys as a joke.
You a joke, because you playing. Go out there and
You're a joke.
You a joke.
What are you doing for the Chicago kids who are dying every day?
What you doing?
Do you go there and tell them Black Lives Matter?
She's actually raising awareness.
Make me go.
So supportive.
Yeah.
Make me go.
As an American citizen, I'm proud of this country. I love this country. I don't want my country to be portrayed like this. We have a problem. That agreed. We have a problem in our country. Agreed. Okay? Too much violence. But it should not be categorized as a symbolism for racism on blacks. No. We are in a free country. Let's be very clear. We have foreign news media here. Our country is going to be portrayed the way they want our country to be portrayed, and which is not accurate. My point was that black kids in Chicago get killed every single day. Where is the Black Lives Matter in Chicago? Where are they?
When black people kill black people, they don't come out and do this crap. The only time they do this crap is when a white person touches them. They're the racists. They are the racists. Because white cops, it's wrong for a white cop to kill a black person, that's for sure. But if it matters, it should matter at all times.
So what are you fighting for? What are you fighting for? You're not here to fight injustice. You're here to cause drama.
Message will be stop violence. It's not about blacks.
Right there. What are you here for? You're here to cause drama. That's what they're there for. She's trying to tell the truth of the actual situation, and they'll go like, oh, you're hurting our feelings. Fuck those people. This lady's a goddamn American. I fucking love her. I absolutely love her.
Unicorn world. That's not a unicorn world.
Period.
Okay, since you're so...
You guys are claim blacks are oppressed. I am black. I'm not oppressed.
That's
I am
for
free.
That's good for you. That's an individual person. What about a systemic issue?
You're one person. Fuck you. You're sitting here freaking out of one person who got killed by a cop. It was wrong. There was bipartisan support across both sides. Everybody in this goddamn country agreed that it was wrong. And then they started rioting and you lost all sympathy. And now you're upset about it because nobody cares about this little fucking white lady, because I don't care what her ethnicity is. She's white in my eyes. She's a fucking goddamn Karen. Look at her. Look at her.
Where? I am black. I've always wanted to be. I have I do what I want. You have the skills. This is a country where you have the skills. You want to do what you want. You do it. Stop forcing on people to accept that they're oppressed. They are not. I am not oppressed. I am black. Stop making people accept that they're oppressed. You're forcing a rhetoric into your minds, which is not true.
That's my point. Violence is wrong, period. It's not about blacks. You agree that whites kill whites too, right? Have you seen any white person coming out and saying white life matter or white thing? No, violence is wrong.
They literally do all the time. Every time there's a Black Lives Matter problem, a white person.
Problem. It's a violence problem.
Every time there's Black Lives Matter, a white person. As a white person, I'm here. Like, fuck.
The blacks kill blacks in black neighborhoods every single day. I've never seen a Black Lives Matter in those neighborhoods. Never. Never. You know what they say?
Then you're not looking
when
hard
a black
enough.
person kill a black in a black neighborhood, they come out and they say, when the police comes, do you know what they tell the police? Snitches get stitches. Snitches get stitches. But if a white person kill a black person, Black Lives Matter. Stop the hypocrisy. Nobody takes this seriously. Nobody. If it matters, it should matter in black neighborhoods. You start cleaning at home.
So why don't you go?
You
Why don't
start
you
your
start?
change at home.
Why don't you start?
I'm not carrying anything saying Black Lives Matter. I know I matter.
Why don't you start?
You guys are wasting everybody's time. Okay?
Since you're so
Black
enlightened
kills
about
black more than any race. Where's the Black Lives Matter?
People kill in their community.
Where's the Black Lives Matter? I am free. Don't try to make me believe I'm not free. I am free.
Shame on you.
I am free. Shame on you. Shame on you. I am free. I am free. I am free.
I love her.
Bring it. Bring it, guys. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. Where are you
here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Where are you in South DC?
Why are you here?
I am free in my country.
Why are you here?
I'm in my country.
Why are you here? Okay, so if you don't believe in this cause, you're free to leave. You're free, so you're free to
I
leave.
am free to stay too. I am free to stay.
Like this.
That's my house. White House.
It's my house.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. You know how many kids got killed in North DC this morning?
Let's hear the statistics. Since you're such a stats expert and you can read stats off for me, tell me, what are the statistics? What are the statistics of black people in jail? What are the
Doesn't matter. She would ignore him.
And what are the statistics of black people dying in Chicago every day?
And did you notice that? Did you notice how she immediately goes, "What's the stats? What's the stats on prison?" That's not the issue. This lady's been sitting here arguing that black lives are killing more black lives in Chicago. That's the issue. And no Black Lives Matter people are protesting that in those neighborhoods. That's what she's arguing here. And then this little privileged white fucking Karen is going like, "Oh, well, what about the fucking population statistics of prison? What about them?"
Kids got killed in North DC this morning?
Let's hear the statistics. Since you're such a stats expert
Here we go.
and you can read stats off for me, tell me, what are the statistics? What are the statistics of black people in jail? What are the
Why does it matter that's in jail? That's not what she's arguing. That's not what she's saying. She's talking about people in Chicago who are being killed in black neighborhoods. Young black kids are being killed in black neighborhoods. That's what she's arguing the whole time. And this lady's trying to frame the issue about prison now. Like, excuse me, what are you talking about? What is your issue? Like, this lady has no fucking idea what she's talking about. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
statistics? Go.
And what are the statistics of black people dying in Chicago every day? Where are you? Bunch of hypocrites. Bunch of hypocrites. Don't waste anybody's time. You know what? You know what, guys?
I believe in this and you're wasting your own time.
No, I will tell you guys. The world will take you guys seriously when you start your Black Lives Movement. When a black person kills a black person, you come out and say, Black Lives Matter.
There are community organizations that fight against that. You have no idea.
Where?
This white lady is telling a black lady that she has no idea. Talk about privilege.
Where? Everyone! Let's march! Let's march! Let's start this march! Black Lives Matter! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go to Northeast! Let's go to Northeast! Let's go to Northeast! I will go with you! I will go! Northeast in Southeast DC, I will respect your movement. Do it in Chicago, I respect
Look at all these
you
white
in
people.
Chicago. You guys have been cowards. You guys are not oppressed. You're lazy, that's all it is. Go get jobs, work. I am oppressed. The white people are oppressing me. Where are they to oppress you?
Do you feel like the mainstream media or the establishment media is portraying things accurately or the protests accurately?
No. What I think is that the mainstream media is helping propel this voice, which is very, very skewed from reality. Okay, because the mainstream media can help them look at things from that perspective. Why don't you start at home? Bring the numbers to their attention. Here are the numbers. They don't lie. African Americans kill each other more than anything. These are numbers. How about you start the change at home? How about that? Why does it take a white person to kill a black person for them to come out, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world? How about that? Why don't nobody bring that perspective to their face? Is it ignorance? What is it? Is it deceit? Is it deceit? What are they trying to achieve? This is common sense. You want to change? Start the change at home. Common sense. You don't need to be a nuclear physician to get it's easy. Start the change at home. Period. And let the mainstream media tell them the things the way they are. Hey, yeah, we agree with you. Violence is wrong. In any way, on any surface of the earth, violence is wrong.
Yep.
But there's more violence in your own communities. What do you do about that? Are you going to come change violence at the White House? Come on, give us a break. The idea is to create a group of people who feel oppressed, okay? Because if the more they feel oppressed, the more they're going to look for some kind of equalization. Nobody's oppressed in America. Look, I'm a foreigner. First of all Americans, we're all foreigners, okay? If I'm hardworking, America is a country. Why do you think the entire world wants to come to our country? Okay? Everybody wants to come to America, and they want to pretend we're oppressed. I am not oppressed. I'm black. I'm not oppressed. I have a master's in healthcare administration. Okay, I'm going to be working for a federal agency. I am not oppressed. No black in America. I don't feel oppressed. I'll tell you that. If you're driven, you're going to accomplish what you want to accomplish. We're in the country of the free. Okay? And let the mainstream media stop trying to force in on people to accept that they're oppressed. I am not oppressed. I am black. I'm not oppressed.
God, I love her.
Okay? Trying to make some people feel oppressed is just to weaken them. That's the bottom line. You want to make this group of black people feel that they're weak and that there's some power on top of them. No one is oppressing nobody.
Boom. Yeah. God, I love that woman. God damn it. Yeah. Sounds good to me. Alright. Let's just go ahead and do this. Subject to harsh authoritarian treatment. Okay. Last time I checked, we're not an authoritarian government here in America. What does oppress mean? Keep someone in a subversive hardship, especially by the unjust exercise of authority. Kind of sounds like what the Democrats do to the fucking people who's in their districts. They keep dangling that fish in front of you. Want the fish? You want the fish? Well, you better vote for us. Like, that's fucking oppressive, man. Whereas Republicans are going to be like, hey, you want this fish? Well, let me go ahead and show you how to catch it. Let me show you what you need to do. And then you can go ahead and do it yourself. That's what Republicans do for you. They don't sit here and just dangle a fish in front of your face. They're going to sit here and say, this fish, I caught this fish. I can give it to you, but I'd rather teach you how to fish so you can catch one. They'll give you the tools if you really need it, but they want you to do it yourself. At least that's my belief. And I've never seen anything that goes against that belief. I like Josh. He's the drummer for Coheed and Cambria, so I'll gladly try to help him out where I can. Oh. Well, it's 4 o'clock. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to party.stashinvest.com. Now I'm going to show you my email that I use for this. Alright, so we got 23 hours until the next stock. So what we can do is we can currently vote for it on Twitter. So I think what we'll do is we'll go vote for it. We'll go check out Stash. Oh, look at that! Officer who killed Rashad Brooks will be charged with felony murder. Oh, great. Mob justice. Dad stocks, eh? Yo, we're getting Costco. Cool. I voted for Costco. Americans have had it with political correctness these days. You can't even get in trouble without wearing the wrong t-shirt while fishing. Where does it end? Okay, so let's go ahead and see what they have to say. I know it's a lot of Fox News that gets shown on my channel today, but like, let's be real here. Like, Fox News is one of the only trustful, like, or not trustful, but they're one of the only like kind of like honest news sources right now, because they're going to show you some. They're going to spin it. Obviously, they're going to put their conservative twist on it. They're going to put more of a God-fearing thing into it, but it still comes down to the fact that Fox News at least will show you some of the carnage that's actually going on, and Fox News seems concerned for the country. That's what I worry about.
2 weeks ago,
remember, I'm a conservative
Twitter goes
too, so
after the president, puts this disclaimer on his tweets and tries to censor the president. And now today, we have Google going after the Federalists. Kind of interesting to me because, you know, the Federalist was one of those few news
I'm going to assume
publications
Democrats
with Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis and Margot Cleveland, who were involved in exposing the whole Trump-Russia collusion hoax, and they get targeted by Google today. I think Americans are sick of this. I mean, this is a direct attack on speech. I think Americans are tired of this, the press going after certain people. If you don't have the right position or say the right thing. I mean, for goodness sake, if you now advocate standing for the national anthem, somehow that's a bad thing. If you go, we learned yesterday, if you go fishing with your boys and wear the wrong T-shirt, somehow that's bad. This is ridiculous, and Americans are so sick of this baloney. This may be a turning point today. What Google did to the Federalists, I think this is a turning point today because people are so tired. And I tell you what else I've noticed. You saw this past week, and you saw everyone on Flag Day putting up the American flag, and right beside it in so many places in Western Ohio, where I'm from, you saw people putting up a Trump 2020 flag, too, because they are tired of this attack on their beliefs, being called all kinds of names, having their speech censored, and it has got to end.
All right, so give me a second because Josh actually replied to me. What's up, dude?
Let's see. What's going on?
Not too much. Right now, you know Josh Shepard. We met him at Kung Fu Necktie, Weird Science. Josh Shepard, drummer for Coheed and Cambria.
Yeah, I know Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm literally sitting here giving him tech support over Twitter right now.
Really?
Yeah. Like, look at this.
Cool.
Look at my notifications. Look at this. How do you turn off voice control on your phone? This is the third Apple product I have. I'm like, it should be in your settings. I haven't used iOS in ages. You know, it should be Siri or some shit. It's not Siri. Siri stays off. Blah blah blah. I'm
What's
like,
he trying to do on Twitch?
Not Twitch. Twitter.
Oh, Twitter.
Right now, he just posted saying, "Hey, I have this issue with my iPhone. I've had 3 of them now. I don't know how to fix it." So I just said, "Hey, try turning off Siri." He's like, "Well, it's not Siri. That stays off." I'm like, "Okay, well, try this support article because it sounds like an accessibility option then, because it sounds like it might be classic voice control." So I just gave him a support article that should hopefully turn that off.
Josh Shepard, eh?
Yeah. So I'm literally giving Josh Shepard technical support.
Ask him when he's coming out with a new fucking album.
I'm not going to bother him right now. He's trying to figure... If I fix it, then I'll say, "Hey, when you come out with a new album?"
Can I get a beat? Can I get a track?
Yeah, right? His cops kicked Rashad Brooks before killing him, and then
Well,
the other
basically, you're doing Twitters.
I'm on Twitter talking about I'm doing like political commentary and shit like that. Like we sat here and we watched Trump address about like the veteran medical mental health issue that he just addressed today and the executive order that he did, which is really cool.
Why does his eyes look so small?
Because that's him. Not only that, he does spray tan. So when you actually see him up close, like his eyes are more pale than the rest of his body, which is why he looks orange, because he spray tans, which is really funny.
So he's squinting.
Well, dude, he's like 74 years old, man. Well, very good, very good. Coffee thing. Yeah, no,
What are you saying? He's tired?
maybe. Apparently, he only gets 4 hours of sleep a night. President does it. I can do it.
He don't smoke. He don't drink. He don't.
True. Yeah, he doesn't. Well, that we know of. I'm sure he drinks. I'm sure he drinks. I'm sure he has some scotch and shit like that.
Nah, I don't think he does, man. I think he's.
This is mob justice here. If the cop's getting charged with felony murder and whatnot, like that's just. It's ridiculous. I'm not going to disagree with it, but it's just, again, this is mob justice at this point. This is bullshit. Felony assault on a police officer while resisting arrest, stealing an officer's taser weapon, pointing at him at close range, firing it may result in use of fatal force. Facts matter. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Dan Bongingo.
Why is that all blurry?
Probably because I need to like refresh the page or something like that. Because my stream should be fine.
That's a Twitch thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but like
Twitch is fucked with ads and bullshit.
Right, but look, it's more or less like now it's fine. Like, you know what I mean? So it was more or less like my end. I had to refresh the stream to get more clarity. So that's my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you think Twitch does some shit where like, cause I'll be watching something and then all of a sudden like it lags, right? Yeah. Until you refresh it, but then you refresh it and it's like okay, it's like asking like it wants to do the ad thing again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's going to do that because you just refreshed the stream. By the way, why don't you go ahead and lean into the camera and say hello to everybody? Because a lot of people always hear you talk, but they don't get to see who you are. You should be in. Yeah.
How fucking delayed is that?
You'll get more of a real-time feedback from OBS here. You know what I mean? So I didn't have that up.
What was I saying? I was
talking about Twitch and how like it kind of throttles and changes like bandwidth and everything like that. Yeah, but that's also not just Twitch and their servers. It's also going to come down to your internet connection and everything like that. There's a lot of varying factors that are into this. So it's not just Twitch itself. And if it's the case, I've been streaming for 6 hours, dude. So I'm using a lot of bandwidth here. But if you look at my bitrate, you're not seeing a whole lot of dipping. You know what I mean? I'm typically streaming at about 3.4K, kilobits per second. So. Because this is the OBS preview, and then this is my stream preview.
Ah, cool. I'm so fucking stupid.
Yo, howdy. So, Tyler, Darwinning, and, Panda didn't really say hi, but either way, Tyler and Darwinning said yo, and howdy.
What's up, partners?
But yeah, so, this has been a pretty fun stream, so far. I think it's been pretty productive. We've talked about a lot of different things. It's basically me just going through my Twitter feed and just ranting and raving and yelling at my computer screen.
Cool.
But I'm also giving more of a conservative viewpoint. I'm giving like more facts, and I'm trying to prove and provide talking points about my opinions, and I'm backing them up with facts and definitions and shit like that. So, yeah, I'm being more honest and truthful than the left and Democrats.
All you need to do is hold up your beer. It's red, white, and blue, and fucking
America, baby. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I love it. That's awesome.
That's one thing I like about Paps is
exactly. And Darwinning provides the historical context because he knows more about history than I do. He's a history buff.
Yeah, I love history, man.
Dude, same here. You can't.
I'm walking around today in New York City, right? And I'm looking at the statues and stuff. And the cops got that shit locked down. Like they're like, don't come near a fucking Columbus Circle.
Yep.
Because Christopher Columbus is there.
Yep.
Like they're just like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Like try. Go ahead. You know.
And it's NYPD. You don't fuck with them.
Yeah. So they got that blocked off. They had obviously all the Trump Tower stuff blocked off.
Naturally.
And then they had I couldn't go where I wanted to go today. And then they had the Theodore Roosevelt statue with the Native Americans in front blocked off.
Yeah. First off, you don't fuck with Teddy. You don't fuck with Teddy.
I'm just I'm passing by and I'm just I'm revering. I revere Teddy Roosevelt. You know what I mean?
He's one of I believe he was a Democrat if I'm not mistaken. He was one of my favorite.
Yeah. And I was just like, because he's
I
out
know Darwin
front
will be able
of
to answer this before I look it up.
He's out front of the Museum of Natural History.
No, he was Republican.
Yeah.
one of the most badass
But he's related.
fucking-
But he's related to the other Roosevelts that were Democrat.
Franklin
and no, is that it?
I believe so.
And he was a Democrat. He's also our longest-standing president.
He was the one who I believe put in term limits for presidents and whatnot, because he was one of the longest standing presidents. Look at this, from 1933 till 1945. You know what I mean?
Almost 10 years.
Yeah. So I believe he was the one who kind of introduced term limits, because he understood how important it was to have term limits for presidents.
Yeah.
Whereas we don't have term limits for our congressional representatives, where we really need to have them. You look at people like Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and all these Democrats. They've been doing this for over 30 years, and they haven't progressed or done any change in their cities or their districts. They haven't helped anybody.
Yeah.
You know. All right, so let's see. Teddy Statue will come alive. He was born a Democrat, born in NYC, then his wife died, then he got extremely into racing country life. No, he was always Truman. He was one cause for term limits, not the advocate. He was the cause for term limits. Okay. Well, either way, it still comes down to like term limits that happened after FDR, if I'm not mistaken. And I support FDR. He is a Democrat president that I will support. I do support, FDR. I support JFK. I don't really care for Reagan. I don't like Barack.
Well, they're dead.
What?
They're dead.
Yeah. Well, Barack's not. But either way, Yeah, why did FDR serve 3 terms? Yeah. FDR was the first and last president to win more than 2 consecutive presidential elections.
Maybe we got tired of voting. We were just like, just stay in there.
No, FDR actually... Didn't FDR get us through the Great Depression?
But I think FDR was also the New Deal.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know...
Got us out of the Depression.
Yeah, I don't know about too much about
That was like the last...
I'd
That was like the last and only good thing that the Democrats
I'd
ever
have to
did.
brush up on that stuff.
Same here, but that's American history, and we got to blame our education system, the fact that they never really taught us properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I told you through this whole fucking thing, history repeats itself. You tried to deny a lot of it, and I was just like, dude, trust me, man. Like, we go through these ebbs and flows in life, and like it's all part of history. So learning history and stuff like that, like is real.
We
good.
are currently in the most boring time of history, but right now in the political spectrum, this is one of the most exciting times of history because we're literally writing history right now. Ever since like 9/11, we've been writing history, and it's really important that we make sure that I hate this whole entire right and wrong side of history dynamic because like really, as long as you're an American, you're always on the right side of history because you don't bet against America. Most of the best economists never bet against America because we historically have the best track record. We are one of the youngest countries, and we have the best track record in wars. We have the best track record in fighting tyranny and socialism and shit like that. We have the best track record when it comes down to capitalism and shit. We're not leading in education and shit like that, but look at the Democrats who've been defunding our education system. You know what I mean? So like, you can't sit here and just blame Republicans constantly and everything like that, but you can truly say that we are hands down one of the best countries in the world, and we are definitely a leading cause of change and global policy.
Hit me up, man.
Really? Can you go get your jar for me? Can you go get your jar for me? Do me that favor at least?
Yeah, but
okay. Okay. Just be on the Roman side. You just need to be on the winning side. Which, if you're with the Americans, you're always on the winning side. End of story. That's how that one works. I hate FDR. No, alright, true, yeah, Hitler did get us out of the Great Depression because thanks to the war effort, that's really what got us out of the Great Depression. Because that boomed our military-industrial complex, and that just boomed our industry and whatnot because everybody basically got to work with helping for the war effort. So I do agree with that. I can agree with that statement there, that technically Hitler is the one who kind of got us out of the Depression, thanks to his fucking tyranny. So there's that. That's a fucking fact.
So
I need to pack this anyway, so go ahead and if you want to return that real quick. Or if you want to hold on to it, it's up to you. I don't care.
I'll go for it. I have a point.
Alright, make your point.
But it's sidetracked. So, you gotta listen to the new Rogan podcast. That's a good one.
The one with Bill Burr or the one with somebody else?
Jocko.
Jocko, okay.
Yeah, so Jocko's a ex-Navy Navy SEAL commander.
Okay.
And stuff like that. He's been on the show before. but I thought that this one was actually really good. It's a little long-winded, you know
Right.
what I mean? Like,
Well,
you know.
What else isn't? I mean, it's a Joe Rogan podcast. It's gonna be a couple hours.
Yeah, but like, you know, and again, it's like why reiterate and listen to stuff that we already kind of agree with, type of thing. But he makes a lot of good points in terms of, I'm gonna have to wait now.
I was gonna say you're gonna have to hurry up with this story.
Yeah, it's not that quick. It's
Well, I can take this
slightly-
first one. I can take this first one so you can continue.
Okay. Go ahead. So he talks a lot about basically how to deal with like insurgents and stuff like that
Okay.
in Iraq, which is kind of like a little bit what we're dealing with like the people in Seattle and stuff like that, and how to deal with those types of people, you know. And I can't kind of like I'd have to like.
We would have to listen to it type of thing, yeah.
And I have to re-listen to it again, type of thing, to
Right.
kind of get the full gist of it. Because it was, I thought like what he said was just really important in terms of how to deal with these types of people.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to remember like the analogy that he used between the hardest military guy and the hardest jihadist guy, and putting them in a room and stuff like that. And he made a really good point about it, but I can't quite think about what exactly it was. But basically, it came down to it reminded me of you and what you said about discourse and just being able to have communication. Like, so, you know, it was a bigger deal for him to not to ride through with a Humvee, bulletproof windows up, and ride through and show of force.
Right.
That didn't work as well as stopping in these places, talking with the locals and
Yep.
stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
seeing what they wanted.
Yeah.
And most of those people didn't want the insurgents where they were. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was an occupation that they didn't want.
Yeah.
You know? But it all comes down to like a communication thing and stuff like that, so that you get the local people's back and that they respect you for that and everything else.
Which,
like there's a whole there's layers to this shit.
I want, like, you know,
It's tough for me to kind of
right, because you listen to it briefly and you're not going to be able to reiterate it. Exactly. So you are obviously, you know, focused, because you got to remember when you're multitasking, whether you're playing video games or doing like what I'm currently doing or whatever, and we're trying to have a conversation. Like, obviously, I'm going to be sitting here ignoring the chat. I'm going to be talking to you.
But I thought it was important.
No, it is important because like a lot of people do ignore the whole entire fact that, like, you know, yeah, while we are occupying these foreign nations and we are setting up these military bases, you do have to remember that there are a good amount of the locals that are in these other countries that want us there. They do want us there. The people who don't want us there are generally like the jihadists and shit like that, the militant extremists.
But they're not even from there.
Right, exactly.
Which is the whole kind of the
yeah.
whole point. Like most of these people are not even from where they're not the locals. They're basically going in and taking over areas and political standpoints and this and that.
Exactly.
But again, it's all radicalism.
Yes.
And you know what I mean?
And it's generally religious extremism.
Yeah. But I mean,
And they're
it's
radicals.
a little bit off topic, but it kind of
No, it's very relevant.
You know,
it's very relevant because that's the thing. Like, you know, and it's unfortunate too because, like, you know, our military can't just go in and talk to these insurgents and, like, you know, people like who are in Chaz Chop. You can't just talk to them because, like, the militant left of the Democratic Party, you know, the Antifa people and whatnot, they're not here to have a conversation. They don't want to talk. They want to aggress. They want to use their anger. They want to use their fascism to try to impose their political will and ideology, which again is fascism.
And so another point that he was even trying to make was the fact that it's not even like those individuals, like it's almost like a brainwashing, but at the same time,
It is.
like,
It is a brainwashing.
Like, you know, you have a kid that goes out and puts a car bomb out there. This is what Jocko was saying.
Yep.
He's like, he'll go out and put a car bomb out there. Do you think he's doing it for an ideology? No, he's doing it to get paid. Like,
And he was told to do it.
Yeah, he was told to do it, and he was getting paid because it's like almost what anybody wants. They just want to live, get paid.
Yeah, hit that.
You know what I mean?
I also call him Dr. Cook. America should have joined World War I on the side of the Germans. Go listen to it. I'll have to listen to that. I didn't know who that guy was, so whatever, sounds interesting. Tyler, what are you talking about here? Are you talking about like the Joe Rogan podcast? Or are you talking about the dude Jocko that Joe Rogan was interviewing? Honestly, I highly suggest that regardless if you know the people who Joe Rogan's interviewing or not, I highly suggest that you watch any Joe Rogan podcast. Joe Rogan is hands down one of the best conversationalists He's very calm, even in the face of adversity. Even when he's very frustrated, there are times where Joe Rogan will explode and whatnot. But if you want to learn how to be like charismatic and how to communicate with people and whatnot, trust me, watch Joe Rogan. He's very important. He was one of the big driving factors, along with like Tim Pool, Adam Kriegler, and everybody, and like Steven Crowder, who I watch. Like, you know, I watch a couple conservative people. Like, I watch a couple moderates who like sit on the fence, and I watch some liberals such as like Joe Rogan and whatnot. But I'm generally a conservative person, so I watch Hodge Twins and everything, and I watch a lot of these other black conservatives because I love black conservatives. They're the best people. They're the most refreshing minds to have, and to know that they're on our side. Because there's nothing more dangerous than a black conservative. I will let you know that now, because those guys, and men and women, they're brilliant people, and they actually understand the true issues that plague their communities. And they understand how to look past the bullshit from the Democratic Party. I'll never forget Gucci Mane's a Republican. Yo, Lil Wayne, thanks to Ian over here, Lil Wayne, and actually I got no problem saying this anymore. I got no problem saying this anymore. My name's Kyle, by the way. Nice to meet everybody. So, anyway, with that said, Ian showed me a video of Lil Wayne talking to an interviewer about how he got, like, was it raided by the police or whatever? He got shot in the chest or something?
Shot himself in the chest.
He shot himself in the chest at 12 years old. And I guess he got raided by the cops, and all, like, the black officers stepped over him to try to find the weapons and everything that were in the home, but there was a white officer who stepped down and helped him, and he's like, I don't know racism, man. He's like, I never experienced it.
The story was that...
How about this? We just found it, but you tell it.
As opposed to, there being an ambulance outside and him, or them waiting for the ambulance and getting him to an ambulance, that white guy wound up taking him to the hospital himself.
Right.
And he sat outside his room.
Age of.
And he was just like, I don't know what racism is. I only know, a white dude named Uncle Bob, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That looked out for me and took me to the hospital when everybody else was not, you know?
Right. So, I'm not going to cut you off or anything like that. I'm going to put my headphone on just so I can listen to this.
Yeah.
I can still hear you.
Did you ever listen to it? Or?
No, I did. I like listening to it because, again, I never respected Lil Wayne until you, like, showed me this video and everything like that.
I mean,
so,
and this is just a tidbit. Like,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is a real life experience that he had, and this is a successful.
Again, I don't want it to be a soundbite though. Like,
it is a soundbite, and it's something that's legitimate because, again, this is a successful Black American who's legitimately saying, "I don't know racism, and this is my real life experience." This is my real life story.
Behind his remarks.
And he does right here. Lil Wayne stands by his no such thing as racism comment. I never respected Lil Wayne until I heard him say shit like this.
12 years old. I shot myself. I was in the house.
That's why
police knocked on the door. I was right there. They knocked the door down. Everybody jumped over my body to go get the guns and drugs and whatever they could find. It took one guy to stop right there and cuss everybody that hopped over me out. Like, what the f*** are y'all doing? They say, oh, no, we was gonna see if it, what the f*** are y'all doing? We called the ambulance. An ambulance, do you not see this kid on the floor with this hole in his chest? Say, you drive. Pick me up. Brought me to the hospital. He didn't drop me off at the ambulance and say, you take him. He brought me to the hospital room and made two and stood there and waited till the doctor said he's gonna make it. He said, don't worry, my name's Uncle Bob. He was white as snow. Them that hopped over me was blacker than me.
Was he a cop?
Yeah, he was a cop, and my life was saved by a white man. I don't know what racism is. I know a good named Uncle Bob, though.
I know a good motherfucking named Uncle Bob, though. Like, seriously, dude. Yo,
when I first watched it, I was like, Lil Wayne's the truth.
He is. And
even though his rap is fucking...
it doesn't matter. Danny Brown is fucking garbage, but we listen to him and we love him. Like, you know what I mean? Because on a Sunday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, I'm getting paid on Friday. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he sounds like a retard. Yeah. But god damn it, do I fucking love him. You know what I mean? And it's because of Run the Jewels. What?
You ever watch Danny Brown's podcast?
He's got a podcast? It's god. Great. It's probably fucking hilarious.
It's pretty great.
All right, I got to check that out. I didn't know Danny Brown had a podcast. Yeah, that's incredible.
Funny. I haven't seen it in a while, but I don't even know if it still exists. The only thing that is like I don't know, you know, like Lil Wayne's background, right?
What was that, Uncle Bob?
Yeah. Like I don't know Lil Wayne's background, right? Like in terms of if he's like, you know, more progressive or whatever, right? Because like, you know, his lyrics may suggest something, but at least I think that he thinks for himself.
Yeah.
And I respect that. You know?
Well, that's unnecessary. No, exactly, and that's what I like about him, because he's a free thinker. He thinks for himself, and he's not sitting here perpetuating a lie, because he knows right now if he sits here and goes Black Lives Matter, he can capitalize so much and make so much. Like,
but,
dude,
like I don't know. Maybe this is different. This is something that.
Well, that's the thing, because
more,
he's
more refreshing type of thing.
No, because you got people like
Jumping on a bandwagon is not anything to like. I don't know.
It's perpetuating the same old narrative and the same old bullshit. It's every 4 years. Anytime an election comes up, this type of shit happens. It's pushing a narrative, and again, he's a free thinker. Like, yeah, he could capitalize on this and make a good amount of money. Because look at what Run the Jewels did. They released RJ4 or whatever. You know, like Run the Jewels 4.
That's pretty convenient.
Yeah, but they did it for free, and guess what? They made so much money because they released it for free, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, look at how nice you are because of Black Lives Matter. Let me throw you money," and then they just fucking threw money at them.
Either way, first of all, it's capitalism. B.
Damn right, baby. I fucking love it. I don't fault them for it.
But
They're capitalists.
But B, like,
Killer Mike knows what he's doing.
No matter what Killer Mike says or believes and stuff.
He knows what he's doing.
I respect Killer Mike.
Same here. He's an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing, and even if he's pushing a political agenda, I'm not gonna fault Killer Mike for that shit.
I pay attention.
But
to that,
you know, like yeah, same here. I
definitely pay attention to him.
I'd probably vote for him unless he was trying to put in socialism. If he was trying to put if he's like, no, I like capitalism. I want to keep perpetuating that part of the American dream. I'm cool with that. I'll vote for him.
He's a good dude.
He is.
He's a real guy.
He is.
You know?
But even still, like, you look at Atlanta and you see the people who are torching down, like, the West Side or whatever, and I think, like, the governor goes, like, T.I. and Killer Mike owns these stores.
What do you think about...
You're doing nothing about hurting the black community, though.
What do you think about, like, the Confederate flag being racist and stuff like that?
I don't disagree with that sentiment.
I don't either.
But I disagree with thinking, like, all right, put it this way.
The Confederacy only lasted like 5 years, right?
It doesn't matter. If the Confederacy is such a racist thing and everything like that, why would Jared from Head PE, I believe an African American and a Zionist and everything like that, wear the Confederate flag during one of his music videos? It's a political speech and everything like that. It still comes down to there is a thing called Southern pride. It depends on how people are defining the flag. Yes, it can be looked at as a racist thing, but I also look at it as it's a historical flag, and it's important to know our history because guess what? We beat those bitches.
But
we beat them. We beat them.
Do you think? Do you think
so people who fly that flag are just like, dude, like I get it. You want to respect history, but just remember, we beat you.
You know what's crazy?
The North beat them.
You know what's part of history?
What?
Like, wasn't like. I don't know. I'm not remembering this correctly. Wasn't there like a big war like way back in the day? Like when like
there's a lot.
Somebody like killed like the Romans or somebody like killed the Egyptians or something like that, right? And all of their fucking history just fucking was basically wiped in terms of like famous statues and stuff like that.
Well, yeah.
That happens over and over again. Like it happens many times. I feel
because it's a Marxist ideology in the sense of that, through the methods of production and consciousness as well, you can control. What?
Is that a shame? Is that something that will be regretted? What about the Saddam Hussein statue?
If it's through a democratic process and people want to get rid of it, that's fine, but you should always remember your history. I don't agree with all the Lenin statues in Russia and shit like that, and if they want to get rid of it, that's fine. I don't care what they want to do.
There are some places in Russia that have some real old-timey Soviet shit that, like, I don't think they're really supposed to have now, but they kind of...
It's not that they're not supposed to have it. It's up to the communities if they want to remove it. End of story.
Fuck if I know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, so, yeah. Just saying, like, it's all part of history repeating itself. They're all
exactly. If you keep removing your history and you don't learn from it, you're doomed to repeat it. End of story.
I'm trying to tear it down.
And I don't agree with that. Not only that, some of these Confederate statues are fucking hilarious.
Just because of like the way they looked. Like I saw like one Confederate general and like he looked like fucking like a cartoon Woody version, like, you know, from like the Toy Story. He's like, ah, like holding his saber and shit on the horse. Dude, it was hilarious. And they want to tear it down. It's like, dude, if you look at that, that's just funny. You know, the history behind it is tragic, yes. But to remember that we fought against slavery, we beat it, and we abolished it, that is an important historical monument to keep intact, even though it is a very painful history and painful truth to remember. But it's important to remember that we saw past it, we fought through it, and we won. Because you gotta remember, it was the fight was about slavery for the most part, but it was about states' rights in the sense that they wanted to fight for their right to have slavery, and the Union said, no, this is wrong, we want to get rid of this. You know what I mean? So it was more of a, like, this is a federal law that you need to get rid of. And
I think there was a deeper reason behind it.
There was a lot of reasons behind it, and you're never going to know the true fact
like,
of it.
It wasn't even almost a race thing at one point.
No, it was just they wanted slaves.
Like...
There was a black slave. One of the first slave owners in America was black. You know that, right? He had white slaves.
Owner, yeah.
Like, I just posted about it on Twitter. We have a sign in the bathroom that says shit happens. Yeah, no shit. But it still comes down to the fact that I will never apologize for something that I never had any part in and I don't agree with. And, you know, not only that, my party also, not unanimously, but like majority, 80% at least, 82% vote. Well, no, that was civil rights. But either way, it still comes down to the fact that they voted to abolish slavery. The American president who was, you know, the sitting president who abolished slavery was a Republican. So I will never apologize for something that I had no part in, and I'm part of the party who helped abolish it. I will never apologize for that. And I will never try to be like, oh, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Like, not you specifically, but I'm just saying.
Who are you sorry to?
I'm sorry. Nobody.
Oh.
I'm an American. Who do I have to apologize for? And what do I have to apologize for? Nothing. I'm proud to be here. It's not just because I'm white.
I don't even know if I'm proud to be here right now. I'm not proud of my country, dude.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm not, dude. We look like a bunch of fucking children right now.
Well, no. The left and the Democrats look like a bunch of children. So yeah, I'm not going to disagree that we look weak and bad right now. Absolutely, but that's what the Democrats want, and that's what like people like China and shit want. They want us to look weak.
Just look stupid.
I don't disagree. And that's why
Man up, go to work.
Exactly, and that's why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, and I'm trying to point out the hypocrisy of the left and the Democrats and whatnot, and show like more of a conservative mindset, and show that this is more majority of Americans, and say like, no, we're done with this. This is bullshit. Like, look at all this. This is not the actual truth of like our history here. They're pushing a fucking stupid narrative. What is this, Premier League? Manchester City 2 up over Arsenal? I don't know. I'm guessing that's football.
Like, we're defunding the police.
No, we're not. No, we're not. The majority of Americans don't agree with that.
So what Jocko's saying is like, and I
gotta pee for a
this
second.
One of the first things he said was...
Jukes, what's up, man? I shaved. I'm retarded. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Dude, one of the first things Jocko said is, we're defunding the police, right? And no, somebody already did. One city already did. Wait. So there's like, you know, what we did.
And that's the majority of Americans. Or the majority of Americans agree with that.
And so his point was he was like, every fucking police officer needs to get purple belt up. Top that because they go only through 3 months of it, and they're out on the street night after night dealing with this shit. When, you know, if they were trained, overly trained, then, you know, people who are more than likely able to take on know exactly what to do.
Also, that really helps calm the nerves.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like,
no, I agree with what you're saying. No, I couldn't agree more. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, just like that one argument that Joe Rogan had about like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like artists and whatnot. Like, you know, people who practice that martial art, they're very big proponents of using cannabis as a meditation tool because it helps center them and it helps keep them calm and everything.
Yeah, what was he saying? He said something about...
He got into a huge argument with some dude who's like, oh, you know, like, he's like, it poisons your mind and shit.
Yeah, he's like, no, fuck that. He goes, it basically...
Dude,
you're able to go through the moves and stuff.
Yeah,
and you're
and meditate, and it's all muscle memory and shit.
Yeah, just kind of, more muscle memory, knowing what to do and how it feels.
And you're also more calm. You can think clearly. Now, I'm not going to say it doesn't slow down your reaction times, but then again,
You're also just sparring at the same time.
Right.
Training.
But so
You're not
to
doing
go
it
along
before,
with that
you know?
point and what Joe Rogan says, I watched this video of this MMA fighter who literally, I guess like during a weigh-in or something like that, he's like sparking up like a spliff, and then he's like puffing on it, he's like flexing and shit like that, just puffing, dude.
That's retarded.
No, it's great because
Well,
it shows.
but-
Why not?
If he's allowed. But
Yeah, I don't.
You're not
Dude,
allowed to smoke indoors.
yeah, whatever. It's weed. Who cares? That's something different. It's not gonna kill you.
Dude, I miss the days when you can smoke cigarettes inside.
No, I don't agree with
miss
that.
those
I
days.
don't agree with that.
But those were my favorite days. Those were my favorite days of life.
Those were a simpler time. But I don't agree with that. I agree with, especially because the way the laws work is if you make if you make a certain percentage of your money off of food, you're not allowed to smoke indoors, and that's a good rule. But if you're just a bar, you're still allowed to smoke indoors.
Smoke inside?
I believe in PA, yes. But again, you
But
can't.
it's not the same as
you can't. I think it's like
not the same as just walking in somewhere.
no,
Like,
right. But again, it comes down to certain bars, and I personally support any business that says no, you can't smoke indoors.
Casinos are cool.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they don't make their money off of food.
Next time I go into a casino, I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm buying a whole pack.
Don't do that, just vape.
No, fuck that. I'm buying a whole pack of cigarettes.
Well, whatever. Indulge in your addictions.
Dude, I haven't
Within reason.
I haven't smoked anything besides maybe a hit of vape since Thanksgiving.
True.
That's crazy. Do you believe that?
No, I was even thinking about quitting.
I smoked since I was...
But I like nicotine.
I smoked since I was 18 years old. Before that.
Right.
Right? When I was able to buy shit, I smoked. 18... So what is that?
I feel like
10.
we should bring that chair in so you can sit down and talk to me. Like, you know what I mean?
Nah, I'm good standing, dude.
I know.
12 years?
Okay.
Straight. Smoke. A pack and a half a day.
Ugh.
Or
I never got above
bottle, or a bottle like a week.
I never got above a pack of cigarettes.
That was a pack and a half a day, man.
At most, I would smoke a pack. If I ever reached over a pack, it was generally because I was doing psychedelics that night. So I would buy like 2 packs of cigarettes because I knew I was going to blow through a pack during that whole entire excursion. You know what I mean? So I wanted cigarettes for the next day or the morning after and whatnot.
I want to talk about coronavirus.
Oh God, the scamdemic. Go on.
Yeah, it was a scam.
It is
right?
a scam.
It was a scam.
It is a scam.
It was.
It is.
But at the same time...
Because it's still going.
I did have it.
I don't think you did. You never got diagnosed.
Brown Jonathan had it.
You never got diagnosed.
I didn't. But I didn't even,
You're
I didn't even want to go out.
You were asymptomatic.
But why would some Spanish guy from Queens have the same exact fucking illness that I had? That was sick. I was ill.
That's more of a collective consciousness thing, in my opinion.
Like, and then you hold on. My point's not over. So apparently, all this had to do with a vitamin D deficiency.
Well, right, because we've been locked in our houses for months.
What happened right before, right before coronavirus was a word? I was diagnosed from my doctor with having the lowest vitamin D deficiency he's ever seen in his life.
Well, but also think about what you were doing. You weren't really working.
Right.
You were staying inside, and you wouldn't even open up the windows.
Right, but so it adds to it, though.
Well, right, but if you have a vitamin D deficiency, it's because you're not going outside and getting sunlight.
I'm not saying it wasn't my fault. I'm saying that I had it.
Okay.
I'm saying I fucking had it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I bet you 110% that I had it.
I'm not going to disagree, but at the same time, I'm not going to agree either because you never got a test.
Yeah, but I was
It's
sick.
a hoax,
I was
dude.
sick like I've never been sick before. It wasn't coughing, sneezing, and shit like that.
Right.
I didn't eat for about 2.5 weeks.
I think that was more mental.
A lot of it was mental. But doesn't matter if it was, dude, you can call it mental sickness. I don't give a fuck what you want to call it. Like, I was sick, dude. I got very sick
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
for a couple of weeks.
I'm not disagreeing.
You know? I think everybody, all of us had like some kind of a coronavirus, man.
Well, yeah, but it's more or less we all had cabin fever. That's what I was saying. Like you seen the episode of It's Always Sunny where the gang gets quarantined, right?
Yeah.
They get quarantined because of the sickness going around. They got all scared because of this
And it's
pandemic
because
going on.
they weren't drinking.
Yeah, But they're going through alcohol withdrawal
bleach, and
symptoms.
they had the
Yeah.
bleach and pull
Well, it was the rum and the cleaner bottles and
What
shit like
about
that.
Dennis's? Singing. It's like, would a sick person be able to sing like that?
Yeah, no. That's such a good episode. I love, dude. I'm telling you, man. Especially through what I dealt with last week, everything that I've watched was so apt.
Dude, I did that.
Yeah.
I gave that to you.
Yeah.
Because you were like, I don't even know. You were fucking dumbstruck. You were dumbstruck. So I was just like,
well, It's Always Sunny has always been about social
but I was just-
commentary.
I was just like, you gotta watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and get back in that because you haven't watched it in a long time. But I
Right.
made this suggestion.
Yeah.
And you fucking, I don't know if you put it on. I think I didn't put it
Yeah.
on. But,
But,
you're like,
but even if you watch things like Parks and Recreation that was made years ago, way before
It's
it
Always
was
Sunny is something you need after
whatever I just went through.
You need you know what I mean? Like every
'Cause It's Always Sunny in
time
Philly.
every time that I've ever done acid or shrooms, I'm watching fucking It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like at least for my come down.
Yeah, because it just helps ground you back to earth.
It's my come down.
Yeah.
You know, it's the weirdest thing, but I always go to it and I always appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's one of my favorite shows.
Yeah.
I love it.
It does bring it back to reality.
Yeah, it's incredible. Alright, so here we go. So I want to watch this. This is a minute 22 seconds long about, I guess, Antifa approaching the cops and just harassing them. So we haven't really done much like social political commentary in a minute because we've been having a conversation with Ian over here, which has been great, by the way. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Alright.
What, are you going to get back into video games?
I'm going to do other things now.
Alright, yeah, I'm going to be wrapping this up soon because I've been going almost for 7 hours. I need to kind of end it for a minute. I need to pick up more beer. I need to have dinner before I get into the video game portion of my streams for the night. So, yeah, because I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to try to get myself exhausted, sleep, and then wake up in the morning, kind of do rinse, repeat, maybe eat breakfast or something, and then try to get into a morning stream and do more social political commentary and just pointing out the hypocrisy of the left. And everything, because it's fun. I really enjoy this, and it seems like some of the people who've been watching have been enjoying it too.
My only question is, what are you going to play?
Probably I'll be on. I gotta make a presence.
We're watching Gears right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's weird. I'm having a weird time.
I might play some of that eventually, but that'll be like towards the end of the stream. Yeah.
You're clear as fuck. Watch me.
Right. I grow the beard back. She's freaking me out. More like Captain Boy Hemp Beard. It's more like Captain Hemp No Beard. Or like temporarily no beard. All right. So anyway, what does Tyler say? Because I feel like I haven't really been saying much going on right now. So anyway, I agree. Anyone thinks for themselves tend to be more thoughtful in general. Yes. I think the whole group identity aspect of the left-wing politics and social politics is so dangerous because it gives people an excuse not to think for themselves, instead let others do the thinking for them. Yes, identity politics are a huge issue. If you introduce identity politics, especially to people who are so young and honestly so gullible and naive, it's very easy to start warping their minds and make them victims. Because oh, I've always been victimized because of this group that I identify with, and there's other people who experience it. So it's like they're doing it to me. It's like that's not how any of that works. But okay, sure. But there's this big victim mentality, and that's the thing. If you're mentally a victim, you're always going to be a victim. And I've even told people this, again, this might just be my white male privilege, but anytime I've ever walked city streets, I've never had an issue. I've never had anybody pick on me. I've never had anybody fuck with me. Why? Chin up, head held high, and I walk with a purpose. I walk with the destination in mind. I'm walking nobody's fucking with me. And I might even have headphones on. And again, I'm aware of my surroundings, generally. So if you don't look like a victim, you won't be a victim. But if you're walking around you're going to be picked as a victim, especially if you're crouched and just make yourself also like that, man. Buff out your chest, fucking embolden yourself, assert your dominance, but you don't aggress onto somebody for any reason whatsoever, unless for some reason they're physically aggressing onto you, and then at that point, well, guess what? Gloves are off now. That's how the rules of engagement work in a civil society. I'm not going to fuck with you. You don't need to fuck with me. We can verbally fuck with each other all day long, but as long as you do not physically come swinging at me, I'm good. I'm not going to do that to you no matter what you say, because guess what? At the end of the day, I don't care, because no matter what people call me, I don't subscribe to their ideology, and they will never be like, oh, well, you're a racist, and they'll be like, oh, man, maybe I am a racist. Fuck no, I'm not a racist. I know I'm not. So when people want to try to do that, or they want to call me a bigot, or they want to call me what, I'll admit I'm sexist. I don't care. But then again, I believe more in traditional gender roles and all this other nonsense. And at the same time, one of the scariest things we've ever done was actually give the women the right to vote. I got no problem admitting that, because look at what's happening. Now we have a bunch of like these nannies walking around going like, oh, what about people's feelings? What about people's feelings? I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Oh, I called you a bad word. Grow up. Grow up. Sticks and stones, right? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words would never hurt me. Like, that's a nursery rhyme that you teach kids, because the only thing that's actually going to truly hurt you is sticks and stones. Now, words can hurt. It can cut deep, sure, but you grow through that. It makes you stronger. You know what I mean? But anyway, in Russia, a lot of Soviet buildings and monuments are still there because communities are so separated from any official organization, and they're so poor that they just don't care for it. Exactly, it's not worth it for them. Now, they could probably maybe melt down like the statues in bronze and sell the metal and get money for it, sure. But like, what are you going to do with that? What, you're gonna give it out to everybody, and then they're just going to buy whatever they want anyway, and then they're still going to be impoverished? Or are you going to use that and invest into the community? Like, there's things that you can do to make things better in those areas, but it really just comes down to like, how do you want to do it? And you should do it through a democratic process of everybody votes together and they find the best solution for what they want to do to their community. End of story. That's how it should work. But anyway, let's see what Antifa has to say. I'm gonna have to refresh, aren't I? Yep. All right. So.
You're on a spider, bro.
All right. Whoa. Screen. You can kind of see it. Just put it outside or put it in a corner, man. Don't flush him, don't kill him. They still chump one at the time. I love everything. Oh, press secretary apparently on a journalist.
As indoor events.
Right. On the media, still standing on social distancing concerns for participants. Okay.
Is it the White House position that outdoor events carry the same risk as indoor events?
It's our position that the media should not be making decisions about their guidelines to us about social distancing based on political ideology or what they think is the worthiness of the cause.
My point is there are good scientific reasons for treating the two events differently. One is outdoors and one is indoors.
Right, and there's not good logical reason for this, so that's the one thing I would
Just like, about that.
reason for this, so that's the one thing I would keep going back to.
Oh my god, I don't need to say any more. That's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. Oh my god. That's so funny. We gotta watch that again.
Is it the White House position that outdoor events carry the same risk as indoor events?
It's our position that the media should not be making decisions about their guidelines to us about social distancing based on political ideology or what they think is the worthiness of the cause.
My point is there are good scientific reasons for treating the two events differently. One is outdoors and one is indoors.
Right, and there's not good logical reason for this.
This is amazing. What timeline are we living in? Oh my god.
Is it the White House position that outdoor events carry the same risk as indoor events?
It's our position that the media should not be making decisions about their guidelines to us about social distancing based on political ideology or what they think is the worthiness of the cause.
My point is there are good scientific reasons for treating the two events differently. One is outdoors and one is indoors.
Right, and there's not good logical reason for this, so that's the one thing I would keep going back to.
And could I also
Yes, Owen.
ask anything about that statement?
Oh my god.
Is it the White House position?
Oh my god. Oh, this is so funny. This is so funny. I literally... Dude, she's so hot. She's so fucking hot.
Is it the White House position that outdoor events carry the same risk as indoor events?
It's our position that the media should not be making decisions about their guidelines to us about social distancing based on political ideology or what they think is the worthiness of the cause.
My point is there are good scientific reasons for treating the two events differently. One is outdoors and one is indoors.
Right, and there's not good logical reason for this, so that's the one thing I would keep going back to.
And could I also
yes, Owen.
ask anything about that statement?
Oh. Oh. Bad news is true. I just give a fuck about you. Good news is there's no good news. Oh my god. Let's see what this is. I think Ian got a little sick of me laughing. This dictator doesn't deserve power. In the summer 2019 meeting in New Jersey, Trump said journalists should be jailed so they don't have to divulge it. Wait. These people should be executed. They're scumbags, Trump said, according to... I mean... that's just an opinion. He's not a dictator. He didn't execute any journalists. He's not executing them. Like, what is he doing? All he said was these people should be executed. They're scumbags. Yeah, I agree. What's wrong with that? Oh, he called for the execution of journalists who are just perpetuating fucking false narratives and fake news. Sorry, I got no problem with that. We have a pattern. Oh my god, CNN, I'm not even listen to him. Our government's run by a corrupt cabal. Dims are bad. Just so you guys can see this. It's all Democrats. I'm getting hungry. It's only 5:54 or 4:54. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah. For the people who don't want any police, who love American Airlines, those of Southwest, make a deal to fly them to countries that don't want police. I want them to be happy. Yeah. I can support that. I'm not going to comment on that. Excuse me. right, let's do it. This is 5 minutes long. Let's do it. First time former VP Joe Biden leads Donald Trump in all 6 swing states, according to new CNBC Change Research poll. Stephanie Miller of Fiscal Note and Joe Watkins, George Bush. Okay, wait. To press George H.W. Bush when on the finance. Okay, so let's see what they have to say on this one. Let's see if we can find any false narratives or lies on this one.
Do that. I think one of the things to note is that in March, everyone kind of agreed on what the problems were because we were all going through this very dramatic set of changes together. Since March, different states have experienced both the economic and health impacts of the coronavirus crisis differently, and blue states have tended to suffer more than red states. But now,
blue states seem to suffer more than red states. I wonder why. Is it maybe because the blue states went ahead and released their prison population, and then the blue states went ahead and allowed the media as well as celebrities to incite and provoke riots within their towns and cities? I wonder why they suffered more. I couldn't imagine.
what we're seeing is some red states starting to show surges in cases, which may...
Because I wonder if the blue states are even possibly testing their citizens after they just allowed people by the thousands, if not tens of thousands, to run rampant in their streets, protesting and also rioting, looting, committing arson and other felonious crimes. But hey, what do I know? It's just my white privilege talking.
May lead to more need for those states to sort of shut down a little bit, slow down. And so what the president can do then to continue to get those red voters to turn out is to make sure that they are compensated essentially for the federal government, by the federal government, for staying at home.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Joe, the other thing is, and we've talked about this in the last couple of weeks, but the polls are often unreliable when it comes to President Trump. A lot of people here like to look at the betting odds instead, but those also show a big move in favor of Biden lately. What do you make of that?
Well, Politico came out with a great article yesterday, and they did another one just a few days ago. And in the one a few days ago, they talked about the competence of more than 50 state GOP leaders, especially in the battleground states, people like the GOP chairman in Pennsylvania and some of the other key states for November of 2020. And they say that they're extremely confident about President Trump's chances. Now, the article that came out yesterday in Politico states what the big challenge is for everybody reading these polls is, and that is that while national polls have generally been pretty accurate, there have been few state polls, and a lot of the state polls that have taken place just haven't had the capacity to collect accurate data from non-college educated white voters. This matters because a large part of the country, actually a majority of the country, is not college educated, and a large
part of the country is apparently not college educated. Imagine that.
Large percentage of President Trump's base would be non-college educated white voters.
Sounded like a racist statement. A large percentage of Trump's, supporters are non-college educated white voters. Huh. Let's just go ahead and go back to that real quick.
Not college educated, and a large percentage of President Trump's base would be non-college educated white voters. So to not include those voters in these surveys would certainly skew the numbers.
Oh, okay. For sure. And I think we've learned that, whether it was here, even in Brexit. I mean, there's definitely some similarities between the way that polls undercapture some of these trends. Stephanie, that said, is the economy going to be enough? Even if we have a recovery that's proceeding, even if we have some stimulus, aimed at helping these groups, I mean, there's other reasons that motivate turnout too. And I wonder if evangelicals, for instance, are less enthusiastic about their support for the president and how that might play into the fall.
Yeah, again, thinking about what voters define as problems is going to drive how they react. I think very much there's an issue with just relying on the polling as gospel, because whether it's undecided voters who maybe are decided and in 2016 they all swung towards Trump, whether it's voters that aren't captured, whatever it is, the things that are driving voters are going to be feeling like...
Look at that drop. Look at that drop on the Dow. Right? Excuse me. I only want to talk about this because I actually play the stock market and I have stakes in this game. And, I'll gladly talk about my investments and I'll gladly talk about my strategies and what I do. That's actually another part of the channel that I want to bring forward is talking about my investments and different positions that I'm looking at and different investment strategies that I focus on. But if we look at the way the Dow dropped, right, we can see that towards like January and February was pretty strong. We saw a slight dip in February, in the beginning of February, and then there was an even bigger dip in the beginning of March. This is when the shutdowns really started, and then boom, it started crashing mid-March into April. But we did a sharp recovery, and then it went down again, and then we started recovering a little bit more. And then not only that, now that we're past May and we're going into June, and we're about halfway through June, there was a huge sharp recovery here. And then you can see that we're getting back to almost pre-lockdown levels again. So year to date, we're only down 7%, which isn't too bad. So as this goes down, there's another sharp downturn here in June, but it is going back up rather rapidly, and it's going to keep going back up. We will get back to this, and if not, grow even more. And that's one thing that's really important to remember, because when you're talking about American politics and you're talking about the way you want to vote, not only do you vote with your dollar, but you also vote for the American economy. Now, I'm not just talking about Dow Industrials, I'm also talking about NASDAQ and everything like that. But it still comes down to, the Dow is an overall market that is heavily watched as, I guess, kind of like our GDP, I guess, our gross domestic product. So when it does come down to this is important to remember, because you don't bet against America. That's one thing you never do. And I've seen nothing but awesome, tremendous growth in a fair amount of my portfolios. So I'm very proud of what's happening, especially at this current time, especially now that I'm currently unemployed, which is one reason why I'm now doing this social political commentary and changing the direction of my stream in the morning. And then the night stream is going to be more of the video games. So that way I'm able to provide a lot more content, and I'm able to provide a lot more things. Because think about it. We've been doing this for 7 hours, guys. This is almost a full-time job for me, and I love this. This is a lot of fun, and you're going to see me be very adamant, productive, and just enjoying what I'm doing. So I hope you guys enjoy what I'm doing. I hope that you guys share my channel, and I hope that you pass the word along and you say, hey, look, there are some people who are talking about rational things. They're showing you both sides, and they're giving their perspective of things, because that's really all I want to do. I don't want to sit here and try to push a narrative. I will only push my opinions, and I will always let you know that they're my opinions. But at the same time, I'm going to back up my opinions with fact. You know what I mean? So with that said, let's go back to Stephanie Miller.
Health is at risk, or your livelihood because of the economy is at risk. I do think if Trump can stabilize the economy, or make voters feel like he's stabilized the economy heading into November, then based on what Kayla was saying at the top of this segment, voters really trust him more than Biden to help the nation recover. And so if it's truly who's going to lead us through a recovery question on an economic side, I think Trump wins.
Yes,
what, Joe, are your expectations for Congress overall at this point, and how does early voting play into the outcomes here?
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with regards to early voting, and especially how voting overall might be impacted by coronavirus and mail-in ballots and the like.
With that said, first off, mail-in ballots are a big political scandal that you got to worry about, because there's definitely a big and heavy potential for voter fraud with mail-in ballots. I told my mom, who is a lifelong Democrat, that you do not use mail-in ballots. You need to go to the ballot box and you need to vote. I did that with the primaries, and I didn't wear a mask. One of the little fucking, election officials were like, man, you gotta wear the mask, gotta wear the mask. I'm like, nope. Because guess what? They legally cannot kick me out, because it is my civic duty to go there and vote. So they are not going to kick me out and not allow me to vote. That's literally oppressive, and that's literally against the law. So they can't do it. And I went in there because I was talking as I walk up. I put the mask on and I saw a voter. I'm like, do we even need to wear the mask anymore? Because I'm pretty sure the riots and the protests, cured COVID and whatnot. And the dude's like, oh, I wore it. As I'm approaching, there's apparently a young Republican, if I'm not mistaken, who was running. And I didn't know he was on the ticket. Had I known, I would have voted for him. I would have put him in the primary, because I felt bad, because I already knew that I was going for the Republican ticket. Again, I'm registered Republican, so in the primaries I need to vote for my party in order to get into the general election. It's really stupid. But that said, it does help select the nominee for the general election. And with that said, it's my civic duty. I go to every election. I believe in voting. I truly believe in voting. When I lived in Arizona, I helped vote in the Medicinal Marijuana Act that they proposed. I was there for that vote. I helped get that vote passed. Boom. I believe in voting because it actually works. Trust me, it does. I believe in it because I've been doing it since I was 18. I'm in my 30s now. So anyway, with that said, mail-in voting is definitely fraudulent. I went and I voted. I didn't wear my mask, and when I talked to the representative who was apparently running, and I still feel bad because I should have voted for him, because he was there. He was at the polling place. He's a local guy who's running. I should have voted for him, but it's my fault because I'm like, nope, I don't need to talk to you. I should have talked to him because it's not like I had to go to work, but I should have been like, oh, sorry, I'm late. I went out and voted. You know what I mean? Be like, you guys should have done that too. But anyway. He told me, he's like, I didn't wear a mask and whatnot. They didn't kick me out. They tried to give me a mask and I said no. I'm like, all right, cool. So that gave me the confidence to go in there. I just took the mask off and I'm just happy with everybody I'm talking to and when I put it in my pocket. Well, I didn't really talk. I just smiled, waved, nod. And then I voted. I quickly, filled out the sheet. I scanned it and done. So, because we're now going through a new electronic process instead of like this old sheet that there's like this old paper that you would just select and then you would hit submit and vote. Now it's you fill out this sheet and you fill in the circles and then you scan it. So I don't know how secure it is, but apparently there is more secure measures with it, so I'm cool with it. But at the same time, I am kind of nervous. But anyway, let's go back to Joe here.
For the most part, with regards to Congress, they'll have to tackle the issues that are the issues of the day. Certainly, police reform is one of them. And while that's a hot issue, Republicans and Democrats have both put forward their own legislative agendas on police reform, which mutes that issue as an issue for Democrats. And likewise, the president came out with his own executive order over the last couple of days, which even won some praise from Democrats. So it'll be the issues of the day that will drive Congress. Don't expect any huge legislative items to be passed as we head into the fall. Clearly not. This is an election year, so you won't see that. But there will be pressure on them to do something about police reform, and certainly anything that will help fight the coronavirus pandemic will certainly be closely watched.
Do you think that control of Congress will flip? I mean, it's split now, but yeah.
That was the song.
Hard to say. I don't know that the Republicans will win back the House, and I think right now there's a good chance that they retain control of the Senate. But I don't know that the Republicans win back the House. So we'll have to see. It's people are moved by the issues of the day, and they have short memories as well. So what was important to people in May of 2020 may not be so important as some other issue that may crop up in September of 2020 or October of 2020. So we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. All right. So what they reported there and what they were saying was fair. I'm not going to sit here and say like they were wrong or anything like that. All right. So I need to pause this because that's actually kind of dangerous to watch. Luckily, my screen kind of blocks it. So what I just stopped was what happened is it looks like this relatively white kid comes out of a convenience store and a group of young, not to perpetuate race or anything like that, but it is true, it's fact here. A group of 3 black kids come up and basically assault him for no fucking reason. I don't know what's said because you don't get to hear what's on the security camera footage, but it's straight up this dude's holding bags and he gets assaulted for no reason. Somebody who's not even involved comes out of the store and just runs up and kicks the kid in the face. I do want to show you the raw video due to the fact that this is reality and this is what's currently happening and we do need to show this, but at the same time I understand that it might be against Twitch TOS, but at the same time my stream is an 18-plus-year-old stream, so if you don't like it, guess what? Fuck you. So if you're reporting people for what's actually going on in this world and reporting it, that's your own fault, that's your own problem. I'm not going to stop what I'm showing or what I'm doing just because somebody disagrees with what I'm saying. That's not fair. That said, I just saw something on my phone that I want to talk about real quick. And this is just talking about a headline. I don't really want to go into the article, but I am going to say I want more of this. But apparently Pennsylvania sues to stop a car show over the crowd size, even though Governor Wolf just marched in a protest 2 weeks earlier. So this is coming from Fox News. So that just goes, this shows you the hypocrisy of the left as well as Democrats here. So Pennsylvania is suing to stop a car show, which hope to God the judges throw out the case and say, no, this isn't fair because you're allowing protests by the thousands in the cities of Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I'm sorry, that's a state, Philadelphia. Literally, like thousands and thousands and thousands of people are marching in the streets, and now you're going to sue people who want to go to a car show. That's fucking hypocrisy. That's terrible. That's oppressive. I don't agree with Tom Wolf. I can't wait to vote him out. Fuck Tom Wolf. I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So yeah, sorry that there's a lot of like live cuts and well, not live cuts, but it's more or less like I gotta run to the bathroom and everything. I do all this live. I do all this but off the cuff. Like this is real reactions. This is real information. And you're doing all this in real time. All right, so let's see. So apparently this is a hate crime. This is what happens when we empower the mob over law. Okay, so let's see here. There's a struggle between a cop. We're gonna have to see what's going on. This already has almost 70,000 views. All right. So they're just beating down a cop in the middle of a restaurant. And is that a chokehold that he's doing on the cop? It's disgusting. Eliza Schaefer. So the way the police are being treated right now in this country is fucking disgusting. Police are 18 times more likely to be killed by a black man than a black man by police. Lies, emotion, and cultural perception are leading this revolution. You're a bootlicker. Shut the fuck up, anarchist. Let's go ahead and look up what an anarchist is, right? I spelled that wrong. Alright, so a person who believes or tries to bring about anarchy, relating or supporting anarchy or anarchist newspaper. So anarchism. So what is anarchism? Anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that rejects all involuntary, coercive, or forms of hierarchy. It radically calls for the abolition of the state, which it holds to be undesirable, unnecessarily, and harmful. In a timeline of anarchism sketches back to prehistory, when people lived in anarchist societies long before the establishment of formal states, kingdoms, or empires. With the rise of organized hierarchical bodies, skepticism towards authority arose. Okay, that's fair. But it was not until the 19th century that a self-consciousness political movement was formed. Okay, fair. During the later half of the 19th century and the first half of the decades of the 20th century, the anarchist movement flourished in most parts of the world and had a significant role in worker struggles for emancipation. Okay, fair. Various branches of anarchism were disposed. During those times, anarchists took part in several revolutions, most notably the Spanish Civil War, where they were crushed by the fascist forces in 1939. I wonder why. Marking the end of classical era of anarchism, in the last decades of the 20th century and in the 21st, the anarchist movement has been resurgent once more. Anarchism employs various tactics in order to meet its ideal ends. These can broadly separate into revolutionary and evolutionary tactics. There is a significant overlap between the two legs, which are merely descriptive. Revolutionary tactics aim to bring down authority in the state have taken a violent turn in the past. So that is not an anarchist ideal, in my opinion, because they don't believe in fucking like authority. They don't believe in that. Evolutionary tactics aim to prefigure what anarchist society would be like. Anarchist thought, criticism, and praxis has played part in diverse fields of human society. Criticisms of anarchism mainly focus on claims of being internally consistent, violent, and utopian. Okay, yeah. So that's fair. I would really have to go through all of this and try to really find out their true beliefs. But if you don't believe in authority, you wouldn't use any form of violence to impose your will, because then that means your authority. So an anarchist truly wouldn't believe in violent, behavior. But again, it does come down to the fact that there was an end of the classical era of anarchism, and it's resurgent once more, and it became more violent. It's taken a violent turn. So that's the thing. Like, historically it should not be violent, because these people do not believe in authority, and if you don't believe in authority, you wouldn't assert yourself through force, because that means you're an authority figure. Right? Makes sense? You're probably not paying attention to what I was even saying.
I don't give a shit, dude.
Okay, fair.
I was just fucking lifting up some weights.
Ron Paul. I love Ron Paul. He's the one who basically helped me become a Republican, and the Fed. I believe he's talking about the Federal Reserve. Yeah, the Federal Reserve is the beating heart of big government. Yep. I agree with ending the Federal Reserve.
You need to get blood flowing through your body, dude.
I agree, and I wanted to lift weights today, but I didn't do that.
Dude, it feels so good to have blood flowing through my body.
Well, yeah. I mean, blood's always flowing through my body. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be alive.
Nah, but like pumping.
Right. Yeah, you
Like,
gotta
your
get your heart rate up.
Your
Get
heart's
heart rate
pumping.
up.
It's like imagine like, you know what I mean? Like cleaning shit out, right?
I did the dishes today, by the way.
Cool.
I also
but like look at the dust in your computer. What would
don't
you
get
do
me
if you had
started on
dust?
that.
What would you do if you had dust in your computers?
Well, I gotta get
You
compressed
blow it up.
air.
You give it out. You give it some pressure, right? You get.
Well,
it
you gotta be
pumping.
careful with that because that can actually make things worse.
Okay.
But sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Mainly like ball bearings and fans and everything like that. I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm
Well,
like,
you should know 'cause you're an
trying to make
HVAC.
a little bit of an analogy, you know?
No, I agree with what you're saying.
Like, but just like you start getting things pumping, like things are moving, like it's flowing. You know what I mean? Like
A clean
lubricants
result.
going and stuff like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? You need lubricant. You need to lubricate your body with oxygen, water.
Oh yeah. Which I have my water here. I haven't really had any today yet.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like you need your heart is your fucking engine. You need that shit to pump.
Well, right. It's
What
your
are you
blood.
gonna try-
It's your
what are you
blood
gonna-
machine.
What are you gonna try to start a 1967 fucking, you know what I mean, Ford something? You know what I mean? Like
No.
that hasn't started since 1967.
I don't have that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like no, you want fucking, you know what I mean? I don't know. I have no idea what that means.
I understand what you're saying. You need to like gas it up, lubricate the engine and whatnot if you're gonna try to cold start it. That's been sitting there for years and
Yeah,
whatnot.
you want to take care of your
Because it's
shit.
stagnant. It's sat there for too long. It's stagnant. Oh, didn't mean to
That's
do
what
that.
you are. You're stagnant.
You're stagnant.
You know? I got blood moving around in my body.
Let's check out Donald Trump's timeline. He retweeted something. Alright, cool. So we got a hip hop about Joe Biden. A hip hop. We got a 96% approval rating. So that was 17 hours ago. Right. Let's see what he's got to say.
I have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Got blackness leaving my body, cause Joseph told me nobody black voting for Trump is swarthy. Joe Biden, thanks for the guidance. So where do I turn this black heart and man it into somebody who made you the white man in charge of the black authority? Joe Biden, the biggest headache that I've had in my life. Not the first time you've been a black man's vice. Claiming you know about me, about that black man's plight. What the acting? You would rather give a black man life. That's Joe. Extending prison sentences in 94. Joe. Ripping father figures from inside the home. Joe. You grew up in the burbs, just be silent, Joe. Joe. You don't know the herd, you will never know. You try to start spending free money for veterans. You plagiarize speeches. Speaking impediment, I'll never vote Joe. But Biden for president, Trump 2020 is still keeping my melanin. Joe.
I have a problem figuring out what.
I fucking love it. That was good. Hey, hasn't really tweeted in a while. What's going on, man? Well, he's probably got something to do, or maybe he's sleeping. You know, who knows? He's the president after all. He doesn't need to tweet every fucking hour. What, you're putting more weights on?
Maybe he's got diarrhea.
Maybe he
you
does.
ever think about that?
Why are you putting more?
You ever think that the president may have diarrhea sometimes?
Maybe. This is truth. There's nothing but truth on that one.
He's not a vegetarian.
That is not.
About enough of this pussy shit. You know what I mean?
Black Georgia sheriff says shooting of Rayshard Brooks by Atlanta police was completely justified. Yep. Man, why you gotta do that? Oh, okay. You're only up in the small ones. Okay.
Yeah, and then the next step is these.
Okay. All right, that's fair. I can do that.
I know how to fucking do it. I know how to.
I'm not saying you don't know what you're doing.
This is just a little step up. You take fucking a little 5 more pounds on. And now, you do that 10 times. At least.
I'm appalled by the hateful racist graffiti left in Chinese restaurant in Wyckoff, I guess it is. Coronavirus is not an excuse for racism. We will stand in full solidarity with the Chinese community. Wait a second, hold on. Coronavirus is an excuse for racism. So what's going on with the protest then? Something that didn't even happen in your town, in your city is whatever. I'm not. Financial problems plagued Rick Wilson as he became a never Trump leader. Good for him. Good for him. Nah, I fucked that up. Manslaughter, yes. Murder, maybe not. Let's be clear. Actions of Chauvin at... Oh, whatever. They're absolutely wrong, but they're left in line with the MPD rules and procedures for the coalition which they determined George Floyd. Yep. By Megan off on his murder charge. Ooh, let's read this one. You ever get the Ivan the Terrible mask? No, I haven't. Alex the Terrible. No, I haven't done that. I do agree with them. I didn't get the mask. I still have the shirt, but I need to get a new shirt because it's like kind of small on me. But I do like wearing it. Luckily, I didn't rip it. All right. So anyway, the road was united protest in a graphical video emerged showing the black man dying in the restraint of a white police officer. The victim, George Floyd, was in clear distress. He was pinned to the ground by 3 officers, with one officer, Derek Chauvin, placing a knee on his neck for over 5 minutes. He tells the officers that he was unable to breathe. Yes, George Floyd died as horrific bystanders told the officers that they were killing him. Yep. The video is unquestionably horrific. I agree. But in our rush to condemn, I think that just showed my fucking emails. Whatever. But in a rush to condemn an aggressive use of force and pursue justice for George Floyd, we've ignored crucial information which is necessary in judging the conduct of our officers. While nothing can absolve George Floyd's death, these facts do cast doubt on the appropriateness of a murder charge for Derek Chauvin and paint a more nuanced picture of the events leading up to the tragic encounter. Okay. There are 6 crucial pieces of information, 6 facts, that have been largely omitted from the discussion of Chauvin's conduct. Taken together, they are likely exonerate the officer of a murder charge rather than indicating illegal and excessive force. They instead show the officer who virtually followed the procedures deemed appropriate by the Minneapolis Police Department, MPD. Evidence shows that the MPD and the local political establishment, other than the individual officer, as ultimately responsible for George Floyd's death. Yes, 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 I fully agree, fully agree. Alright, so the platform publishes content from users that it does not vet. Information from the source may not be reliable. Okay, that's fair. Alright, so here's the 6 facts that follow for George Floyd's death, right? George Floyd was experiencing cardiopulmonary and psychological distress minutes before he was placed on the ground, let alone had a knee to his neck. Okay, so that was a fact. Minneapolis Police Department MPD allows the use of neck restraints on suspects who actively resist arrest. George Floyd actively resisted arrest on 2 occasions, including immediately prior to neck restraint being used. The officers were recorded on their body cams assessing George Floyd suffering from excited delirium syndrome, XDS, a condition which the MPD considers an extreme threat to both officers and the suspect. A white paper used by the MPD acknowledges XDS suspects may die irrespective of force involved. The officer's response to the situation in line with the MPD guidelines and XDS. Oh, excited to delirium. Restraining the suspect on his or her abdomen, prone restraint, is a common tactic in XDS situations where the white paper used by the MPD instructs the officers to control the suspect until paramedics arrive. Floyd's autopsy revealed that potentially lethal concoction of drugs, not just potentially lethal dose of fentanyl, but also methamphetamine, together with his history of drug abuse and 2 serious heart conditions. Floyd's condition was exceptionally and unusually fragile. Chauvin's neck restrict is unlikely to have exerted a dangerous amount of force to Floyd's neck. Floyd is shown on video able to lift his head and neck, and a robust study on double knee restraints show a median force exertion of approximately 105 pounds. Okay. Let's be clear, the actions of Chauvin and the other MPDs were absolutely wrong. Yes, agreed. But they're also in line with the MPD rules and procedures for the condition that they determined George Floyd was suffering from. Okay. An act would normally be considered clear and heinous abuse of force, such as needed neck restraint, or suspect suffering from pulmonary distress can be legitimized if there are overriding concerns known to bystanders, but not known to bystanders, but known to officers. In the case of George Floyd, the overriding concern was that the suffering from XDS, given a number of relevant factors to the officers, this was not known to the bystanders, who only saw a man with pulmonary distress pinned down with a knee on his neck. While the officers may still found guilty of manslaughter, the probability of a guilty verdict for the murder charge is low, and the public should be aware of this well in advance of the verdict. Yes, because they might freak out and start rioting again, and that is a massive thing that they need to understand. That guess what? When it comes down to the law and the legality of it, maybe you should really be talking to your Democrat leaders who put in these fucking provisions and shit like that that caused this situation to happen. That's the conversation we need to be having. We shouldn't be having like, oh, there's police brutality. We should be talking about the policies and the procedures that are set forth that could lead to a high use of abuse. That's what we need to be talking about. Well, we should pursue justice for George Floyd, yes. We should absolutely be sure that we are pursuing justice against his real killers. A careful examination of the evidence points to the procedures and rules of the MPD rather than police officers following these procedures and rules as real killers of George Floyd, yes. If anyone murdered George Floyd, it was the MPD and local police establishment. This is why Attorney General Keith Ellison has expressed how difficult a conviction will be. Trying this case will not be an easy thing. Winning a conviction will be hard, Ellison said. Yes, yeah. There's still much this case remains unknown. As new information emerges, we should adjust our view accordingly, but close inspection of all current information does not point to a murder being appropriate. George Floyd's symptoms started well before being restrained to the ground. Okay, so we're just going to keep going on. The Minneapolis Police Department. So this is backing up their claims of the facts that they just went ahead and talked about. Okay, sweating, police non-compliance, lack of tiring, unusual strength, pain tolerance, whatever that is, tactical hypothermia, bizarre behavior, general clothes of police, suspect or known, psychostimulant, drug or alcohol intoxication, yes. Right for violent behavior, that was unknown. Ongoing struggle despite futility, yes. Yelling, shouting, guttural sounds, agitation, yes. Inappropriate clothes, no, because he was fully clothed. Mirror glass attraction, whatever that is. Suspect known psychiatric illness, no. Failure to recognize and respond to the police. Presence of the scene, no. Okay, so again, they're just going over their facts. I'm not going to go through all this because I don't need to sit here and read all this. If you want this, I will go ahead and put this in the chat for you guys, so that way you can do that. But I am going to... Fuck. George Floyd, high on fentanyl and trying to use a counterfeit bill after 9 prison stints. Richard Brooks, drunk driving while on probation, beating his wife and kids. Why don't you cowards stop pretending these people are changing lives? Stop sacrificing criminals. Yes, I am going to. Yep. Why is BLM trying to cover up what appears to be an intentional hit over counterfeiting money ring? It's because the Democrat leaders are involved. Yes. Regarding George Floyd, we need the counterfeit note evidence pursued. I suspect the Cal Derek Chauvin was involved in a counterfeit money laundering ring and have closed one of their venues. The city of Minneapolis may have involved. Yes, yes. We're going to retweet that. So that is kind of a conspiracy theory. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. But it still comes down to the fact that this is a very important topic that we need to talk about. Israel Anderson is straight up a good person to follow. This guy knows what he's talking about. I don't know, I'd be more pissed about the night for the filming for Fox News to find out and help the officer. Okay, so is this a woman?
Shut up! Shut up! Give me that!
Shoot me, I'll kill you.
I'll fucking slice your fucking throat. Oh.
Threatening an officer.
What? What on the ground?
She's probably gonna shoot. So I don't really want to continue this because you're probably about to see like I'm not gonna say an execution. This dude fucking asked for it. End of story. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that because I already know what's gonna happen there. Dude. Yep, fucking mask requirement. I'm not going to read that article. I don't need to. Let's see. Safety Pin Daily. These little babies. Trump reversed Obama-era efforts to demilitarize police. Now falsely says Obama never tried to reform police. I don't want to. Business Insider. Alright, so what's their rating? 100 out of 100. Fair. But I'm not going to read that because that's perpetuating fucking just an opinion piece. From time to time, I guess, why I follow elections so closely, the reason that power has consequences. Biden is an evil person who wants to hold people for political power and wealth. Everything I'm fighting against will get worse if he uses power, so I won't care. Yep, that person understands what's going on.
anthem for the American. I don't want to kneel. I don't want to see people kneel for the national anthem, for the American flag. You stand, be proud, put your hand on your heart, salute if you'd like to do that. But you have to show respect. There are plenty of places and plenty of things you can protest. I was very disappointed in the NFL when they came out with a statement. I was very disappointed in U.S. soccer. We support U.S. soccer, and now they go out and they say that you can do whatever you want. No, we have to show respect for our flag and for our national anthem.
I agree.
I don't want to kneel.
I agree. That's the president. That's the leader of the goddamn free world. If he's saying that, like, you shouldn't be kneeling and whatnot during our Pledge of Allegiance or national anthem or not, and you should be showing respect to our flag. I'm sorry, you listen to him. You don't sit here and show defiance because, whatever. Fuck you. Show goddamn respect to the flag. Show respect to our veterans who fought for your freedoms to be here. Excuse me. I like this. The Epoch Times gets a 49.5 on credibility, mainly because it doesn't correct itself and whatnot. But the Epoch Times is a conservative news piece, and I agree with what they say half the time, right? So anyway, let's see. A cursory glance at the Seattle Autonomous Zone conjures images of music festivals or a block party, quote-unquote. But the reality is not as rosy, with documented accounts of violence, intimidation, and warlords that suggest more police state style of rule. Yes. I will gladly retweet that. Mind you, so this is Bowen Zhao or whatever. The one guy, Larry Elder. Larry Elder's a wonderful mind, by the way. If you've never listened to Larry Elder, I highly suggest you do. So let's see if we can maybe find Larry Elder here. Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, ABC News, Young Ripa, Conservative Twins. I love the Conservative Twins, they're great. Okay, so let's see if we can just quickly grab a Larry Elder video. Okay, so we're just gonna listen to Larry Elder talk about rioting. This is a 28-minute video.
Business owner in the year 2020, first the coronavirus pandemic, then riots? Let me get this straight. They're rioting in Minneapolis because George Floyd was killed by an officer who knelt on his neck until he died. 3 other officers stood around and watched. All 4 were charged right away. The principal officer has been arrested and charged with murder. The others have now also been charged with aiding and abetting. The vice president of city council is black. The attorney, U.S. attorney for the state of Minnesota, is black. The U.S. member of the House in that district is black. The mayor is a left-wing Democrat who's very sympathetic with the people that feel that the police are out to get them. What makes any of these protesters believe that justice will not be served? Instead, rioting?
I live in the high-rise right back here, and I seen them as they came down Lake Street. But then they turned and started coming over here, and I'm sitting out looking in out my window. And they went straight to Office Max, the dollar store, and every store over here that I go to. I have nowhere to go now. I have no way to get there because the buses aren't running. These people did this for no reason. It's not going to bring George back here. George is in a better place than we are. Last night, I'm going to be honest, I wish I was where George was because this is ridiculous. These people are tearing up our lives.
Look at this asshole just recording this poor woman who's terrorized.
And now I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anywhere to get there.
And imagine being the mayor of a city like Atlanta, which saw fires.
So what I see happening on the streets of Atlanta is not Atlanta. This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos. A protest has purpose. When Dr. King was assassinated, we didn't do this to our city. So if you love this city that has had a legacy of black mayors and black police chiefs, and people who care about this city, where more than 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. If you care about this city, then go home.
Ice Cube offered this charming observation. How long will we go for blue and black crime until we strike back? End of quote. Before we strike back, it is rare for the cops to kill anybody, let alone a black person, let alone an unarmed black person.
Mind you, Ice Cube's from like LA, is he not? Isn't he from NWA? Straight out of Compton? Right?
Look at this from the Washington Post. U.S. police officers have shot and killed the exact same number of unarmed white people as they have unarmed black people, 50 each. End of quote. Strike back? Heather McDonald with the Manhattan Institute says that a cop is 18.5 times more likely to be killed by a black man than an unarmed black man is to be killed by a cop. Senator Cory Booker says this is all about, quote, deep injustices, end of quote.
I wish we lived in a nation that 30 plus years later, there weren't still hundreds of thousands of parents feeling like they have to teach their black boys about how not to get killed by police.
In other words...
And you just do it. You got to think about your life. Being a black man in America isn't easy. The hunt is on. And you're the prey. All I'm saying is, survive.
But when the police kill an unarmed white person, it's not quite the same news, is it?
Two shots now.
Why do they keep talking about police brutality against black people when in fact the studies show that cops are more hesitant, more reluctant to pull the trigger on a black suspect than on a white suspect?
Unfortunately, politics involves telling people what they want to hear. And what people want to hear is that a certain kind of villainy can explain almost all of it. Now, there's no such thing as a lack of villainy among human beings. Anytime you take any large group of people, you have an almost inexhaustible source of sins. And if you want to look into all those sins, you can go on forever looking into them. The question is whether those sins explain the numbers you're talking about.
To what extent do you find that then that the welfare state is trying to preserve an ethos which precisely, I understand you to say, we need to liberate ourselves from?
Yes, that politics really involves getting people to vote for you. And people vote for you when they think that they can depend on you, when they are dependent on you. To the extent that people become self-reliant and can feel they're perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, to that extent do you lose your hold on their votes.
How do we know politicians frequently lie to advance an agenda to get votes? Because every now and then you'll get one to admit it. Jerry Brown served as governor in California twice, 2 terms each. But in the middle, he was out of the office for a number of years and assumed he was never going to run again. That is why you got this candid assessment of what politicians really think and what they really believe from Jerry Brown when he was out of office. Listen to this.
And you said something a moment ago that I have to follow up on and I have to draw you out on. You said you don't have to lie anymore now that you're not a politician. What did you lie about when you were governor?
Well, it's all a lie. You're
what did you lie about? What did you lie about?
All right, here's what. You run for office and the assumption is, I know what to do. You don't. I didn't have a plan for California. Clinton doesn't have a plan.
So you said you had a plan. You said you had a plan for California and you lied because you didn't have a plan.
You say you're going to lower taxes, you're going to put people to work, you're going to improve the schools. The schools, you're going to stop crime. Crime is up, schools are worse, taxes are higher. I mean, be real.
Now, as for Ice Cube's statement about striking back, at whom, Mr. Cube? At whom? Fact, blacks kill twice as many whites, 500 as whites kill black, 250. Fact, Blacks, 13% of the population, are 50% of the homicide victims. Fact, of the 50% homicide victims, almost all are killed by other blacks. Fact. This means roughly 3% of the population, that's the population of young black men, and that's the population that's primarily committing the crimes against other blacks. 3% of the population commits nearly 50% of the nation's homicides. End of quote. Now, it is true that Martin Luther King did say that riots are the language of the unheard. But when people quote him, they often quote him out of context. Here's what else he said about riots.
Now, what I'm saying is this. I would like for all of us to believe in nonviolence, but I'm here to say tonight that if every Negro in the United States turns against nonviolence, I'm going to stand up as a lone voice and say this is the wrong way.
I will never change in my basic idea that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to the Negro in his struggle for freedom and justice.
That was September 27, 1966, the following year at Stanford.
Let me say, as I've always said, and I will always continue to say, that riots are socially destructive and self-defeating.
And 5 months before he was killed.
But I think it is true that the vast majority of Negroes feel that the best way to resolve the problem is to work through peaceful, nonviolent means and militant nonviolence, but not through violence. Now, on the question of whether riots have helped, I've taken the position that riots are socially destructive and self-defeating, and therefore I have to take a stand against it because of my deep commitment to nonviolence. On the other hand, I do think a riot is the language of the unheard, and America has failed to hear, for instance, that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last 10 or 15 years. I think it has also failed to hear that large segments of white society are more committed to tranquility and the status quo than to justice and humanity and equality. And in that sense, I think the riots have called attention to something. Not that they have brought about social transformation, but they've called attention to a very serious problem in our society. But I couldn't say that they have been helpful in the sense of really bringing about structural change. I haven't seen any basic change that has come through riots. The changes that we have made and the changes that we've seen over the last 10 or 12 years have come through powerful watershed nonviolent movements.
Now, the presumptive reason for these riots in the streets is inequality. Some have more than others. Here's what Tom Sowell said about blacks and slavery and inequality.
Blacks started much further behind. I don't think people realize how much further behind blacks started and how much progress has been made. There's a distinguished economic historian, Robert Higgs, who has said that for blacks to go from being completely illiterate in the middle of the 19th century to being one-half literate and by 1900 is just an amazing achievement in the history of the world, that you very seldom find that kind of change that quickly. So it depends on what you're holding as your standard.
The standard is that blacks haven't caught up with whites.
Whites haven't stood still.
So what does explain generational poverty?
Are you saying that in a culturally pluralistic society such as America, are you saying that the variable in success or lack of success is the culture of the particular group?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I haven't been able to find a single country in the world where the policies that are being advocated for blacks in the United States have lifted any people out of poverty. I've seen many examples around the world of people who began in poverty and ended in affluence. Not one of them has followed any pattern at all like what is being advocated for blacks in the United States. Many groups have remained in poverty for a very long time trying to follow those patterns.
These sort of permanent indigent classes.
That's right. Within the blacks there's a very diverse movement, though. On the one hand, you have blacks who are getting more education, who are going to college and so on. their incomes are rising, not only absolutely, but relative to that of whites of the same description. It's those blacks who have not had, say, 9 years of schooling, who have not had 6 years of experience in the job market. Their incomes are declining relative to the incomes of incomes of whites. If over the very same span of time, so it can't be a matter of the business cycle or something like that. It's that those blacks who have the advantages relative to others have now still more advantages. But those who had the very difficult poverty to deal with, that is becoming more difficult. A higher percentage of all black income is going to the top 20% of blacks over time.
Well, if it's culture, then income redistribution won't work.
Even if the free market system equitably works and everyone progresses an equal amount, that person who started out with a lesser share of the capital is still going to end up with a lesser share of the capital.
That's right.
And there's nothing in the free market system that's going to enable him to make up for what was a purely arbitrary deficit in the first place. And given that the kind of people who become successful capitalists do not become that way by giving away their wealth voluntarily, isn't it necessary to forcibly redistribute wealth before you can begin to operate under a capitalist system?
No.
No, it is not. The only way in which you can redistribute effectively the wealth is by destroying the incentives to have wealth.
Yes.
And the question is, what is the way, what is a system which will offer those people who are so unlucky as to be born without good positions, what is the system which will offer them the greatest opportunity?
The answer, as Bono discovered, entrepreneurial capitalism.
So some of Africa is rising, and some of Africa is stuck. The question is whether the rising bit will pull the rest of Africa up, or whether the other Africa will weigh the continent down. Which will it be? Stakes here aren't just about them. Imagine for a second this last global recession, but without the economic growth of China and India, without the hundreds of millions of newly minted middle-class folks who now buy American and European goods. Imagine that. Think about the last 5 years. Rockstar preaches capitalism. Wow. Sometimes I hear myself and I just can't believe it. But commerce is real. That's what you're about here. It's real. Aid is just a stopgap. Commerce, entrepreneurial capitalism takes more people out of poverty than aid. Of course, we know that.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
let's talk.
Yes. Okay. So I can see that I'm kind of like losing people here watching this video. We're 15 minutes in, and I'm only going to do this for probably about like another 10 minutes or so. Due to the fact that, you know, we are approaching 8 hours of doing this social and political commentary of my Twitter feed and everything. So I'm going to start getting ready to wrap it up because I do need to go out and buy more beer. And I do need to eat dinner before I get ready for the night stream. Plus, I want to watch a little bit of Tim Pool and see what he has to say. Because he's one of these driving forces and factors of my decision to do what I'm currently doing. And try to provide, like, in my opinion, the service to people. So with that said, let's see what else we can find, right? If you're using your phone to video someone beating someone up, stop filming, call 911, put down the phone to help. You're complicit in these crimes. I'm so tired of people having it. Yes, yes, okay. Let's see. Message to workers, you're expendable, risk your health, life to work for a fuel offense. Yeah. Alright, so what does Pence got to say? I don't really know if I care. Actually, these militaries are popular with ex-captains of the military, said Duke. The New University of New Mexico police violence researcher says they understand themselves as police, and the police understand them as police. Okay, so New York City Antifa. Remember, they're not a corporation or anything, though, right? Oh, 30 seconds of the Biden-China connection. Let's talk about this real quick.
Grew stronger. For years, the relationship between the United States and China grew closer and closer. And along the same time, Joe Biden's career in American politics grew stronger. We've also heard about the ties between Joe Biden, his son Hunter, and the People's Republic of China. Join us on One American News as we take you inside the Biden-China connection. This Saturday and Sunday night, 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific.
Oh, that was stupid. That was just a fucking advertisement. God damn it. Oh, hey. Look at this. Is this Chaz Chop? Oh, look at that.
If you touch him, I touch you.
If you touch him, I touch you. Okay.
What? I was here doing the same thing he was. Doing graffiti. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was doing graffiti. Thank God we defunded the police, right? I'll give Chaz another month before they start or go home. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, so they want to get police now. I thought they wanted to fund the police. Fights are a frequent occurrence in Seattle Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, especially last night. The skirmish occurred just outside the abandoned Seattle Police Precinct. But they're calling for police. Well, my full kit and rifle had been stolen. Trusted someone I shouldn't have and left it at their house close to Capitol Hill, and no one from Chaz stole it. I've already done the legal side of reporting it stolen and reporting it from Ground Zero to started from Ground Zero to replace it. Fund me. Not my week. Right there, like. So all of his weaponry was just stolen, right? I wonder if it was the warlord fucking Razmataz or whatever the fuck his name is. Oh, this is June 15th. Yeah, almost 1 million people requested tickets for. Yo, all right. So Domino's Pizza may not be out of trouble after all. This little commercial could lead to the company being canceled. Oh, fuck me. Has anybody seen this commercial? Because this commercial is just funny as shit. I think it's hilarious.
This 555 deal's really popular. Mr. Trump, here you go. 3 medium pizzas, $5 each.
Tell you what, I'll counter that offer with an even better one. Here's the deal. You give me those 3 pizzas, only I'll give you just $5 a piece.
Sure. Okay.
Still got it, Donald. Still got it.
Call now and get
It's
3
a
or more
stupid
medium.
commercial. It's fucking stupid. This is from the 90s. And apparently they're, yeah, look, canceled. Like, they're trying to cancel it. A lot of things he's so stupid make it do. Like, what? Trump emerges from a solid gold door to get junk food and then pats himself on the back for not understanding something. The delivery man is unimpressed to see him. Holds up better most of his tweets. Like, dude, like, this is a joke. This was literally an advertisement. It was supposed to be stupid. Never eating at Domino's again. Good. Good. Because they make solid pizza, man. There you go. I'll really stick it to the president. New headline is Trump that doesn't know his numbers. This is from... Do you think Trump, Do you think Trump literally went in to Domino's headquarters and goes, look, I got this brilliant idea. What you're going to do is you're going to have a random delivery driver come up to me and say, hey, here's your 3 pizzas for $5 each. And then I'm going to counter that deal with the same deal. Oh, this is brilliant. Do you think Trump went ahead and did that? No. Domino's and their advertisers went ahead and, hey, we have this really silly idea for an advertisement. This is what we want you to do. And Trump, as a capitalist, goes, well, you're going to pay me for it, right?
Here you go, 3 medium pizzas.
So, no, the left is so stupid that they want to go, look, he doesn't know how to make deals. Like, they're fucking so stupid. When did he switch from Pizza Hut?
Do you really think this is the right thing for us to be doing, Ivana?
What will people think?
Let them talk.
Donald.
Ivana. It's wrong, isn't it?
But it feels so right.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, we eat our pizza the wrong way.
Crust first.
Introducing stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut. With a ring of cheese baked into a totally new, thinner crust, you'll want to eat it the wrong way. Crust first.
May I have the last slice?
Actually, you're only entitled to half.
Large, just $9.99.
I'm sorry. That's funny. That's good. That's amazing. Is that what I have a Grimace? What has been canceled due to his affiliation with Trump?
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret?
Got a buck? You're in luck. Because you can get a delicious Beefy Big and Tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and lots of your other favorites on McDonald's Dollar Menu every day.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
It's stupid fucking commercials. Here we go.
I'm sorry you had to wait for this, Sherry. I hope there was enough shark meat in the refrigerator for one of your sandwiches. Hold on. This is the same amount I was paying you when you worked full-time, and now you're just working nights.
It's me only rate.
You understand my confusion. I'm actually paying you more money to be here half the time. I'm not saying that what you do isn't important. Avery and I appreciate you, and Liddy just adores you. But let's just say you're at the market buying potatoes, and that 10-pound bag of potatoes costs $400. But then the grocery concierge tells you that a 5-pound bag of potatoes costs $400. Well, that would be shocking, right? Because a 5-pound bag should only cost $200. What I'm saying is that we value what you do, but this rate is unreasonable.
So, what you want to do?
I want to resolve this fairly and amicably. And I don't want any bad blood. So, it was nice negotiating with you, and here is all of your money.
He just got broken. This is Jack Donaghy, by the way, from 30 Rock. He's a capitalist.
This is Liz. This is Liz.
I am supposed to represent NBC in a negotiation that Rex Belcher of the American Journal of Meetings rated 4 chairs.
I'm sorry, is that another magazine about meetings?
Meanwhile, I just got worked over by my Trinidadian night nurse. I made every mistake you can in a negotiation. I spoke first, I smiled, I negotiated with myself. If I had done that during a mock negotiation in business school, Professor Widmer would have spanked me in front of the whole class, bare bottom.
Okay, but it's harder with someone like a nanny, right? There's an emotional component. She takes care of your baby.
You just had a structural analytic insight. Professor Widmer would have given you a good job spanking.
What is business school?
The reason Sherry can manipulate me is because she has leverage. 8 pounds of screaming, toothless, soft-skulled leverage. Liddy loves Sherry. And Sherry assumes that I love Liddy.
But you do, right?
Yes. But Sherry can't prove that I love Liddy. So I renegotiate under new conditions. Specifically, that I hate my newborn daughter.
Wow. Jack, I could never pretend to hate my beautiful baby daughter, Emily Dickinson the cat.
Oh, boy. Sherry. Excellent. I've been thinking about our conversation earlier. It occurs to me that you are laboring under a fatal misapprehension. You think you have leverage over me, but you don't. I don't care about the baby. I've only known her for a few weeks, and other than a fondness for Avery's breasts, Liddy and I have nothing in common. She is one of 2 people ever to have thrown up on me, and I haven't spoken to Joe Namath since that Mardi Gras. What's more, I don't think Liddy looks like me, so evolutionarily, that makes me want to eat her. In other words, either you take a pay cut or go and look for another job. Who has the leverage now, Sherry? Your move. Please stay. I'll send everyone in your family to college. Every day we give you $100 for cab fare home. Do you realize what you're doing to me, Sherry? You're unraveling the very fabric of who I am. I negotiate for a living, and I never lose. And now I have to go negotiate with my colleagues at Cabletown after having been reamed by a woman wearing Winnie the Pooh hospital pants. I don't have what you have, Sherry. A brand new baby that they've poured time and money and love into. Some helpless, pathetic, useless thing that would die if left alone. Oh, God, I do have that. I have NBC.
Look, broadcast networks receiving licensing fees is unprecedented, Jack. But we're willing to offer NBC 10% of what we pay cable. I mean, okay, not to negotiate against myself, but I get where you guys are coming from. Look, NBC is part of the Cabletown family now. It's our baby, and we want it to thrive. But your offer it's unreasonable.
So, what you want to do?
I love 30 Rock. It's so good. Alright. I think we're going to get ready to call it. It's been over 8 hours. Look at that. We just got people agreeing with me. Let's see. Taking these not the reason Kaepernick's out of the NFL. Kaepernick's out of the NFL because he fucking sucks and he was a locker room cancer at the end. I like that. I don't really care about that type of shit. So The Onion is a satirical news piece. Anytime you see anything from The Onion, just remember, take it with a grain of salt. Trump signed an executive order yesterday to promote safe policing and safe communities. These measures are meaningful proposals are an excellent start and should receive broad bipartisan support, writes John Malcolm. Cool. He's fabricating it for Twitter likes, go figure. He called him white grandma, Jesus Christ. Or several days away from Applebee's introducing a Black Lives Matter platter. That's great. What was this one? According to this video, Mr. Brooks made a couple of weeks ago, he was on probation, said if he was busted out of the cops, he'd be going back to prison. Is that why he fought him? Okay, so that's just, okay, so somebody's talking about that. Whatever. CNN, go figure. Yeah, I don't want to go. Okay, so all children deserve equal opportunity. Oh, this is great. So this is what I'm going to end with. I'm going to end with this because I really need to head to bed. Or not head to bed. I need to eat. I need to get beer. But anyway, so let's listen to this delusional, I believe, Democrat elected official.
Digitally altered pictures on Fox News that spread lies about what is happening in my district.
Bannon Police Precinct.
It's a video.
It may not have police and it may not be fully vandalized, they say, but it's got a lot of spray paint, a lot of artwork.
Where community members have come together to plant community gardens and re-envision...
Segregated community gardens. But yeah. Peaceful. So apparently this person's a race traitor because they're holding an American flag.
We need much needed peace.
This is ridiculous. The ACAB dicks.
Things like digitally altered pictures on Fox News. Things like
Delusional. Expect the charge of felony murder to not stick due to decades of precedent anymore. Insane riots to chant no justice, no peace. This is going to get worse. Yes, I agree with him. Oh, what's this?
Let's try to avoid nuance, Senator.
Let me
Do
be
you support
straightforward.
gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage. We do not support.
Let's try to avoid
Biden
nuance. Senator.
doesn't support gay marriage. So with that, guys, I am going to leave you. At this point, I do need to call it. I need to go pick up more beer. I need to eat something. And I will be back in a couple hours at 6 p.m. Eastern here. I've been streaming for about 8 hours. That's basically a full day's worth of work. So I'm going to go pick up some beer. I'm going to relax. I'm going to eat some food. And then I'll be back in a couple hours to play some video games. So you're going to get to see the second part of my stream. You're going to get to see the more relaxed and more enjoyable. Of course, man, it's late in the UK, but I'll try to be there. Hey, get some rest. Rest is more important. I'll be back in the morning. I'll be doing the same political social commentary that I just did today. It might be a little bit more organized. I don't know. This is day one of me doing it, and this is a new platform for me to do this. So either way, really enjoyed this stuff. I'll catch you later. No, I enjoyed you being here, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to see people from across the pond that are interested in what's going on over in America and getting different opinions, and to see the differences of how we feel and the way we want to look at it. But either way, I'll be back in a couple hours. I need to eat some food and I need to relax. Tim Pool will be going live in probably about 2 hours or about an hour or so or whatever. That's right. I have AEW tonight, so that's what I'm going to be watching. So yeah, I need to get ready for that. But anyway, take it easy, guys. I will catch you later. Enjoy the rest of the song, and I will see you in a few.